Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Chapter 19. Author note. Hey, I'm back with a new chapter. So now that I've finished my exams and whatnot, I can finally play my PS5 and get to my backlog of Gunpla. Not to mention getting onto this story. Sadkali 727. Now Kiara is both S and M. But well, you're right, evil woman hot. Yes, we'll see. Anim helps depression. Technically he could just nuke him with Calidbulk. Anime fan 13579. I think the previous chapter was the only time I actually stated that Bell can use the techniques without loading them. But it has been something I've been showing him do, with the Hestia knife and Minotan, using Imawai's techniques while he has Heracles equipped. As for noble phantasms that are more technique, you're right. If Bell can master the technique, with the right physique and whatnot, he can pull them off. But considering how many heroic spirits Bell will inherit, that in turn actually makes it harder for him to master a specific type. Louis Gluna, Tibin Gamers, you'll have to wait and see. I'm honestly still debating whether we should have Leonidas or Iskandar, but we'll see. Cody White 162, thanks dude. Demon Hunter 175, Brynhilde from meeting Freya is an interesting idea. Timson, you're not wrong. See, you would definitely revel in it. As for Gilgamesh with Ishtar's conflict, well, we'll have to wait and see. XBY40, glad you like it so far. I actually already have an idea as to who I'm going to include this time around. But the ones you've brought up are actually really good ideas. Panzerkamp Fwijin VI, it would be neat for Bell to use Subaim Geishi, but like you mentioned, he will need to reach a level of skill before Kojiro lets him use it. So yeah, here's the latest chapter. XXX. The next morning, Bell sat with Hestia and Artemis in their shared basement. The invitation letter for Apollo's banquet laid on the coffee table in front of them. Artemis sighed. So, what do you plan to do, Hestia? The twin-tailed goddess rubbed her temples. This is a really annoying timing. The goddess of the moon nodded. Bell and the others just had a fight with his kids, and not just any kids, but the captain. Hestia snorted. Well, it's not like we can just ignore the invitation. Bell nodded. That will put us in a worse spot. The two goddesses nodded, and Artemis sighed. I guess you have no choice but to go. Hestia grinned, and Apollo was kind enough to say we can bring up the two more gods. So you're coming with us, Artemis, and I think I'll get take two. Artemis thinned her lips. Hestia, I don't think that's a good idea. The eldest of the three Greek virgin goddesses smiled knowingly, and why not? The goddess of the hunt stared at her aunt. You know exactly why. Hestia chuckled. All right, I'll get Mike to join us instead then. The twin-tailed goddess looked at her only child. So, Belkuin, do you have a suit? The boy blinked. A suit? Why? Hestia grinned. The banquets Apollo holds always ask that we bring at least one of our children with us. Line break. The next morning, Bell was training with Ryuu again, and this time he had Ushiwakamaru on, Yusamidori in his hands as he traded blows with the elf. As they danced around, the elf asked, Are you using an Eastern hero? Bell blocked Al's Lumina with his blade. Yes, the hero's name is Ushiwakamaru. Rhea raised an eyebrow. Ushiwakamaru? The boy chuckled as he ducked to dodge a slash, swinging his blade in a horizontal slash, only to hit one of Rhea's short swords. Yes, it's funny actually. Elf wanted to name the first dagger he made me Ushiwakamaru. The elf hummed as she kicked Bell away with a swift and vicious kick, sending him skidding back. I see. Bell grunted as he quickly regained his bearings, only to find Ryo almost immediately before him once more, and raised Yusamidori to block to attack. The boy nodded. Well, I'm glad we didn't go with that. Minotan sounds better anyways. Rhea snorted. Minotan. I see. Bell grinned. It's the name of the sword Kratzo forged for the Argonaut. The elf sighed in exasperation. You and your hero stories. She blurred and locked blades with her friend once more, before landing another kick that sent him to the ground. All right, I believe that's enough for today. Bell got off the ground. Okay, thanks for today, Rhea-san. The elf smiled. It's interesting for me too. Not many can change their styles so quickly. I'm learning as much as you are. The boy laughed softly. Surely you must be joking. Rhea shook her head, sheathing the short sword she held. I've only ever seen a handful of actual fighting styles. Most of the adventurers hone their skills by fighting monsters, and usually monsters are mindless. Technique is not really needed. The elf looked at her wooden sword, and even if it is warranted, it is not the same as what you can get by fighting another adventurer. You switch styles almost every time we train, so it is a refreshing pace. Bell chuckled. I guess I'll take it then. Rhea smiled. So, what are you planning to do today? The boy's smile dropped slightly. Well, I'm probably gonna have to go look for a suit. The elf blinked. A suit? Why? Bell rubbed the back of his neck. The Apollo Familia invited Hestia-sama for a banquet of the gods, and she's allowed to bring a member with her. Rhea nodded in understanding. So you. The boy nodded. Yeah, I honestly have no idea what to get. Then why don't we help you? The two turned to see Syr with a bright smile on her face, and Rhea blinked. Syr? But we have work today. The silver-haired girl beamed. We'll take the day off. I already cleared the day off with Mamma Mia already. Rhea furrowed her brows to Syr. Don't worry, she's not lying. The three looked back to see Mia at the door, a not-so-happy look on her face. The dwarf folded her arms. This little imp will sneak out even if I don't allow it, so might as well get you to keep an eye on them. Rhea blinked before she nodded. Very well, thank you, Mamma Mia. Mia huffed. Yeah, whatever. But Belle. The boy jumped. Why yes. The dwarf looked at him. You're working tonight. Got it. Belle nodded. Oh okay. Mia nodded. Now get the hell out of here before I change my mind. With that said, the dwarf walked off, leaving two confused adventurers and one beaming goddess in disguise. Syr giggled. All right, now go get changed, Rhea, Belle-san. We can't go shopping with the two of you dressed in those. Which lead to Syr dragging Ryuu and Belle off on a shopping spree, and they were currently in one of the boutiques nearby. Belle-san. The boy turned to see Syr holding up a light gray suit, and the girl smiled. Try this on. Belle blinked. But I thought we were looking for something black. Rhea stood behind her best friend, an exasperated smile on her face. Give it up, Belle. Once Syr gets started, no one can stop her. Syr nodded quickly. She gets it. And there's no harm trying on a few different sets. The boy sighed. Okay, I guess we can. The silver-haired girl beamed. Yay. Now go put this on. I'll look for other colors. Belle blinked when Syr pushed the gray suit into his hands before vanishing off into the racks in the boutique. Rhea chuckled. Come on, the fitting room is this way. After a short while, the boy was trying on different types of suits, ranging from grayish-silver ones to light blue ones. Syr giggled gleefully as she handed another set to Belle. Now try this one. I love the light gray one, but this navy one looks great too. Rhea shook her head in exasperation. Syr. Belle only needs one set. Belle nodded. Why yeah, and like, I don't think I can afford all of these anyway. The silver-haired girl looked at the pair. You two need to stop thinking like that. Clothes make the man, you know? And there's no harm trying on everything. She looked at Rhea specifically. Besides, don't tell me you're not enjoying seeing Belle in all these different suits. Rhea froze, and she looked away, her face flushing slightly. I mean. Belle gaped. Rhea-san? The elf's face reddened more. I mean. It's to help you look presentable, Belle. You can't show up to a banquet for the gods without looking your best. Syr giggled. See? Even Ryuu agrees. Now go try this on. We have 10 more sets to try, and maybe some casual wear for you too. The boy sighed. Okay, and I guess I should be thanking you for helping me instead of complaining. The silver-haired waitress laughed. Well, glad to know you understand. Syr looked at Ryuu. Oh, and after we're done with Belle, it's your turn, Ryuu. The elf blinked. Huh? The silver-haired waitress raised an eyebrow. What? We finally got you out shopping. I'm not letting this chance go. Rhea furrowed her brows. But my clothes are still good. Syr stared at her blankly. When was the last time you got new clothes? The elf paused. 5 months ago? The silver-haired girl nodded. Exactly. You've only been wearing our uniform, like, forever. You need more casual wear. Rhea looked like she wanted to argue, but Belle spoke up. You might as well give up, Ryu-san. No one can stop her when she gets started, right? The elf looked at the boy with a look of betrayal. W-dash. She trailed off when she saw the mischievous glint in his eyes, and she sighed. All right, fine. Rhea made a silent vow. She would get back at the boy for this. After a short while, the three sat at a cafe, with 2 large bags of clothes sitting next to them, and 1 smaller bag with Belle and Ryuu each. Belle blinked, looking at the, how did you manage to choose all these clothes while you were getting us to try ours, Syr-san? Rhea took a sip from her coffee. Don't question it. Belle? There are things better not known. The boy looked confused, before he nodded slowly. Okay, I guess. Syr pouted. You're making me sound bad, Rhea. The boy looked into his own bag, with 2 suits packed inside. I mean, we only got like a few each, you got like a dozen. The elf placed her cup down. Just leave it, Belle. Belle smiled awkwardly. Okay, I guess. He shook his head. But seriously, you were a big help, Syr-san. I honestly would have just picked a random one and be done with it. The girl giggled. I had fun too, so it's all good. And I'm sure Ryuu enjoyed seeing you in so many different outfits too, right? Rhea pushed down the blush that threatened to show. No comment. Belle chuckled, but thanks again anyway. With that said, the three continued to enjoy the afternoon together until they went back to the hostess. Line break. A few days later, Belle and Hestia were in a carriage, the goddess looking miffed. The boy smiled awkwardly. Hestia-sama, are you still mad? The goddess looked away. Mad? Nope, I'm not mad. Totally not. Belle shook his head. Yeep, you're mad. Hestia glared at him. I'm not the one who decided to go on a shopping date with 2 cute waitresses. The boy palmed his face. How many times do I have to tell you that it wasn't a date? The goddess just huffed and looked away, refusing to look at the boy. Soon, the carriage came to a stop, and the coachman opened the door. We're here. Hestia hopped off. Thank you. The coachman smiled as he closed the door once Belle got off. Have a good evening, Lady Hestia. He gave the boy a nod before he got back onto his seat and moved away from the road. I never would have thought you'd pay for our carriages too, Hestia. The two turned to see Mayak and Naza, the god dressed in a black suit, while the young woman wore a red dress. Hestia grinned. Well, we have to enjoy ourselves sometimes, no? Knowing your habits, Nazukuin probably stresses herself out just to keep the shop afloat. Mike palmed his face, and you just had to bring that up. Naza chuckled. She's not wrong. But we've been doing better these days, thanks to Belkuin, of course. Bell laughed softly. I had nothing to do with it, okay? I only helped gather a few ingredients. The rest is all you, Naza-san. The Scianthrope smiled and shook her head. Let's just leave it at that, okay? Hestia nodded. Take should be inside already. We should go meet up with him. Mike nodded, of course. A short moment later, the four were in a large hall, and Bell quickly spotted Hermes as the god of messengers approached them. Ah, there you are. Hermes laughed, with Takuma Kazuchi, Asfi, and Makoto behind him. Good to see you all here. Hestia blinked. Hermes? And take? The Japanese god sighed. Before you say anything, no, I'm not with him because I want to be. It just happened. The god of messengers laughed. Oh, come on. Don't be so cold, dude. Takuma Kazuchi just folded his arms, and Hermes turned his attention to Bell and Naza. Not bad, not bad. You two look great tonight. The god smirked. But I doubt any of you come close to matching my Asfi. He made a big show of gesturing towards his familia captain. Look at this dress. She looks gorgeous, does she not? Asfi's face grew red. Hermes-sama. Stop. Hermes laughed as he wrapped an arm around Asfi's shoulder. Now can I not be proud and happy to show off my beautiful child? I must say your blushing face looks incredibly cute. Wouldn't you agree, Belkuin? Bell blinked, huh? Before he could actually answer, Asfi elbowed her god in the ribs, sending him flying into a pillar, and the item maker glared at the boy. Not a word. The boy nodded quickly. Yep, nope, nothing. The blue-haired woman took a deep breath. Good. Before they could continue, however, a loud voice reached their ears. Are we enjoying ourselves, everyone? Everyone turned to the center back of the hall, where a flight of stairs led to a large set of doors. Before the doors stood a god, followed by 3 of his familia members, and Bell quickly recognized them to be Daphne, Cassandra, and Hyacinthos. The god smiled. For the children who don't know me, I'm Apollo, your host for tonight. As all of you may have noticed, the banquet we're holding this time is a bit different. I insisted that every one of you bring a child from your familia with you, and I'm glad to see that everyone has done so. Apollo laughed, and everyone is dressed up so wonderfully. It touches me so that I can see so many of our beloved children dressed so nicely, having a great time with the rest of us. Would you not agree, my fellow gods and goddesses? Almost every god and goddess cheered to that, and Apollo nodded. Then let us enjoy ourselves. The night has just begun. Moments later, Hestia was feeding her face with the food, leaving Bell with Hermes, as the others chatted amongst themselves. Hermes swirled a glass of wine in his hands, not drinking. Belkuin? The boy held a glass of juice. Nah, I'm underage. The god of messengers raised an eyebrow. Really now? I thought you'd be older. But honestly, you're an adventurer, old enough to kill monsters, old enough to drink and whatnot, you know? Bell laughed softly. Yeah, I don't think Hestia-sama and Artemis-sama will be happy with that. Hermes chuckled. I suppose not. Speaking of which, I don't see Artemis here. Did she refuse to come? The boy nodded. Yeah, something about not getting along with Apollo. The god of messengers laughed. Right, of course. Bell looked at where the god of the sun was, and speaking of Apollo. Hermes followed his line of sight. What about him? The boy spoke. I mean. The god of thieves hummed. You interested in knowing him? Bell scratched his cheek. I'd be lying if I said no. But well, I recently contracted 2 heroes related to him and Artemis-sama, so. Hermes nodded. Atlanta and Orion? Yeah? The boy nodded. So I'm just curious how he is here, as compared to the ones I know from the memories I've inherited. The god hummed. I guess I can shed some light to that. Bell blinked. Wait, really? Hermes smiled. One thing you can trust from your memories is that most of the gods from the same pantheons you know will know each other in some form or another. Whether we're close or not is another thing. The boy looked at him. I see. The god of messengers spoke. To start, I've known Apollo for a long time, even from our time in Tenkai. He's an interesting person once you get to know him, and he has a lot of love affairs going around. Bell blinked. Really? Hermes chuckled. Oh yeah, there's never a day that I wouldn't hear about some new target Apollo has found himself. The boy hummed. That sounds not that different from pan-human history. The god of thieves laughed. Oh, he's different all right, very different. But if I had to name the one thing that is the same, it's that he's persistent and spiteful. Bell blinked. Persistent and spiteful? Hermes nodded. Exactly. Well, you'll find out eventually. The boy wanted to ask what he meant, but before he could speak, the crowd exploded with whispers, and Hermes smirked. Here comes another big name. Bell followed his gaze to see a beautiful silver-haired goddess, accompanied by a huge boaz. The boy blinked, and despite looking older and more mature, she reminded him a lot of Syr for some weird reason. But before he could ponder more, Hermes spoke up from beside him. That's Freya. I'm sure you've heard of her. Yeah? Bell nodded. Yeah, the patron goddess of arguably the strongest familia in Oreo. And I guess that's Otter, the captain and the strongest man in Oreo. Hermes nodded. Exactly. He'll be a wall you'll have to face eventually the stronger you get. But I believe in you, Belkuin. Bell snorted. Eventually. But before they could continue, Bel suddenly felt a weight on his back, before something covered his eyes. Hestia's voice reached his ears. Don't look. Every time you children see a goddess of beauty, you'll instantly get charmed. Bel frantically swung his hands around. Okay. Please get off, Hestia-sama. I can't see. The goddess of the hearth huffed, but didn't move. That's the point. As the two bickered, Freya smiled as she noticed them, and she decided to approach them, drawing the gaze of almost everyone as she did. Evidently, Hestia quickly noticed her, and got off Bel, pulling the boy back. The goddess of beauty smiled. Good evening, Hestia. It's been a while since we last talked in Tenkai. She looked at the three gods around them. And you too, Takamikazuchi, Mayak, Hermes. Hermes grinned. Not long enough, as they say. Mayak and Takamikazuchi, on the other hand, were less resistant to her beauty, and the Japanese god wouldn't meet her gaze. Why yes, it has been a while. Mayak smiled. You look wonderful as ever, Freya. The two young women with the two gods instantly pinched them hard, earning a loud wince and grimace from them. Freya smiled at the display, but chose to say nothing as she turned her attention to the one she was looking for. I don't believe I've had the pleasure of meeting you, young man. Bel blinked. Yeah. Hermes laughed. Has he caught your eye, Freya? The goddess of beauty smiled. I can't say that he hasn't. So, as you have probably already heard, I'm Freya. The boy blinked. All right. My name is Bel Cranel, ma'am. Freya giggled. Just Freya is fine. Come visit my quarters sometime, my DEA dash. Like hell he will. Hestia immediately got between them, and she glared at Freya. I'm not letting you eat my Belkuin. The silver-haired goddess blinked. Oh. She made a face of mock hurt. You make me sound like some foul beast, Hestia. The virgin goddess glared at her. That's because you are. Hestia turned to Bel. Listen to me. This goddess goes after almost every man she sees. She'll devour you in an instant. Freya chuckled. I'm not that bad, okay? Only the ones I deem worthy can warm my bed. The goddess of the hearth glared at her. Not my Belkuin. The goddess of beauty just smiled and backed away. All right. I believe I've overstepped my boundaries, so we'll leave it at that. Freya looked at Bel once more. I hope we'll meet again. Bel? Bel blinked and nodded. Why yes, of course. The goddess of beauty glanced at Otter. Otter, do you have anything to say to him? The Boaz nodded, of course. Otter looked at Bel. Continue to get stronger. The world is watching you. Bel Cranel. The Boaz looked at Freya. That is all. The goddess of beauty hummed. Okay, we'll leave you to it then. With that said, the two walked off, leaving the group. Hermes went to stand next to Bel. Well, can't say I saw that coming. Bel blinked. Huh. The god grinned. Otter, the king just acknowledged you. You have a rough road ahead of you, man. The boy hummed. I see. Ah, there you are, you big boobed lowly. The three turned to see Loki in a red suit, flanked by Ace and Lafia. Hestia scowled. First Freya, now you. What is it with today? Loki glared at her. Nobody asked you. That damn Freya ruined my entrance. Hermes chuckled. Well, I didn't know we could bring two kids with us. The goddess of mischief smirked at her Greek counterpart. Well, I couldn't decide if I wanted to bring Ace Tan or Lafia Tan, so I decided to just fuck it and bring both of them. Apollo was all right with it too. So meh. The goddess of the hearth scowled. And you get to bring two. What's with the suit anyway? Or are you just sad you're too flat to wear a dress? Loki glared at her. Nobody asked you. The two started bickering and Bel chuckled awkwardly. Well? Lafia sighed as she walked to Bel. Sorry about this, Bel-san. Ace nodded as she followed the elf. Yes, sorry. Bel shook his head. Don't worry about it. The boy looked at the two. So, how have you two been? The elf smiled. We've been good, I guess. Ace nodded. Before she spoke, you got stronger. Bel blinked. Before he laughed sheepishly. You could tell? The blonde nodded. I can feel more spirits, and they're stronger. Lafia's eyes widened. Wait, you mean you got more? The boy nodded. Yeah, the thing within Terry sort of forced me to get two more. The elf's face fell. 2 more heroes in just a few weeks. Bel blinked. Lafia-san? The elf glared at him. I'm not gonna lose. You hear me? The boy looked confused. Lose? But dash. So this is the infamous Bel Cranel. The three turned to see Loki leering at Bel, and the boy backed away. Yes. Loki grinned. Not bad. I can see why they call you a rabbit. Not bad. Not bad at all. Hestia growled. What are you doing looking at my Belkuin? The goddess of mischief. Just looking. Besides, I already have my dear Ace Tan and Lafia Tan. Heir to the throne of heroes or no, he can't match the cuteness and strength of my dear Ace Tan. The goddess of the hearth lounged at the redhead. You take that back. Loki growled as she wrestled with Hestia. Why you? Fight, fight, fight. The gods and goddesses around them egged them on, and Bel, Lafia, and Ace, more so the former two than the latter, just sighed and looked with exasperation. Bel spoke. Should we stop them? Ace spoke up. You can try. I don't know about your goddess, but our goddess won't stop until either one falls. Lafia nodded. Just leave them be. The boy sighed. What is going on? Line break. A short while later, Hestia was once again feeding her face, and Bel found himself outside the hall on the balcony. The boy chuckled to himself. I really just can't get used to being with so many people. Bel turned to look out of the balcony, and he blinked when he spotted Hyacinthos next to one of the lampposts nearby. The captain of the Apollo Familia seemed to be talking to a bespectacled man, clad in what looked like white and blue robes. Bel leaned on the railings to get a better look, but before he could continue, a voice reached his ears. "There you are." The boy turned to see Lafia and Ace. "Lafia-san, Ace-san." The elf asked, "What are you doing here alone?" Bel smiled. "I just didn't feel like staying in the crowd, that's all." Lafia giggled. "Tell me about it. I can't get used to places like this too." She looked at Ace. "You too, right, Ace-san?" The blonde nodded. "Yes." The boy blinked. "Really? I thought you'd be more used to things like these." Ace shook her head. "Not really." The blonde looked at Bel. "Bel Cranel, tell me, how do you use those spirits so well?" Bel blinked. "Eh?" Lafia blinked in confusion too. "Ace-san." Ace furrowed her brows. "You're getting stronger faster and faster each time we meet. How do you get stronger so quickly?" The boy scratched the back of his neck. "I really don't know how to answer that." The blonde paused before she asked, "Will you spar with me?" That caught the two younger adventurers by surprise, and Bel asked, "Wait, what?" Lafia, on the other hand, reacted more loudly. "Ace-san? What are you saying?" Ace looked serious. "Exactly what I said. I want to spar with you, Bel Cranel." Bel hummed. I don't mind. Sparring with the Sword Princess will be a good experience for me, but..." The blonde nodded. "Good. I'll let you know when we're free. We can spar on top of the walls of Oreo." Lafia looked devastated. "Ace-san, what about our training?" Ace looked at her. "We can train together." The elf instantly bounced up. "Oh, really?" The blonde nodded. "You can use this chance to learn more about Bel's abilities, and he can learn more about yours." Lafia beamed. "Deal." Bel chuckled awkwardly. "Let me know when, I guess?" Ace nodded, and with that said, she turned away back to the crowd. Lafia blinked. "Ace-san, wait for me." Before she ran after the blonde, the elf turned to Bel. "We'll see you later." Bel nodded and just waved as the two vanished into the crowd once more, and he turned back to look out of the balcony, but he blinked when he couldn't see Hyacinthos or the other man anymore. The boy hummed. "No point worrying, I guess." The white rabbit turned back to the crowd. "Maybe I should go look for Hestia-sama. I don't feel comfortable staying here any longer." Soon after, Bel found Hestia devouring plates of food. "Hestia-sama." The twin-tailed goddess blinked. "Belcoin? What's wrong?" The boy spoke. "I think we should get going." Hestia raised an eyebrow. "What? Why?" "It's still early." "Exactly, it's still early. And you wish to leave so soon?" The two turned to see Apollo walking towards them. The goddess of the hearth scowled. "Apollo." Apollo chuckled. "Hello, Hestia. I hope you're enjoying yourself." Hestia nodded. "I am. Thank you very much." The god of the sun looked at Bel, and the boy noticed the glint in his eyes, along with the sudden change in expression that lasted only but an instant. "And you must be Bel Cranel, yes?" Bel refrained himself from showing his discomfort. "Yes, I'm honored that you recognize me, Lord Apollo." Apollo chuckled. "Of course I would. Who wouldn't recognize the famed heir to the throne of heroes? I hear you recently inherited the powers of Atlanta and Orion recently." The boy nodded. "Yes, that's right. I hope you don't mind." The god of the sun laughed. "Of course not. Not when you prayed to both myself and my baby sister, and especially considering you saved Artemis as well. You have my eternal gratitude for that." Bel lowered his head. "Thank you for your kind words." Apollo smiled. "But it's a shame my baby sister didn't show up today. I really wanted to meet her again after so long." The boy nodded. "I'm sure you'll find the chance to meet her again." The god chuckled. "Glad you think so too." His smile dropped. "But that's good and all, and while I'm eternally grateful that you saved my baby sister, there's one thing that I need out of the way." Alarm bells went off for Bel and Hestia, and the goddess asked, "And what is it?" Apollo spoke. "Not too long ago, some of my children ran into some trouble with your kid. Is that right?" Hestia narrowed her eyes. "Yes, I did hear something like that." The god of the sun nodded. "Then that makes things easier. Considering my dear children were badly hurt, I want compensation." The goddess glared at him. "What the hell are you talking about?" Apollo hummed. "Seems like you're not aware what your kid did to mine." He gestured to behind him, and everyone watched as one walked forward, covered head to toe with bandages and in crutches. The god of the sun narrowed his eyes. "I've allowed you and your child to attend the banquet as thanks for saving Artemis. But this... I cannot let this slide, Hestia." The goddess snapped her head to Bel. "You didn't do that, did you?" Bel narrowed his eyes. "I feel bad for him, but not once did I touch a hair on him. I did fight other men from your familia and your captain, but not him." Apollo sighed. "I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but we have witnesses." 3 more men appeared to stand behind Juan, and Bel noticed that they were all the men he had beaten up during the fight. The boy looked at Apollo in the eye. "Say what you want. I speak nothing but the truth. You gods can tell if I'm lying, can you not?" "True, he's not lying at all." "So does that mean Apollo is trying to frame them?" "Wow, what is he thinking?" Whispers erupted around them, mostly from the gods, and Apollo scowled. "So you really don't admit to hurting my dear child? I see. Regardless of whether one was hurt so badly by you or not, it does not change the fact that you hurt my children." The god pointed at him and Hestia. "If this is what it has come to, then you have forced my hand." Hestia, I challenge you. To a war game. That caught everyone's attention. A war game. You know what? I don't care what Apollo is scheming. I want to see this. Me too. War game. War game. War game. The gods around them cheered, and Apollo smirked. If I win, your child Cranel will have to join my familia. Hestia looked outraged. What did you just say? The god laughed. That's not fair to keep such a wonderful, cute child to yourself, wouldn't you say? Now, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Everyone turned to see Freya striding forward, and the goddess spoke. I'm sure I made it clear a while ago that I'd stand behind Hestia and her cute little rabbit against anyone who tries to take him away. The goddess of beauty stared at Apollo coldly. Are you willing to put yourself and your little familia against me? Hestia blinked at Freya. The god of the sun gritted his teeth. This has nothing to do with you, Freya. This has nothing to do with claiming Cranel. It is retribution for them hurting my dear one. Freya hummed. Is that so? But I recall but mere moments ago that our dear Bel here claimed to not have touched a hair on him. He wasn't lying. Or perhaps are you saying that he can lie to us gods? Apollo froze, and he glared at her. It doesn't change the fact that they hurt my children. Is it too much to ask for compensation? The goddess hummed. Is it? I don't care about your children, to be honest. What I care about is that you're going against Hestia and her dear child. I made a promise, and I intend to keep it. Freya's eyes flashed dangerously, so I'd watch your words actions, Apollo. If you truly believe that you are doing this for your prom, then go ahead, but you would do well to be fully prepared for the consequences. Apollo glared at her, but that was all the attention the goddess was going to spare him. She turned to Bel and Hestia. Hestia, I think we've overstayed our welcome, and I've had enough of this place for tonight. It's still early. Would you like to accompany me for some tea? The goddess of the hearth blinked in surprise. Sure. Freya smiled. Excellent. We can use my carriage. With that said, the four left the Apollo familia's home, leaving a seething Apollo with the rest of the guests. As the four left, Hermes held back a laugh. This escalated really quickly. He glanced at Loki. So, I recall you vouched for them too. Are you not going to say something? The redhead frowned. Not yet. Freya alone is more than enough for now, but I did promise the shrimp I'd help. Loki sighed. I'll have to think about it, and definitely talk to the shrimp too. The Norse goddess of mischief sighed. All right, Ace-tan, Laphia-tan, we should go too. I don't think it's wise to stay here any longer. The two young women nodded and followed their goddess out of the venue. Hermes chuckled as he too went to get Asphi to leave. Now, let's see how this unfolds. Author note. Done. So we have a slightly different outcome as opposed to canon. First, Artemis is alive, and now Freya and Loki are standing behind Hestia and Bel more actively. So yeah, read and review please. Until next time. Chapter 20. Author note. Hey, I'm back with a new chapter. Erwin arc. I'm not sure what you mean by Freya and canon. My understanding of Freya and Syr is that they are the same person. It is stated that Syr was just Freya acting, but I like to think it is just different sides of the same coin. Roland Teeps, you'll have to read and find out I guess. Useless man, here's the new chapter. Sodkali 727, Queen Draco and Mao Nobu are servants I'm still thinking on how to bring in. Of course, Nobunaga will be fun to include, but it will still have to suit the situation. Potentially we can use it in the Reiki part of the story. Kilalasu. No, Laphia does not have Bel's magic. She can only use magic that belonged to elves. If it's about their conversation, it's just Laphia feeling competitive with how Bel obtained 2 more heroic spirits, whilst she only has Riveria's, her own, Alice's and Philvis. The quotable Patella, I think the Freya familia in canon is just disorganized and only moves when Freya says so. It's implied that most of the members hate each other and only love Freya. At least that's how I understand it. As for the Loki familia, in canon it's because it's Finn pulling the strings most of the time. He holds them back because he is overly cautious. Anime Finn 13579, glad you found the last chapter interesting. Now regarding learning techniques, you're not wrong, and Bel can just practice them based on the memories. But he will need a body and physique, which can be overcome pretty easily and quickly. But something like 9 Lives is a tad bit complicated, as far as I understand. My understanding of 9 Lives is that it is a compilation of everything Heracles can do in his entire life, so whilst Bel can learn it, it will no doubt take him a long time due to the physical requirements and personal skill. Arc Tempest, thanks, here's a new chapter. Blazeburn 006, now DanMachi is still ongoing even in terms of the LN. So I will probably veer off after Season 4, or if Season 5 comes out before that, then we shall see. I am excited to write the part with the Juggernaut, however. Goonies 117, I'm still debating on who to include in the war game, but I already have plans for Achilles, considering what comes after this arc. The last Kenpachi, Spartacus for the Xenos arc, huh? That's an interesting idea. I'll keep it in mind. Next CR, glad you liked the chapter. But you'll just have to read on to find out. Muhammad Ibrahim Faisal, thanks man. Here's another. So yeah, here's the newest chapter. Enjoy. XXX. With Bel and Hestia, the two were on Freya's carriage, sitting opposite of said goddess and her captain. Freya sighed as she looked out of the carriage windows. Now that was disappointing. I was hoping Apollo would be more expressive, shall we say. Belle blinked. Why? The goddess of beauty smirked, because then I would have an excuse to put him in his place. The boy felt uncomfortable at her smirk, but the smirk quickly turned into a kind smile. So, Belle, tell me more about yourself. The boy was slightly taken aback. And me? Freya chuckled. Yes, I've been interested in you for a while now, but I never really found the chance to talk to you. Freya. Hestia's warning tone reached their ears, and the goddess of beauty laughed softly. All right, I'll stop. It really doesn't take much to rile you up, does it, Hestia? The twin-tailed goddess sighed. Please. Freya chuckled. I can't help it, okay? Of course, I did promise to help, so don't worry, I won't go too far. Hestia let out a breath. Okay, but seriously, thank you for helping us out. The goddess of beauty smiled. Think nothing of it. I did promise to stand by you in the first place. Belle blinked. Promise? What promise? Freya smiled at him. When you leveled up, your abilities were revealed to the public. I made a promise to help if anyone were trying to take you away from Hestia before you became strong enough. The boy was dumbfounded. Oh. The goddess of beauty giggled, but before she could speak more, the carriage came to a stop. Oh, we're here. Let's go in, shall we? I'm sure you'll like the desserts they make here. Soon after, Hestia found herself in a private room with Freya alone, while Belle sat in another room with Otter. The goddess of the hearth frowned as she watched Freya help herself to the pastries. So why are Belkuin and your captain in a different room? Freya took a sip from her cup of tea after biting into a biscuit. Well, as much as I want to talk to him, I believe we have not spoken for a long time. Alone. Hestia furrowed her eyebrows. What are you planning? The goddess of beauty put her cup down. Nothing, or at least, nothing that will harm you, our dear Belle and everyone precious to him. She looked at Hestia. Hestia, I'll be honest, I really appreciate being able to talk to you like this. That caught the twin-tailed goddess by surprise. What? Freya chuckled as she leaned into her seat, and she looked out of the window. Unfortunately as it is, a majority of the gods and children here, they are taken by my charm almost without fail. You, Artemis and Athena are amongst the few I can actually converse with normally. Hestia looked at the table. I see. The goddess of beauty nodded, but it is what it is. So I treasure moments like this. She looked at Hestia. Speaking of which, we should have invited Artemis. She lives with you, and Belle, does she not? The shorter goddess nodded. She does. She's been living with us since we came back from the battle against Antares. Freya hummed. Antares, huh? I heard Belle defeated it. Hestia nodded, a small smile on his face. He did. That idiot Artemis wanted to die by his hands, but he managed to save her instead. The goddess of beauty chuckled. I would have liked to see that. The goddess of the hearth nodded, and she looked at Freya. Freya, I appreciate what you did for us with Apollo, but dash. Freya cut her off. Hestia, I know it's hard for you to trust me, but I wasn't lying about what I said. I see you as a friend, and I hope I can become one of Belle's precious people too. Hestia furrowed her brows. Why? Before today, you've never even met him. The goddess of beauty smiled sadly. Is that really so important? Is it not allowed for me to want to help him just from watching from afar? The goddess of the hearth fell silent, unsure what she should say. Despite what had happened so far, she didn't want to exhaust her patience. Freya looked at Hestia in the eye. Then I can promise you this, I will not harm him, and I will not charm him, not with my divine authority. If you wish, I can swear on the sticks. That caught the Greek goddess by surprise. You're serious? The Norse goddess nodded. I am. Hestia sighed. All right. I'll trust you, this time. Freya smiled. Thank you, Hestia. She looked at the table, picking a small cream puff. Now, let's talk about Apollo and his little war game. The shorter goddess blinked. What do you mean? Freya smiled. I'll be honest with you. I think Belle has a solid chance at winning. Hestia blinked again. I'm sorry. What? The goddess of beauty chuckled. You should know more than I do just how strong Belle really is. In the face of 99 adventurers that are of levels 1 and 2, and a single level 3 captain, do you think they stand a chance against the power of the throne of heroes? Freya bit into the cream puff. A servant is worth 1,000 soldiers, as they say. They are equal to armies. With just the power of Heracles and Atlanta, I am confident Belle can wipe them all out. The shorter goddess furrowed her brows. Are you saying I should accept the challenge? The goddess of beauty nodded. I am. Of course, we won't have just Belle fight alone. If nothing else, we will push for help. We know Belle can win, but to the others, he is but one person. If we push to allow for help, I'm sure some of them will support us. Hestia hummed. I see. If you're confident in that, I guess we could try. Freya smiled. Excellent. Of course, ideally Apollo just backs off after this, but if push comes to shove, it is an option. The goddess of the hearth nodded. Gotcha. The goddess of beauty chuckled. Now come, help yourself. I'll end up eating everything at this rate. Hestia blinked, before she smiled and nodded. All right, don't mind if I do then. Line break. Meanwhile, Belle sat opposite of Otter in a separate room, with their own set of desserts and drinks. The boy sat in awkward silence as the man stared at him. Belle asked, Otter-san? The Boaz didn't move his gaze. What is it? The boy felt nervous in the face of the strongest man in Oreo. Why, you're a level 7, right? Otter nodded. Yes, that's right. Belle gulped. How long did it take you to reach it? The Boaz paused. Before he answered, it took me 8 years to level up from a level 6. The boy's eyes fell. Oh. Otter hummed. Does that put you down? Bell blinked. Huh? The Boaz asked again. Does the fact that it took me 8 years to reach level 7 put you off? The boy scratched his cheek. I guess. Otter folded his arms. I see. The two fell into silence again. Before the Boaz spoke, Freya-sama has high hopes for you. Bell blinked in surprise. Really? Otter nodded. You have a unique ability, able to fight in ways many would have huge amounts of trouble emulating. The boy nodded. I suppose I can use the powers of many heroes, after all. The Boaz hummed. Freya-sama does not wish you to be harmed, and with your current situation, what would you do if you were to face the Apollo Familia as a whole? Bell blinked. What I would do? Otter nodded. They number in hundreds. You are but one. What would you do? The boy looked at the table, right at the plates of desserts, if I were to face them. I guess it depends on the place. The Boaz raised an eyebrow, elaborate. Bell didn't look at him, but instead spoke. If we were on a plain battlefield, where nothing is in the way, I can use a bombardment to take them out. The reports of Bell's abilities surfaced his mind, and Otter nodded. And if you were bound by the buildings of Oreo? The boy answered almost immediately, split them up, and take them out one by one. The Boaz closed his eyes. I see. There's nothing more for me to add then. With that said, the two fell into silence again, until Hestia and Freya came to get them. Line break. Meanwhile, after the banquet, Apollo was in his own quarters, seething. That damned Freya. Of all the times she had to meddle around. He growled. Does she want him too? Apollo was selfish, spiteful, and delusional. But he knew his limits. There was no way his familia could stand a chance against Freya's familia. But that didn't mean he would give up Bell. No, he would find a way. Bell would be in his possession, one way or another. The next morning, Bell groaned as he woke up in the bed, and he turned to see Hestia next to him, whilst Artemis slept on the couch. The boy sat up groggily. What time is it? Bell slowly got off the bed, careful not to make any noise lest he wake up the two goddesses. The boy got dressed. All right, I'm not late. I still have 15 minutes before I have to meet up with Welf and Lily. Bell looked back at the two goddesses who were still asleep, and he smiled softly. Okay, I'll be off then. The boy opened the door leading to the hall of the church, but as soon as he did, the whole ceiling exploded. Bell was blown back downstairs, but fortunately not hurt at all. The explosion easily woke the two goddesses up, as Hestia sat up groggily. Why is it so loud? Artemis was more aware. What happened? Bell grunted as he got to his feet. No idea. Hestia-sama, Artemis-sama, be careful, okay. The goddess of the hunt nodded, as she went to get her equipment and ushered Hestia to get ready. The boy slowly went up the stairs to take a peek, and his eyes widened when he saw the church in flames. But what caught his attention was the amount of people he could see outside from the now burnt-down ceiling of the church surrounding them. All of them wore the same uniform he'd seen back at the bar, the uniform of the Apollo Familia. Bell scowled, and he quickly went back into the basement. As soon as he did, the boy noticed Hestia and Artemis both dressed up, and Hestia asked, what happened? The boy answered, the Apollo Familia is here. Artemis asked, so we're under attack? Bell nodded. Artemis-sama, can you take Hestia-sama to safety? The goddess of the moon nodded. I can. What about you? The boy looked at the stairs. I'll make sure they keep their attention on me. Hestia frowned, but dash. Artemis cut her off. Okay, we'll look for Hephaestus, and we'll bring reinforcements. Bell nodded. Got it. The boy took a deep breath, drawing Minotan and the Hestia knife, before dashing up the stairs. Load. Heracles. Bell dashed past the flaming remains of the church hall, and he immediately spotted the group of men around him. The boy spotted a blonde elf waving his arm in a commanding manner. Get him, but leave the goddesses. That was all Bell heard before the blasts of flames shot out at him from mages around the elf. Bell gritted his teeth as he dodged the blasts, before launching himself at the mages. With little effort, the boy sent all of them sprawling to the ground unconscious, before turning to see a couple of Apollo Familia members charging at him with swords and maces. Bell took a breath. Load. Ashiwakamara. Replacing Heracles with the Japanese heroic spirit, Yusamidori appeared in his hands as he easily disarmed the men with the sword, before striking them to the ground. The boy glanced around as more of the Apollo Familia members appeared around him, and he frowned. He needed them to leave the area for Artemis and Hestia to leave safely. So Bell did the next best thing. He leaped into the air. Overload. David. Amelia. Set. Havishavanim. The power of the 5 stones swirled around his figure as he floated in the air, while the golden eater appeared in his hands. His eyes darting around as he shot up into the skies, Bell noted a dozen people around him. Trace on. A dozen swords appeared around him, and Bell wasted not a second to send them shooting at the men, sending all of them crashing into the ground. The boy used the power of the 5 stones to propel him forward, and tearing the attention of the men around him in the process. Once Bell made sure everyone around him was focused on him, he continued forward. But soon, the boy found himself before another group of Apollo Familia members, this time headed by Daphne and Cassandra. The men behind him stopped as Bell slowed down to a halt before the second group. Daphne spoke. So you can fly? The boy furrowed his brows, and what of it? The redhead sighed. Look, for your own sake, You should give up. Once Apollo-sama sets his sights on someone, he won't stop until he gets them. Belle snorted, really now? Daphne nodded. He'll chase you from town to town, country to country. He won't stop until you give in. The boy furrowed his brows, speaking from experience. The redhead nodded. Yes, that's how it was for me and Cassandra. Daphne sighed. Look, I don't want to hurt someone who's going to join us soon. So, please, for your own sake, just give up. Belle did a quick head count. Do you think you can make me surrender just with 20 people? The redhead frowned. What? The boy raised his right hand. Trace. On. Countless swords appeared above them, and they shot out at the Apollo Familia members, forcing them to dodge and back away lest they get skewered. Belle pushed forward. If you think you can take me on, then come get me. The boy shot past Daphne and Cassandra, both managing to dodge the swords and stay on the roof. The redhead scowled after him. Cassandra got to her feet. Daphne-chan, I think we shouldn't. Daphne furrowed her brows as she looked at her friend. What? Did you see another one of those prophecies or dreams? The blue-haired girl nodded. If we continue, the white rabbit will become a monster, and it won't end well. The redhead sighed. Look, he's got the power, but there's so much one person can do. Come on, we should follow the others. As Belle shot through Oreo, news of the attack spread around like wildfire. Evidently, it also reached the Twilight Manor of the Loki Familia. Finn frowned as he heard the report from Raoul, and it just so happened everyone in the main party was in the dining room. Tiona stood up. We have to go help him. Lafia nodded. Definitely. The captain spoke up. Wait. The younger of the Ryuu sisters frowned. What? Why? Finn looked at Loki. What do you want us to do? The red-haired goddess grunted in frustration. Way to push it on me, huh? The prom nodded. I want to help him, of course. But this isn't like in the dungeon. To the public, we have been neutral all this time. If we help, we will be seen as siding with the Hestia Familia. Loki grumbled. Oh, whatever. Go help him. I'll take full responsibility. I did make a promise after all. Finn chuckled. Thank you. He looked at the people in the room. All right, I won't force you to help him if you don't want to. But whoever wants to help Cranel against the Apollo Familia, follow me. Riveria sighed. Fine. Gareth chuckled as he stood up, while Ace simply nodded as she followed them. Tione beamed. All right, let's go get our weapons and help him. Tione sighed as she watched her sister rush out to get her weapons, before looking at Bet. Are you sitting this out? The werewolf scoffed. Fuck off. The stupid rabbit'll be fine. The older of the twin Amazons raised an eyebrow. You seem to be pretty confident in him. Bet scowled. Fuck you. He's stronger, that's all there is. Tione frowned. Is that so? Finn spoke up. Enough. All of us here will be enough. You can sit this one out if you want to bet. The werewolf scoffed. Yeah, count me out. The prom nodded. Good, then let us get going. We have no idea how long Cranel will last. With that said, the group left the manor, and Loki frowned, before leaving the home herself. At the same time, Freya sat in her room, a displeased expression on her face as she watched Belle fly through Oreo with more of Apollo's children after him, to think he'd ignore my warning just like that. She stood up. Otter? The captain responded as he always would. Yes. Freya turned. We're heading out. Apollo will wish he didn't cross me. Hestia or my dear Belle? Otter nodded. Shall I gather the others? The goddess shook her head. No, just you will be enough, and I don't want to involve more of our familia than necessary. Besides, I have something else in mind. We'll have to find Hestia for that. The Boaz nodded. Understood. The pair reached the elevator, and Freya spoke. I believe Belle's keeping their attention on him, so that means Artemis and Hestia should be going somewhere safe. Otter nodded. I shall find them. The goddess of beauty nodded. See that you do, and take care of any of Apollo's child you see. With that said, the king left the room, and Freya was about to leave the tower too, until she spoke again. Horn. A young girl with long silver hair walked into the room, and despite having Syr's face, no one would have recognized her with her hair and cold expression. Horn asked, Yes, Freya-sama? The goddess looked at her double. I'll have to apologize to Hestia and Belle for this, but go gather the gods, bring them to hide outside of the Apollo Familia home. Being one to share the memories of her goddess, Horn asked, Are you sure it is wise? Freya paused, as a complicated expression appeared on her face. I suppose not, but it has to be done. She looked at her attendant. I'll override our contract and your magic with my arcanum just this once. For the next 3 hours, we will both bear the same face and body at the same time. Horn lowered her head. Understood. Line break. Back with Belle, the boy shot through the air, with Daphne, Cassandra, and other members of the Apollo Familia behind him. However, with the power of David's noble phantasm, the distance between was growing larger and larger, until Belle was forced to swerve to his side to dodge a few arrows, followed by a windblade. The white rabbit frowned as he repositioned himself, spotting a few more men around him. But what caught his attention was the fact that none of these men wore the Apollo Familia uniform. They wore normal shirts and adventurer pants, and one thing he quickly noticed was the sigil on their shirts. A sigil he had become familiar with thanks to Ina's information gathering when he first met Lily. Belle's eyes narrowed, and he spoke, Overload, Sakata Kentoki. Releasing the power of David, the boy took on the power of the Japanese hero instead, as the golden eater appeared in his hands. Set. Golden spark. Shooting up in a burst of speed granted by Havish Avanim, Bell came down crashing with the axe, immediately sending all of the Soma Familia members flying with the strike of lightning. The boy took a deep breath as he released the power of Sakata Kentoki, but before he could go any further, the glint of metal caught his attention, and he quickly drew the Hestia knife just in time to block a slash. Bell quickly took to the skies once more, the 5 stones circling around his body as he took a clear look at his new opponent. Hyacinthos glared at him from the roof. To think you'd make it this far. I must say I underestimated you. The boy met the glare with a firm gaze. Hyacinthos. Is this about the bar? If looks could kill, Bell probably would have been dead already, as Hyacinthos glared at the boy with such intensity that it would have burned the boy alive. The bar? This isn't just about the bar. The man seethed. Heir to the throne of heroes? Don't make me laugh. I have no idea why Apollo-sama is fixated on you. The beautiful man brandished his sword. He may want you in our familia now, but I wonder what he'll say when he sees you without half of your limbs. Bell sheathed his knife. You'll never find out. Hyacinthos just glared in response, before dashing forward with a slash. Load. Ushiwakamaru. Yusamidori appeared in his hands, as Bell parried the swing, before striking back quickly. The two traded slashes over and over again, but the level 3 quickly found himself struggling to keep up. Hyacinthos was confused. What is going on? Why am I struggling so much? He backed away, barely in time to dodge a slash aimed for his head, or at least, he thought he did. Until he felt his cheek grow numb, and Hyacinthos touched it, only to his gloved finger stained with blood. Hyacinthos' eyes widened as he realized what had happened, and he glowered, You dare scar my face? But before he could continue, Bell kicked him in the head, sending him crashing into another rooftop. The level 3 quickly regained his bearings, but Bell was upon him almost immediately, and Hyacinthos found himself being pushed back more and more. The captain of the Apollo Familia growled, his eyes darting around to where his other Familia members would have been. What are you waiting for? Hit him. 6 more men leaped out from below, and Bell gripped the hilt of the blade tightly, the feeling of anger seeping through. First you bother us in the bar, then you destroy our home and attack us. Bell did a quick head count, and he released one hand holding his sword. Overload. Terra no Kajikyo. The sudden burst of power blew them all away, as the dark aura surged around the boy once more. But unlike before, Bell was fully in control, as the power of Ushiwakamaru grew into the power of Minamoto no Yoshitsune. Azumaru appeared in his free hand, and the boy blurred. Set. Shana Rai Uridan. Shoke. Jazatengon. Rikudo Kampa. The enemies around him suddenly found themselves around Bell in different locations, but the sudden relocation had left them confused. That small lapse gave Bell the chance he needed, and in an instant, he took all of them down, leaving Hyacinthos alone. The captain could only watch, dumbfounded with how easily Bell had dispatched his Familia members. Bell glared at him, the purple aura dancing around him dangerously. You should have just left us alone. Now this is on you. As the boy overwhelmed the man, the members of the Loki Familia had just taken down their fair share of Apollo and Soma Familia members, and now they were watching Bell and Hyacinthos. Lafia watched with horrified awe. Is that Bell? Finn watched as the boy was clad in the dark aura, easily dominating the fight against Hyacinthos. It would seem so. Reveria hummed, that aura. Gareth nodded. It reminds you of the Avenger skill, doesn't it? The elf nodded. It does. The Prum looked around, noting the many members of the Apollo and Soma Familius on the roof. I guess Bet was right. We were worried for no reason. Tione asked, shouldn't we stop them? Tiona responded, huh? Why? It's fun watching Argonaut Cohen trash that asshole around. Ace simply kept silent as she studied how Bell was fighting Hyacinthos, and Lafia asked worriedly, but he's still alone. Shouldn't we help? Finn studied the look on A's face, and he shook his head. We'll leave it. If he does get in trouble, we can help, but I want to watch how he handles the situation. The Prum's lips thinned as he watched the fight. Show me how a true hero should be, Bell Cranel. Unbeknownst to the members of the Loki Familia, Otter was also watching the fight from a distance, and the Boaz couldn't help but find himself approving the display. Bell was doing exactly what they had discussed, after all, and that was all that mattered. Line break. Meanwhile, Hestia and Artemis made their way through the buildings of Oreo towards the guild. At least, that was the plan, until they found Freya before them. Hestia blinked. Freya? The goddess of beauty smiled. Hestia, Artemis, I'm glad the two of you are fine. Artemis furrowed her brows. What are you doing here? Freya's smile dropped. Apollo ignored my warning, so I'm here to make sure he understands what he has brought upon himself. The goddess of the moon frowned. Do you plan to kill him? The goddess of beauty snorted. Kill him? No, far from him. We'll simply take everything from him. That confused to the two virgin goddesses as Hestia asked, what do you mean? Freya smiled. Simple. Hestia, we'll give him what he wants. I want you to accept the war game. Hestia blinked. What? Why? Artemis furrowed her brows. It'll only be Bell against 100 people. It won't be a good idea. Freya giggled. You give him too little credit. Even as we speak, Bell has taken down most, if not all of his enemies, alone. The goddess of beauty laughed. I think Apollo will find himself in for a huge surprise, and besides, we won't have Bell fighting alone. The two virgin goddesses shared a look, before Hestia nodded. Fine. I'll trust you, Freya. Freya smiled widely. Excellent. Let us get going then. Artemis blinked. Going? Where? The goddess of beauty's smile turned dark. Why, the home of the Apollo Familia, of course. Meanwhile, Welf and Lily were running through the streets with Uka, Makoto, and Chigusa. The captain of the Takamikazuchi Familia asked as they ran, "Where do you think he is?" Welf grunted as they ran, passing by countless unconscious bodies. No idea. Last I heard they were moving southwest. Makoto frowned. I see. Let's pray that Beldano is safe. A short moment later, Hestia, Artemis, and Freya were before a large mansion. The gates opened as the door to the main mansion opened up, revealing Apollo with a few of his children with him. The sun god spoke. Well, if it isn't Freya, Hestia, and my baby sister, Artemis. What can I do for you? Hestia glared at him. Don't play dumb. You attacked my home. Artemis frowned with her arms folded, but decided to stay silent. Freya, on the other hand, simply smiled, but the furious look in her eyes spoke otherwise. Apollo chuckled. Now just what are you talking about? The goddess of beauty chuckled as they walked through the gates. Is that how you plan to play this? That is not good, Apollo. The god of the sun raised an eyebrow. I honestly have no idea what you were talking about, Freya. Freya hummed. Really now? So you're feigning ignorance after ignoring my warning? After you attacked my dear friend Hestia and her cute little rabbit? She smiled darkly. You've gotten confident. I see. Apollo folded his arms. I really have no idea what you're talking about. You claim I attacked your home, Hestia. But I have not done such a crime. Rather, you still have to pay for hurting my dear Luan. Hestia fumed, and Freya chuckled. So you mean to say you didn't have your children attack my dear Belle at his home in broad daylight? The sun god nodded. That would be correct. Freya nodded. Very well. Then that brings us to the next matter, Hestia. The goddess of the hearth blinked when Freya took off her white glove and gave it to her, and she quickly understood. Taking the glove, Hestia threw it hard at Apollo's face, the glove hitting him in the face. Apollo. I accept your challenge to a war game. The god blinked in surprise, and a small giddy smile grew on his face, but before he could speak, a loud boom caught their attention. As if on cue, something came crashing down next to Apollo, and the four gods recognized the figure once the dust cleared up, revealing Hyacinthos all beaten up and bleeding all over. Another figure landed behind the three goddesses, and they quickly spotted Belle, holding Azumaru and Yusamidori in his hands. Freya smiled. What wonderful timing, Belle. Apollo's eyes widened when he saw the state Hyacinthos was in. Hyacinthos? What? What did you do? Belle blinked when he saw the three goddesses, and only now did he realize Apollo was also present. Freya-sama. Wait, where are we? Despite the circumstances, Artemis smiled in amusement. We're in the Apollo Familia home, Belle. The boy looked around as he released his hold on the powers of Terra no Kajikyo and Minamoto no Yoshitsun, the Apollo Familia home. Freya chuckled. Yes, quite. She took a deep breath and spoke out loudly. Now that both deities have agreed, the war game is official, just so we are clear. Freya looked at Apollo in the eye. You got what you want, Apollo. I hope you are ready. Belle gaped. Wait, a war game? A war game. Yes. This will be fun. We'll need to tell the guild. We'll need an emergency donatus too. Belle, Hestia, and Artemis looked around in surprise, and only then did they notice the large amount of gods outside of the Apollo Familia home. Artemis glared at Apollo. Did you plan this too? The sun god looked genuinely confused. I don't understand. Freya held back a smile, and she spoke again. Now that a war game is in place, you will have to decide the terms for the games in the presence of the other gods, fairly. The goddess of beauty glanced at Hestia and Belle, and she spoke softly. Sorry about this, but I'll explain later, okay? Hestia furrowed her brows. Okay. The goddess of the hearth spoke out again. We'll discuss the specifics of the war game later, including my terms for victory. Apollo, despite confused by the turn of events, quickly remembered his chance to obtain Belle for himself, and smiled giddily. Of course, I'll send you the details for the meeting later. Freya nodded. Very good. Then we have nothing else to do here. She glanced at Hyacinthos, and make sure you take care of your trash, Apollo. It does not reflect well on your familia. With that said, the four left the mansion, walking through the cheering crowd of gods. Author note. Done. That's it for this chapter. The next chapter will see us looking to get Welf and Lily into the Hestia Familia. We'll also have the donatus for the war game. So yeah, read and review please. Until next time. Chapter 21. Author note. Hey, I'm back with a new chapter. So if anyone plays Genshin, bloody hell the Archon quest was like WTF, but on the bright side I got both Novelette and Farina. Narver G, if that was what you meant, then I hope my version of Syr/Freya meets your expectations. But yes, for now Freya is trying to keep Syr and her goddess self separate, and she definitely enjoys being Syr more. The quotable Patella, Imo Loki and Freya were more focused on their own entertainment and canon. Here both take things more seriously. Loki is more focused on, well, life and shit, and Freya is more serious about helping Belle. And I'm glad my version of Freya gives you that impression. That was the point I was trying to make. Sodkali 727. Nobu is one I'm still considering how to bring in, to be honest. I have at least one servant planned for most of the arcs at the moment, including the Moss Huge, Aphispina, and the Juggernaut. Anime Fan 13579. Now Bell can definitely take them, but he is still only one person. As for 9 lives, you were right, so eventually Bell will be able to imitate it, eventually. Crimson Division, no spoilers mate, you'll have to wait and read. Useless man, you'll have to read on I guess ahahaha. Cody White 162, yep Bell messed up Apollo's captain. I'm glad some of you find the way I'm writing Freya to be good. Syr/Freya has always been one of my favorite characters in DanMachi, right after Ryuu. Muhammad Ibrahim Faisal, thanks dude. The last Kenpachi, see you Chulin is someone I want to bring in, but the situation calls for heroic spirits that are more suited, considering how I plan to go with the war game. So that will have to wait. So yeah, here's the newest chapter, enjoy. XXXXXX. A short while later, the group of 3 goddesses and 1 boy reached the now destroyed church. Hestia let out a sigh, there goes our home. Freya looked around, noting that almost everything was in flames, and she spoke. Sorry for what happened, Hestia. The goddess of the hearth shook her head. No, it's fine. What's done is done. Artemis looked at Belle. Are you okay, Belle? The white-haired rabbit nodded. I'm fine, you're not hurt. Are you? The goddess of the moon smiled. No, none of us are hurt, actually. Belle nodded. That's good. Belle. Belle-sama/Dano. The 4 turned to see Wealth, Lily, and Mikoto running towards them, and Belle blinked. Wealth, Lily, and Mikoto? The redhead sighed in relief. We finally caught up to you. Lily looked over the boy. Are you all right? Belle nodded. Why yes, I'm fine. Mikoto furrowed her brows. We heard that the Apollo Familia attacked you, so we wanted to help. But well... Freya's lips curved upwards. There wasn't much you could do to help. Is that right? The swordswoman blinked in surprise when she saw the goddess, and she stuttered. Why yes. Wealth did his best to ignore Freya and instead focused on Belle. And what's this about a war game? Lily nodded in agreement. We saw a bunch of gods cheering about a war game between the Apollo Familia and the Hestia Familia. Belle nodded. Yeah, I'll be fighting against the Apollo Familia in a war game. Mikoto's eyes widened. What? But you're only one person. Freya chuckled. Oh, don't you worry. See, Belle has already bested most of the Apollo Familia on his own, and he's bested even the captain of that Familia. Lily furrowed her brows, but still. The goddess of beauty smiled. If you're still worried, then how about you just join him? That will certainly even the odds, if only a little bit. Freya looked at Wealth and Lily in the eye. No. The 2 didn't meet her eyes, and the goddess lips thinned. I see. Artemis spoke up. Freya, it is not that simple. Freya looked at the goddess of the hunt. And why not? The blue-haired goddess furrowed her brows, but before she could answer, Belle spoke up instead. It's okay. I can handle this. The 2 goddesses looked at him, and Freya sighed. Fine, if that's what you want to do. Hestia looked at Belle. So, what do we do now? We don't really have a place to stay, and I'm not really sure if Apollo's brats will stay away. Freya smiled. That can be easily rectified by yours truly. You know that, right? The goddess of the hearth rubbed her temples. I was afraid you'd say that. But I don't want to trouble you any more than I have, Freya. The goddess of beauty laughed softly. It is no trouble, I can assure you. Besides, I'm happy to be able to help my dear Belle, you know? Belle tried his best not to show his surprise, same for Wealth, Lily, and Mikoto, but the goddesses paid them no heed. Until Belle remembered something. Actually, I think we might have a place. The 3 goddesses and his 3 friends looked at him, and the boy looked at the church. But first, I think we should see if there's anything we can salvage from the basement. Line break. A short while later, at the hostess of fertility, Belle stood in front of Mia, with Hestia and Artemis behind him. Once Freya had heard where he planned to go, the goddess had excused herself, saying she'll need to head back to prepare for the Donatus that would inevitably come later. Wealth and Mikoto had also left to report back to their gods, while Lily went back to one of her safe houses. That left Belle and the 2 goddesses to go to the bar. The dwarf rubbed her temples. That is quite the situation you've gotten yourself into, brat. Mia looked at Hestia and Artemis, and she sighed again. Fine. They can stay in your room for the time being, but this better not be something that'll go on indefinitely. Belle nodded. Of course, I'll find a place after we're done with the war game. The dwarf nodded, and they better not interfere with my business. The boy nodded. Thank you, Mamma Mia. Mia just waved it off. Now get them upstairs. Belle nodded, and he turned to Hestia and Artemis. Follow me. The 2 goddesses nodded and followed him upstairs until they reached his room. Belle walked in. We'll have to stay here for the time being. It's a bit cramped, but it's better than nothing. Hestia asked suspiciously as they walked in. Why do you have a room here? The boy made an uncomfortable face. You know that thing I've been running off to do in the evenings? Artemis raised an eyebrow. Are you saying you've been coming here all those nights? Belle nodded. Yes, that's right. The 2 goddesses made faces of disgust, and Hestia glared at him. So all this time you've been fooling around here with those waitresses? The boy blinked in confusion. Aha. Artemis sighed as she shook her head in disappointment. I thought you'd be different, but I guess men will always be men. Belle felt like he had been wronged. Wait. What are you talking about? I've just been working part-time here. Hestia gaped, before she backed away in disgust and horrid. Why you? Part-time? The goddess of the moon looked away as she sighed in disappointment. I don't even have any words to express how disappointed I am in you. Bell gaped. W8. Why? Artemis backed out of the room in disgust, and to think you wanted us to stay in that room. Disgusting. The boy was even more confused, and for some reason, he felt a weird feeling on his back, as if the heroic spirits he'd contracted were laughing at him. I apologize if I was eavesdropping, but I believe there is some sort of misunderstanding. The three turned to see Ryuu in the corridor, and Hestia glared at her. You, elf? You're the one who stole my Belle's innocence. The elf blinked. The goddess of hearth cried, you slut. You took away his purity. Because of you my Belle will never be the same again. Rhea blinked again in genuine confusion. I have no idea what you're talking about. Tears threatened to fall from Hestia's eyes. You two have been meeting every morning and night. You must have been Dash. Must have been having an affair. The elf blinked, before her ears grew hot when she processed the goddess' words. An affair? Rhea's face grew red when her mind went wild at Hestia's suggestive words. The goddess exploded. See? You're not even denying it. Belle panicked. Hestia-sama. What are you talking about? I'm not having an affair with Ryu-san. Hestia turned to him. Then what else can it be? The boy cried. I've only been training with her in the morning. And I've been working here part-time as a waitress in exchange. That's all. The two goddesses paused, and Rhea managed to calm down from her fantasies, and Artemis noticed the wig on the nightstand, along with the waitress uniform that hung next to it. The goddess of the moon walked in and took the wig from the nightstand. So, you mean to say you've been cross-dressing as a waitress in the evenings? Belle nodded quickly. Yes. I mean no. Not anymore, considering Deion's powers let me transform into a female. But yes. I meant working as a waitress when I said part-time. The boy quickly chanted, Load, Deion. Quickly transforming into his female form, Bella cried out again. See? Artemis paused, before she took a deep breath, unsure if she should laugh or not. I see. Hestia, on the other hand, was more relieved than anything. So you're not doing naughty things with this elf? Or any of the other waitresses here? Bella cried. No. A part of Rhea felt disappointed for some reason, but her face quickly flushed when she realized her thoughts, and she forced herself to calm down as much as she could. The goddess of the hearth let out a deep sigh in relief. Good. That's good. The boy turned girl's side. By the gods. What the hell? If you're done screaming your lungs out upstairs, get your ass down here, brat. You got work to do. Mia's voice reached their ears, and Bella jumped. Why yes, ma'am. The dwarf yelled again. And you to you stupid ELF. Rhea jumped and she quickly went downstairs without a word, leaving Bella to get changed before rushing down as well. The two goddesses stayed in the corridor for a good 5 minutes, not sure what to make of what had just happened. Until Artemis spoke again. At least Belle looks cute as a girl in a waitress uniform. Hestia couldn't find it in herself to disagree. He does. A short while later, Bella was downstairs helping serve customers, and soon, the afternoon sitting for the restaurant was over. As they cleaned up, Chloe grinned. I heard everything earlier, Naya. Bella blinked in confusion. I'm sorry. The taller cat girl cackled. What was it? An affair with Rhea Naya. The white-haired girl's face flushed. W8? Everyone heard us? Anya laughed. It's hard not to when you're not exactly being quiet about it, Naya. Said elf was at the far end of the restaurant, not looking at them as she kept sweeping the floors. Bella covered her face with her hands. Damn it, Hestia-sama. Lunwar giggled as she walked past with a stack of dirty plates. Deal with it. Chloe stifled a laugh before she asked, but seriously, Naya, are you okay, Naya? The white-haired girl blinked. I guess. The former assassin furrowed her brows. You did have to fight half, if not more of the Apollo familia, Naya. Bella nodded. I'm fine. And I'll be fighting in a war game against them soon. So, what do you plan to do? The three turned to see Mia at the counter, and Bella shrugged. No idea yet. I don't even know the type of war game it'll be. The dwarf hummed. If you get a representative style match, I'd say you're guaranteed to win. The white-haired girl nodded. But if it's an all-out familia war, I'll be up against all of the members of the Apollo familia. Mia nodded. Exactly. Bella wiped the table. But I sort of had a discussion with Otter-san before, and I'll probably use a bombardment if that were to be the case. The dwarf raised an eyebrow. Otter, you say? The white-haired girl nodded. Yes. Well, some stuff happened, and I ended up with Otter-san in a cafe. Mia hummed. I see. The owner of the bar wiped her part of the counter. But Bella, whatever happens, know that you'll have a place here. Chloe's eyes snapped open. Oh. If Belle Naya loses, you can just stay here for the rest of Naya life. Like the rest of us, Naya. Anya laughed as she rearranged the seats. That'd make our team complete, Naya. Bella chuckled as she helped the cat girl with arranging the chairs. I don't mind that idea, but let's hope that doesn't come to pass. The white-haired girl then asked. Speaking of which, I don't see Syr around. Mia spoke up. She's coming in later. She has some stuff to take care of. Bella nodded. Oh, okay. As they continued working, Rhea kept to herself as she worked in silence, partially because she didn't want to face Bella after what happened, but also because of the war game between Belle and the Apollo familia. Line break. The next day, all of the gods were in the Tower of Babel in a meeting. Apollo folded his arms as he sat at a table at the center of the meeting room. I want to make it clear, when I win, I'll be taking Cranel into my familia. Hestia nodded, and if we win? The sun god smirked. Anything you want, we will agree to them. Apollo glanced at the god recording the conversation. Make sure you write that down. Yeah? The goddess of the hearth asked, then let us move on. How will we settle the game? The god of poetry smirked. What do you propose? Hestia hummed. I only have Belkuin on my side, so I propose sending out a representative from each side in a one-on-one match. Apollo snorted. Of course you would suggest that, but that's simply because you're too lazy to expand your familia. He looked at the audience. How about we hear what everyone else has to say? Really now? When Hestia suggests a type that doesn't suit you, you push it to us. You're quite the sly fox, Apollo. The god scowled when Freya spoke up. I am simply being fair. Do not push your narrow-minded way of thinking on me, Freya. The goddess of love chuckled. Oh, narrow-minded, am I? Or is it because our dear Belle has already taken out a majority of your familia? Is that why you're scared? Apollo growled. Scared? Me. Yes, you're scared. Everyone turned to see Artemis sitting next to Freya, and the goddess of the hunt stared at her brother coldly. If you claim to want this to be a fair game, then what do you propose, Apollo? The sun god fell silent, not knowing how to respond, until he spoke up. I propose we draw lots. We will have a selection of every type of war game possible, and we will have someone draw it. How's that for fair? Artemis just palmed her face, unable to believe that her brother really just said those words. Hestia sighed. Fine, we can draw lots. Apollo's grin widened. Excellent. Soon, they compiled a collection of every type of war game known to Oreo, and they ended up having Hermes to pick. The god of messengers sighed as he stood between the two gods. Why me? Apollo looked at him confidently. You are neutral. I trust that anything you choose will be fair. Hestia nodded. For once, I agree with him. Hermes sighed, doing his best to ignore the stare Freya was giving him. All right, here goes. The god of thieves reached down and ruffled the bunch of paper a few times, before grabbing one out. All of the gods watched with anticipation as Hermes opened the paper to read, and his face turned blank. Apollo asked impatiently, well? Hermes turned the piece of paper around. It's an all-out familia deathmatch. Hestia gaped, while Apollo laughed as if victory was already his. The sun god smirked. Wonderful. We shall settle this in an all-out battle between every member of our respective familias. I hope you're ready to hand over my new child, Hestia. The goddess of the hearth scowled. Don't get ahead of yourself. Apollo cackled. Obviously, with the war game being a deathmatch, we will have it take place in one of ruins outside of Oreo. Both sides will have their own base, and the conditions for victory will be defeating every member of the opposing familia. Hestia just frowned as the god of poetry laughed, until Hermes spoke up. Excuse me, I'd hate to interrupt. Apollo asked, what is it, Hermes? The god of messengers smiled nervously at the glare Artemis and Freya were giving him. I know Belkuin's the heir to the throne of heroes, but the numbers aren't really fair, so can we like? I don't know, let him have some help. The sun god snapped his head at Hermes. Help? Do you hear yourself, Hermes? If we allow him to have help, the sacred rules of the war games will be tarnished. Freya smirked as she spoke up once more. So you were scared. Apollo glared at her. What? I am not. Artemis cut him off, then let Hestia have her helpers. The sun god glared at them. And why are you siding with them, Artemis? The moon glared at her brother. You had your children attack us while we were in that church. I have no reason to support you on this matter. Apollo gaped. But I didn't. It was all Hyakintho's doing. Hestia scowled. Are you pushing it on your captain now, Apollo? That's a new low, even for you. The sun god glared at her. But before they could continue, Hermes spoke nervously. I'd hate to butt in, but back to the war game? The sun god glanced around, and every god looked on with anticipation, and he sighed in resignation. Fine, she can get some help. But before anyone could speak up, an idea popped into his head, and he spoke up loudly once more. But only one person, and it has to be from a familia outside of Orario. Apollo grinned as if he had just won. I will not accept it if these conditions are not met. Freya chuckled. I have no objections with that, so it just comes down to what Hestia thinks. Artemis, on the other hand, simply palmed her face in disbelief that the sun god would be so petty and persistent. The goddess of the hearth sighed. Fine, I'll accept those conditions. Apollo huffed. Good, now we decide a date. Considering half of my familia members are out of commission, I propose we have the war game in a week's time. Hestia nodded. You will have no objections from me on that end. The sun god nodded. Excellent, then that concludes our business here. Apollo turned away and left with an excited grin on his face. Now if you'll excuse me. Soon, most of the gods left the meeting room, and that left Loki, Hestia, Artemis, Freya, Hephaestus, Mayak, Takamikazuchi, and Hermes in the room. Hephaestus sighed. Now that went well. Artemis snorted humorlessly. You think? Hestia chuckled. It did, actually. Mayak looked at her, but Belle still will only be fighting with one helper. The busted goddess grinned. Fortunately, there is literally only one person I know who fits the description Apollo laid out for us, and I believe she is a level 4. Freya smiled knowingly. That will work, I suppose. Hermes hummed. I see, so we'll have to ask her. Hestia looked at him. Can I leave that to you, Hermes? The god of messengers sighed. All right, I'll do it. I do feel bad for drawing the type of game this time. Hermes turned to leave the room. I'll let you know how it goes. As the god of messengers left, Loki spoke up. Hestia. The goddess of the hearth looked at the redhead. What? The goddess of mischief folded her arms. Look, I promised I'd stand behind your brat, so I think it's time I keep my promise too. Hestia blinked. Oh, sure. What do you have in mind? Loki grinned. Simple. We'll get my ace team to train your brat. The other gods all blinked, and Hestia blinked again. Wait, so you're saying you want to have your top members train my Belkuin? The god of mischief nodded. Exactly. Freya laughed. That sounds like a great idea. I'll have Otter join in to help as well. Takumi Kazuchi hummed. A week. Regardless of how little time you have, I think training with the strongest adventurers in Oreo will be of great help. Loki grinned. Then it's settled. Just this once, I'll let him use my Familia home to train. We have a training ground for that, after all. Hestia nodded. Thank you, Loki. The goddess of mischief smirked. Hey, you still owe me one from last time, so we'll just add it to the tally. Freya hummed. Now, I believe that's all for me. Let me know when you want me to send Otter over, Hestia. Hestia nodded. Sure. Thanks, Freya. The goddess of beauty smiled and left for her own quarters, leaving the rest in the meeting room. Loki spoke up again. Send your rabbit over any time you want. I'll let my kids know to expect him. Hestia nodded. Of course. With that said, she too left the room, and Artemis asked, So, shall we head back? Hestia nodded. Yeah, I'll have to let Belle know to go to Loki's place. Takumi Kazuchi shared a look with Mike. They too would need to find a way to help Hestia and her only child. Line break. Meanwhile, Makoto, Welf, and Lily were in a cafe. They had just finished diving into the dungeon, only going to the upper floors this time. Belle had gone back to the hostess, and that left the three together. Welf stared at his cup of coffee. What do y'all think about what Freya-sama said? Makoto blinked. I beg your pardon? The blacksmith furrowed his brows. She said we could just join Belle's Familia. That way we can help him. The swordswoman frowned. It's not that simple. Lily shook her head. Not for me. I was already planning to go see Soma-sama later tonight. Welf nodded. I see. Then I'll ask Hephaestus-sama later too. Makoto looked at her cup. You two are serious, aren't you? The blacksmith nodded. Of course. Look, I know we probably won't be much help for Belle, but at the very least we can lessen the burden on him. Lily nodded. Belle-sama is strong, way stronger than any of us here, but there is something we can do. Makoto took a deep breath. I'll have to think about it. The other two nodded, and the prum in disguise spoke again. I'll have to ask Hestia-sama what she thinks, of course. Then we can decide what to do. The two nodded, and Welf added, let me know if you need help. Makoto nodded in agreement. Me too. Lily smiled. Thanks, depending on how it goes, I might have to take you up on that offer. Later that night, after letting Hestia know about her intentions, Lily was sneaking back into the Soma Familia home. The prum was careful to not let anyone see her, which wasn't that hard considering half of them had been beaten up by Belle, the Loki Familia or Otter. Xanis was fortunately one of them, and as far as Lily could gather, he was currently bedridden. That led to Lily standing before Soma in his room, still in the same place going through the same motions of brewing wine. The prum took off her disguise, Soma-sama. The god didn't respond, but the brief pause in his movements told Lily she had his attention. Lily spoke. I have a request. Will you listen to it? Soma spared her a glance. Speak. The prum lowered her head. I wish to leave this Familia. The god paused. You wish to leave this Familia? Lily nodded. Yes. Soma looked at her. Tell me, why do you want to leave? The girl looked down. I want to join the Hestia Familia. I want to help Belle-sama. The god studied her face, finding no lies in her words, and he spoke. You will no longer be able to drink the wine. Lily snapped her head at him. That doesn't matter to me. Please, let me leave this Familia. Soma didn't respond until he reached down and grabbed a glass, filling it with wine. He placed it on the table. Drink this, and tell me what you want again. If it is the same, then I shall grant your wish. Lily took a deep breath, the smell of the wine filling her nostrils, and she almost felt dizzy just from that. She grabbed a hold of the cup. I understand. Lily looked at the cup before she downed the cup in one go, dropping it almost immediately after she finished it. Everything turned blurry, and Lily lost track of all of her thoughts. She needed more wine. It was just so good, she could never have enough. As Lily fell to her knees, Soma sighed with disappointment, and he simply returned to brewing his wine. A good few minutes passed, and the god was about to ask for someone to bring Lily away, until he heard her speak up. Please. Let me. Leave. Familia. The god's eyes widened slightly as he turned to look at Lily, the prum on her knees, and despite the drunken expression on her face, Soma could see how determined she was. Soma's eyes softened. Very well. He turned and grabbed a potion off his shelf, uncorking it before he helped Lily down it in one go. Almost immediately, the girl's eyes cleared up, and she blinked. What? Soma stood up. That was a potion I had DN sect make for me, to clear up the effects of alcohol quickly. Lily just stared at him, dumbfounded. Oh. The god of alcohol gestured to a chair near his desk. Sit. I will release your blessing. The prum nodded as she sat on the chair, taking off her shirt as Soma pricked his finger with a pin. In the next moments, Lily felt the blessing from Soma leave her, and she turned to him after putting on her shirt. Thank you. Soma just turned away, going back to his winemaking. Without another word, Lily left the familia home, and as she did, Soma stared at her shrinking figure from his balcony before he returned to brewing his wine once more. Line break. Earlier that afternoon, Welf stood in Hephaestus' office. The goddess of the forge closed her eyes, processing the words her favorite child had just spoken. Are you serious, Welf? The redhead nodded. I am. Hephaestus frowned. And did you think I would simply allow that? I have nothing against Hestia, but not anyone can just join my familia and leave. Welf grinned in return. The goddess I admire and love would be disappointed in me if I didn't. The goddess cursed her favorite child for knowing exactly what to say. Do you not want a forged sword stronger than magic swords? The younger blacksmith nodded. Of course I do. But as long as I have a forge, a hammer, and my passion, I can forge a good blade anywhere. You taught me that. Hephaestus rubbed her temples. All right. I'll ask you one last time. Are you sure you want to leave this familia? Welf met her gaze. For my friend. For the young hero who acknowledged not my ability to forge magic swords, but for my ability as a normal blacksmith. Even if I cannot help him as much, if I can lessen his burden for even just a bit, yes, I am willing to leave this familia. The goddess let out a deep breath. Okay. Fine. You can go to Hestia's familia. The redhead lowered his head. Thank you, my goddess. Hephaestus sighed. But before we let you go, there's one more thing I want to talk about. Welf blinked. There is. The goddess nodded. I was planning to wait until you grew a bit more, but I guess now'd be a good time too. The man looked confused, but simply waited as Hephaestus reached down into her drawer and pulled out a magic sword. But it wasn't just any magic sword. It was one of the first few magic swords Welf had forged when he first entered the Hephaestus familia. Welf blinked. Wait, that's... The goddess nodded. One of the first magic swords you presented to me when you first joined us. The blacksmith gaped. You kept it? Hephaestus chuckled. Of course, it is a good sword. It is rough in some ways, but a good weapon nonetheless. Her smile dropped. Welf, I know you've hated magic swords for a long time. But have you considered that it can be help save the lives of other adventurers? Hell, it'd be a great boon to your ability to fight in the dungeon. Welf didn't meet her gaze. You know how I feel about them. Hephaestus nodded. I do, but tell me honestly, how much of that is because of your pride? The redhead's eyes widened. My pride. The goddess of the forge walked around her desk to stare at him in the face. Yes, your pride. All of us should have some pride, that I agree. I myself have pride in my own work, in every one of you in my familia. Hephaestus extended the magic sword to Welf. You can follow your pride, but Welf, I don't want you reach a point in time where you have to choose between your pride or the lives of your friends. Welf froze at her words and simply stared at the magic sword in her hands. The goddess continued, you have seen the weapons from Cranel's abilities, have you not? The redhead nodded slowly. I have. Hephaestus asked, what do you think of them? Welf met her eyes. They were well forged, like they were made by you yourself. But the goddess smiled. They are copies, or weapons that are embedded within Bel's soul. My point is those weapons, the originals, they belong to heroes, and they serve their masters well. The red-haired man furrowed his brows. I don't see where you're going. Hephaestus pushed the magic sword into his hands. The reason why you've always been so against magic weapons is because they break. If that's the problem, why don't you just forge one that doesn't break? Welf gaped. What? The goddess of the forge snorted. Are magic swords any different than normal weapons? In the end, they are still blades, only imbued with a bit of magic. The redhead looked at the magic sword in his hands. I never thought of it that way. Hephaestus nodded. I know, that's why I'm telling you now. Welf tightened his grip on the magic sword. I'll have to think about it. He looked at the goddess. And do you mind if I keep this? Hephaestus smiled. Of course not. You can keep it. Welf nodded. I think I might get back into it. And maybe I'll forge a magic sword worthy of you. The goddess of the forge giggled. Then I shall look forward to it. The redhead nodded. Thank you. Hephaestus shook her head. It's fine. Now, let's release your fauna. Welf nodded as he turned and took off his shirt, and in a few moments, the goddess released his fauna. The man put his shirt back on. Thank you, Hephaestus-sama. Hephaestus smiled. If you ever get tired of Hestia, you're always welcome here. But of course, you'll have to work your way up again. Welf smiled. I'll keep that in mind. He bowed. Then I'll excuse myself, Lady Hephaestus. The goddess nodded, and with that, the man left the room. After a short while, the door opened, revealing Tsubaki at the door. The captain asked, You sure you're okay with this? Hephaestus snorted as she fell on her seat. What do you think? Tsubaki hummed with a suggestive grin. But hey, now that he's in a different familia, things might work out? The goddess threw one of the forge hammers on the table at her. Shut up. The captain just caught it easily with a shit-eating grin. Nope. Hephaestus sighed. They really grow up so quickly. Tsubaki chuckled. You're not getting old on me, are you? The goddess snorted. Old? I guess it'd be nice if I could. The captain went and grabbed the goddess' arm. All right, come on then. You need a drink. Hephaestus frowned. A drink at this hour? Tsubaki grinned. Exactly. Now come on. She pulled her goddess along, and the goddess of the forge couldn't find it in herself to resist. Line break. At the same time, Takamikazuchi was pacing in his familia home. Mayak had decided to supply Bell with a bunch of potions to use in the war game, and both Loki and Freya were helping train Bell. He had no idea what Hephaestus was going to do, but the Japanese god still felt the need to provide aid to his friend in her time of need. Takamikazuchi rubbed his temples as he tried to think of something. There was no point offering to help train Bell, considering the boy was probably already strong enough to destroy his own familia. But before the god could continue his thoughts, Makoto's voice reached his ears. Takamikazuchi-sama, I have a request. The god turned to see Makoto in front of him, and he raised an eyebrow. What is it? The young woman paused, as if contemplating her decision. Before speaking, please let me join Beldano's familia. Takamikazuchi's eyes widened. You want to join his familia? Makoto nodded. I want to help him. The god took a deep breath, and he nodded. Very well. The young woman blinked. Wait, just like that? Takamikazuchi chuckled. Just like that. I knew you always felt bad for getting Bell and his party into that past parade, and you've been starting to join them in their expeditions recently. Makoto blinked again. Oh. The god nodded. Let's go find Hestia then. Line break. That evening, Bell stood in front of the Twilight Manor, and he approached the two guards at the door. Hello, I'm Dash. One of the guards nodded. Bell Cranel. Yes, we've been expecting you. The other guard looked at the first one. I'll bring him in, okay? The first guard nodded. Sure, go for it. The second guard looked at Bell. Follow me. The boy nodded and followed him into the mansion, and they quickly found themselves in a relatively large training area, where Finn, Riveria, Gareth, Bet, Ace, Tiona, Tioni, and Lafia were waiting. The Prum smiled. Bell, welcome. Bell nodded. Thank you for doing this, Finn-san. Finn chuckled. It is something our god has promised, so don't worry about it. The boy nodded. But thanks anyway. The Prum hummed. But before we begin, I just want to ask you a few questions. Bell blinked. Sure, of course. Finn nodded. What is a hero to you? The boy blinked again. I beg your pardon? The Prum smiled slightly. I want to know what a hero means to you. I saw your battle against Hyacinthos, and that is not something someone would call, shall we say, hero-like. Bell fell silent. He knew what Finn meant, and he took a deep breath. Ever since I inherited this power, I thought about it. I might have mentioned this before, but the powers I inherit, they come with the memories of the hero. Finn nodded. So I've been told. The boy nodded. All of them, they weren't perfect, and they weren't the same. But all of them accomplished something big enough to be considered a hero in the eyes of humanity. To be a hero, you have to become a monster to someone or something else. The Prum considered his words. I can see the logic behind that. Bell nodded. But that's just if you want to be seen as a hero. If I want to be a hero, a true hero, I have to be able to do the right thing. Finn hummed. For example? The boy nodded as he continued. If someone is in need of help, I want to be able to help them. I don't want to have to stand at his side and do nothing. The Prum nodded. I see. So you want to be able to help people, to become a symbol of hope to others. Bell nodded, sort of. It's a bit hard to explain, but before I can do all that, I also have to make sure I can protect the ones closest to me. He looked at Finn in the eye. That's why even if I want to help people, even if I want to become a hero, I have to take down the Apollo Familia. If I can't even protect my friends and family, then I have no right to call myself a hero. The Prum closed his eyes. Before he smiled. An excellent answer. I'm impressed, to be honest. You and I share similar opinions, I suppose. Bell blinked. Eh? Finn chuckled. I won't lie. That was my own way of testing you. If you answered something else, I might have sent you away. The boy blinked. Oh. The Prum shook his head. But no matter. In fact, I think what I had planned before won't be enough. That surprised the people around him, and Gareth asked, not enough, you say? Finn nodded. Bell here wants to prove that he's not to be messed with, and obviously he already has the power to do it. Before, we were just planning on sparring with him with all of us here to get him used to fighting multiple enemies instead. Then what do you propose we do now? They all turned to see Otter entering the training area. Finn smirked. What Bell needs is the capability to be able to fight the large number of members of the Apollo Familia in a tactical manner. Power alone won't cut it. We need Bell to be able to crush them flawlessly, both in terms of strategy and power. Riveria sighed. You better not be suggesting what I think you are. The Prum laughed. You know me so well. He looked at Bell. Our Familia home won't be big enough for this, so we'll have to head into the dungeon. Finn ignored the looks from his comrades and instead grinned. For the next 6 days, you will be up against 100 of us. That includes everyone you see here in Otter and other members of our Familia to make up the 100 people. We will do so on different floors each time we fight. The boy's eyes widened. Wait. What? Bet gained a smirk. I see where you're going with this. This might actually be better than I expected. Lafia spoke up. W8, he's only one person, up against all of us? Riveria nodded. That's the point of it. If he can handle the 100 of us, including all of us here in Otter, he will have no difficulty destroying the Apollo Familia. The younger elf furrowed her brows. But didn't we just say that Belsan has the power to take them all down? Bet spoke up with a scowl. Oh, he does. But what we want to do is crush those pissants from the Apollo Familia. We want him to crush them to dust. Riveria looked at her student. Besides, Bell Cranel is but still one person. Anything can happen in a war game. If he slips, then that is it. Lafia looked down. Before she took a deep breath, I understand. I'll do my best to help. Bell considered the idea. Before he nodded, I'll be in your care then. Finn nodded, then get ready. We'll depart in 30 minutes. The boy nodded as they all went to prepare. Author note. Done. So the next chapter will show the training part, and maybe we might see the beginning of the war game. Otherwise, until next time. Read and review please. Chapter 22. Author note. Hey, I'm back with a new chapter. Bloody hell, I threw in a few random rolls in FGU. Both Izumo no Okuni and Sakamoto Ryoma Lancer came home. I sure hope my luck persists for the next week. Fingers crossed. Narvaraji, glad you liked the previous chapter. I hope this one lives up to the expectations too. Stargazer 2326, Iskandar or Achilles are great ideas. I have plans for Achilles already, but Iskandar? We'll see. Sadkali 727, I have plans for Wine's part and Harahan. Nobunaga is not the best for their parts MO. We can certainly tweak the plot. Wine may work, but Harahan not really. Cody White 162, glad you liked it. And Diaz, Freya wants Belle to see Syr as a genuine friend, an equal, not a goddess. El Salvatore Darkness, your English is fine, mate. It's not my first language either. Glad you liked the part with Finn questioning Belle's resolve. Now Beast and extra classes are something I'm still thinking of. I do plan on bringing in one of them in the near future arcs. As for contracting servants with familiars, I guess you can say that he is able to summon them. Ryu Wolf, I have plans for Siegfried. But Mordred or Artoria are ones that I'm having trouble fitting in. My rule here is that it has to fit the situation, not because I just want it. To Eupedia, that is fair. Summoning servants would just break the balance. That's why I'm hesitant to bring that in, even if it's just shadow servants. And Yaz, Belle in a maid outfit, ha ha ha. Glad you like how he's close with the girls at the hostess too. Considering how Ryuu and Syr sees him, I feel like it's a waste not to improve their relationship here. Aside from Ryuu and Syr, most of them see Belle as a little brother/sister. Chloe obviously has a Shota fetish, but ones like Anya and Lunmar see him as a good friend. As for using canon as a guideline, yeah, I'm trying to just follow the main storyline arc. It's not really a rule, and considering I only know up to the Freya Wargame arc, I'm probably just gonna branch off after that. Arc Tempest, hope you like this chapter then. Anime Fan 13579, I couldn't exactly find much about CU's 8H and Gabla skill. So I'm not sure how to respond to that. But I do have an idea with the wargame so far. The quotable Patella, in canon he is an interesting character. But I honestly didn't like him during Season 3 with the Xenos arc, but it is understandable. So now that I'm actually writing him as a character, I find him to be quite fun to write. Both Belle and Finn are basically different sides of a coin. One is super young and inexperienced, but is chosen to be the heir to legendary heroes. The other is older, but more experienced and has to work his way up to be recognized as a hero. They're both essentially similar people, but the way they are built up to where they are now is different. You can say Belle is more groomed, and Finn is built up by his surroundings. But they are both pretty much aiming to become heroes of the old. At Warboa, you'll get Farina eventually. Trust. Dios del Multiverso Infinito, I'm sure I've mentioned this in one of the earlier chapters before. But the system I'm using here is different. There is a rank for each stat, and there is a number/meter bar for each rank. So basically, it will be like, rank I01 to I999. Once he reaches I1000, it goes up to H01, and when he reaches H999, H1000 becomes G01. The number next to the rank is not accumulative, but in its own. 2021, well here you go my friend. So here we go. The 22nd chapter. Enjoy. XXX. A short moment later, Belle was with the Loki Familia and Otter. He was once again surprised by how efficient the Loki Familia was, as they reached the 18th floor in no time. Now, he stood before Finn and 99 members of the Loki Familia. Finn spoke, okay, let's start with today on the 18th floor. This floor is considered a safe zone, and it's large enough to be considered a potential wargame venue. Riveria spoke from beside the prom. Loki has already told us the format of your wargame, an all-out Familia deathmatch. I understand you will be getting some help, but we can talk about that later. The prom nodded. For now, we'll go with the worst-case scenario. You'll be up against all 100 of us alone, and we will both start from the opposing sides of this floor. Belle nodded, and the main objective is to wipe out everyone. Finn nodded, exactly. For the first match, we will exclude Otter-san, just because his strength is too great even for us, and we want to gauge just how much you can do at your current state. He'll join us after this match, of course. The white-haired boy nodded. I understand. The prom hummed. Any questions? Belle considered for a moment, before he asked, am I allowed to use anything? Finn chuckled. Feel free to go all out, because we definitely plan to do so on our end. The boy nodded. Gotcha. The prom looked at Raoul. Can you bring him to the east end of the floor? We'll head for the west side. The captain of the second string nodded. Of course. Raoul turned to Belle. Let's go. The two young adventurers set off for the far east side, leaving Finn and his group to move for the west side. As they moved, Finn spoke, we'll set up our base and a few relay points as we move. I want all possible routes to be covered. Tiona asked, Captain, isn't that mean? I mean, you're literally getting field advantage. The Prum chuckled, hey, I did say we planned to go all out. He doesn't know it, but his training's already begun. Lafia sighed, I feel bad for him already. Riviera chuckled, well, that's what happens when you get Finn interested in training someone. Especially when it comes to tactics, he's ruthless. Gareth laughed, that just makes me want to see how the lad responds. Bet smirked, keeping silent, while A simply followed them wordlessly. With Belle and Raoul, the two reached the far end of the east side, and the boy nodded to the older adventurer. Thank you, Raoul-san. Raoul smiled, don't sweat it. Belle looked around, so, do we just wait? The young man laughed softly, no, you can start now. The boy blinked, wait, really? But don't they need to get ready? Raoul just laughed, no, they should already be ready. I'm sure the captain started his preparations already. So just head straight into it. Belle hummed, I guess. The young man nodded, now, I'm gonna head back to camp, and you can start whenever. The boy nodded, thanks again, Raoul-san. Raoul waved it off as he walked off, before he glanced back. Oh, and word of advice. Belle blinked, yes. Raoul spoke, never let your guard down, not even for a split second. With that said, the young man vanished into the woods, leaving Belle alone. After a short moment, the boy took a deep breath as everything fell silent. All right, let's get going. Belle did a mental note of where the west side was, and he jogged lightly towards that direction. After a short moment, the boy was almost reaching the middle point of the floor, until he heard some leaves ruffling from his side. Without missing a beat, Belle turned and drew the Hestia knife in Minotan, raising it in time to block a slash from a member from the Loki familia. More leaves rustling reached his ears, and two more people jumped out from around him, slashing down at him. Belle immediately let go of Minotan. Load. Heracles. The nameless golden axe appeared in his hands, and the boy swung it in a big arc, forcing all three men away. The first one, Kevin, grinned, not bad, but if you couldn't handle this much, we'd be disappointed, you know? The second one, Lloyd, snorted, still have no idea why the captain decided to go along with this. The third one, Ark, chuckled, chill, dude. We just need to do what we're told. Belle sheathed the Hestia knife, holding the golden axe with both hands, so just the three of you here. Kevin raised an eyebrow, just the three of us? Lloyd laughed, you might want to guess again. The three of them suddenly backed away, and before Belle knew it, a dozen fireballs suddenly appeared above him. With Finn at the base, the explosion evidently reached his ears, and he grinned, so it has begun. Riveria sighed, you're having fun, aren't you? The Prum laughed, now just what are you talking about? Gareth snorted, he's having fun all right. Finn chuckled, I can't help it. It's not every day you meet someone who shares similar ideals. He's young, but I can't help myself from testing how I fare against him. The high elf shook her head in exasperation, I know it's basic tactics, but placing 3 level 3s and a bunch of mages for an ambush is a bit too much. The Prum's lips curved upwards, really now? I think it's a bit lacking for someone like him. As if on cue, more explosions reached their ears, followed by the screams of their fellow familia members, and Finn looked at Riveria as if to say, I told you so. Riveria just sighed, it'll be good training for our lower-ranked familia members, I suppose. Gareth and Finn just laughed at her response. The dwarf hummed, so far he's doing quite well. I wonder how he'll fare against our stronger members. Contrary to belief, Belle wasn't doing well. Not at all. He managed to take out the Loki familia members as they ganged up on him, and he managed to take out the mages attacking him from afar. But for everyone that he took out, Belle too took a hit. It was only thanks to overloading Heracles and Orion together that he didn't get overwhelmed immediately. Gripping the bow in his hand, Belle leaped into the air and scanned the nearby area, before firing a handful of arrows at any Loki familia members he could spot. Ark's ray. But before Belle could continue, a beam of light shot out at him, and he was forced to summon the golden axe once more to block the blast. The boy grunted as he landed on the ground, panting as he faced the new set of enemies, Lafia-san. The elf stared at him with a determined expression, Belle Cranel. Belle glanced around to see Alicia behind him. So 2 of you this time. Alicia narrowed her eyes at him, don't think it'll be the same this time. The boy grinned, I've heard that too many times already. The older elf thrusted her staff at him, having finished her chant earlier, pale dust. Multiple white and blue spheres formed above her, shooting out at Belle, but the boy was nothing if not fast, and he easily dodged the blasts, using his bow to shoot them down as he darted around the area. But before he could counterattack, Lafia's voice reached his ears. Elf ring. The boy readied himself for an attack, only for the elf to continue chanting, but before he could do more, a double-edged sword came down at him from above, and Belle barely had enough time to back away. Hello. Argonakuin. Tiona grinned as she brandished her urga, and Alicia gaped. Before she spoke, Tiona. This isn't part of the plan. The Amazonas giggled, it's fine. I couldn't wait any longer, and it'll be a shame if he lost to you or Lafia, right? Took the words right out of my mouth, you dumb Amazonas. They all turned to see Bet smirking as he walked into the opening, and Belle took a deep breath, overload, Imawai. The werewolf smirked at Belle, who now had Concho and Bakuya in hand instead. If you can take out the 4 of us, then you won't need any more training. How about it, Rabbit? The boy brandished the married blades in his hands. Bring it. Bet just smirked and dashed forward, and at the same time, Lafia finished her chants. Ray Levitine. A large blast of flames shot out at him, and Bell was glad he chose Imaiwai instead of Kentoki. Set. Ro AAS. The 7-layered shield formed, much to Lafia's surprise, and the elf gaped, a magic barrier? The blast of flames broke through 1 layer, but that was it. Unfortunately for Bell, he wasn't facing just Lafia, but also Tiona and Bet. Bet smirked as he ran into Lafia's flames, his philosopher absorbing the flames from Lafia's spell and went into kicking at the shield. Moving along the werewolf, Tiona swung her sword at the shield at Ro Ajax. The full strength of 2 level 6 adventurers struck the shield, and Bell grimaced when the 2nd and 3rd layer broke. Neither let up on their attacks, and before they knew it, they broke through the 7th layer. As soon as they did, Tiona swung her Urga at Bell, while Spet's legs lashed out. The boy grunted as he barely managed to dodge the attacks, but that was all he managed before the pair unleashed a devastating combination of attacks. Bell grunted as he blocked the strikes from both adventurers with each sword, and he grimaced from how much power each strike held, his arms feeling almost like jelly just from blocking them. The boy gritted his teeth. Trace. On. A dozen swords rained down from above, forcing the pair to back away, and Bell kept up with the rain of swords, forcing a sizable distance between them. Bet smirked as he started to kick the swords away. Not bad, Rabbit. Bell grunted as he regained his footing, but that was all the time he was given before he heard the voices of the 2 elves near them. Arc's Ray. Hail Dust. The boy cursed and leaped away, letting the 2 blasts of magic strike the ground. As soon as he landed, Bell released his hold on Orion. Overload. Sakata Kentoki. Replacing the married blades for the Golden Eater, Bell chanted once more. Set. Golden Spark. He threw the axe, and large amounts of lightning blasted out of the axe, forcing the 4 to back away. Lafia gaped when they got to a safe distance. Is he really a level 2? Alicia furrowed her brows. Such power. I see why the captain is interested in him. Tiona giggled with excitement. I knew it. You're awesome, Argonakuin. Bet simply smirked. Not bad, for a weakling. The werewolf dashed forward with frightening speed, but it's still not enough, dipshit. Bell's eyes widened, and he barely managed to raise the Golden Eater once more before the level 6 was upon him. Then he knew no more. Line break. Later that evening, Bell sat with the rest of the group around a campfire. Many of the level 1, 2, and 3 adventurers of the Loki Familia that were involved in the training session had warmed up to the boy. And by warming up to him, it mostly involved playful challenges for a rematch. Some were not as accepting, whilst others were more understanding. And now, Bell sat with the executives of the Loki Familia and Otter. Finn looked at the boy with a grin. So, how do you feel? The boy had a bandage wrapped around his head, and he gave the prum a tired smile. Tired? I guess. The prum laughed. Tired? That's all you have to say. Bell smiled dryly. Well, I mean, what happened just now did give me a lot to think about. Finn chuckled, and all things considered, you did pretty well. Riviera nodded. You went through almost 40% of our forces, and only when faced against Bet, Tiona, Lafia, and Alicia did you fall. Gareth laughed and patted the boy on the back. Impressive, by the way. Especially that axe. The white-haired rabbit grimaced from the pat. Thank you. Finn looked at Bet and Tiona. So, do you have any feedback? You too? The werewolf scoffed. None. The rabbit's still weak as piss, but he's good enough for those retards from the Apollo Familia. The Amazonas, on the other hand, was more than happy to speak more. He was awesome. He had this magic barrier that stopped Lafia-chan's Ray Levitine. Gareth laughed. You can summon swords in midair, use an axe imbued with lightning, and now a magic barrier. What can you not do? Bell smiled with embarrassment. A lot, I assure you. Finn chuckled. And what about Lafia and Alicia? The problem he'd be having is how and when to use them. Lafia nodded. But unlike me, he doesn't have the limit to using one hero at a time, right? And you could switch to different ones almost immediately. Bell nodded. It puts a bit of a strain on my mind and stamina, but yes. Finn nodded. Then we will have to fix that. The prom looked at Otter. Before I give my bit, did you want to add anything, Otter-san? The Boaz nodded. Bell Cranel, you need to be able to regain your composure quicker, react faster. The moment you faced Vandergand and the Amazon, you panicked, especially when they broke through your barrier. Bell nodded as he took in all the feedback, and Finn nodded. That also covers some of what I was going to say. The boy hummed. I see. The prom let the boy process the information before he spoke again. Now, I believe Raoul may have given you a hint, but a battle starts the moment you know who you're up against and where you're fighting. The timing is irrelevant, or I suppose a better way of saying it is that you want to use the time wisely. Bell blinked. Oh. Finn chuckled. I'm sure you didn't quite expect that we'd be getting ready the moment we parted ways. The boy's expression turned blank, thinking back on all the traps and ambushes the Loki Familia had for him. Yep. Everyone laughed at his blank expression, and Gareth spoke. But hey, you handled them well, I'd say. Tioni nodded in agreement. You survived most of the traps and ambushes, until you had to fight Bet and Tiona, that is. Riviera hummed. So what we'll be getting you to focus on next is to plan. Bell blinked. Plan. Finn grinned. Yes, plan. I noticed you've been pretty much fighting based on instinct mostly. In the dungeon, that is perfectly fine, but against other people, that won't work as well. The boy looked at the campfire. I see. The prum chuckled. Well, it's only the first day, and I'd say we're all satisfied with what you can do now. All we need to do is polish everything up. Anakitty approached them. If you're all done talking, dinner is ready. Finn smiled at Bell. All right, we can talk more about training tomorrow morning. For now, eat and get some rest. We sent the lower-ranked members out first this time, but tomorrow won't be as easy. Bell nodded. Got it. Tiona wasted no time and grabbed him by the arm. Come on. I think you'll like tonight's dinner. As the pair went off to grab food, Lafia stood up to follow them, and she looked at the blonde swordswoman who had remained silent throughout the whole time. Asen, do you want any food? Ace snapped out of her thoughts, and she nodded. Yes, we can go grab some together. Lafia beamed. Okay. Line break. Meanwhile, back in the hostess of fertility, Hestia grumbled as she wiped the tables. Why the hell do I have to work? Mia yelled. Stop complaining. Your brat wanted to go training with the Loki Familia and Otter. Of all people. Artemis sighed as she stacked the chairs. Stop complaining, Hestia. Mia's been kind enough to let us stay for the time being. The busted goddess whined. I have to work, and I have to stay away from my Belcoin for 1 whole week. Anya cackled. Well, Naya not the only one who's sad they have stay away from Belnaya. She gave Ryu a knowing grin. Fortunately one that was missed by Hestia, but not missed by said elf. The elf just looked away, doing her best to push down the blush on her face that threatened to show. Chloe hummed. But Naya, to think Belnaya managed to get the Loki Familia and the king to help him. Lunmar smiled slyly. Guess he won't need to train with you anymore, right, Ryu? The elf sighed. Look, whoever Bell wants to train with isn't up to me. If he gets where he wants to, I'm more than happy for him. The former Bount Hunter grinned. Really now? Stop gossiping and get to work. Before anyone could respond, Mia screamed again, prompting everyone to get back to work. The whole group continued cleaning up until the door opened, and Mia frowned. We're closed. Sorry, but I'm here for a favor, Mia. The dwarf scowled when she saw Hermes. What do you want this time? The god smiled sheepishly. See. He trailed off when he saw Hestia and Artemis, and he blinked. What the hell are you two doing here? Artemis raised an eyebrow. We're staying here for the time being considering Apollo destroyed the church. Hermes palmed his face. So I'm assuming Ryu-chan's already agreed to help Belcoin in the war game? That caught the elf's attention. I'm sorry, did you just say I can help out in the war game? The god of messengers sighed. Guess not. Hestia snorted. Hey, we did say you'd help us get her help. I honestly never expected Belcoin to know them well enough to have them let us stay here. Hermes wanted to scream. How does he always do it? He took a deep breath. But yes, the gods have agreed to let Belcoin get one helper from a familia outside of Oreo. You're pretty much the only one who fits the criteria. Ryu opened her mouth to agree, but Mia cut her off. When is this war game? Hermes answered. In approximately a week from now. The elf looked at the dwarf. Mamma mia, I dash. Mia sighed. I know what you're going to say, so do whatever you want, you dumb elf. Ryu's expression visibly brightened. Thank you, Mamma mia. The dwarf sighed. It's to help him anyway, so whatever. The god of messengers blinked. Wait, that was easy. Hermes grinned. I'll excuse myself then. Oh, and Mia, let me know if you ever get Artemis and Hestia to wear your uniform. I want to see it. The two goddesses' expressions turned cold, and the god quickly ran out of the shop as the goddess of the moon shot arrows at him. Line break. Meanwhile, Apollo was at his mansion, and standing before him was Hyacinthos. The god seethed. That Freya. First he gets in my way, then now he has Loki's brat and her star child training him. Hyacinthos had a not-so-pleased expression on his face, easily remembering just how Bel had humiliated him in front of not just his god, but 3 other goddesses. Apollo growled as he scratched his head hard. Do you have a plan, Hyacinthos? The beautiful man nodded. I do. The sun god sighed. Then I'll leave it in your capable hands. Apollo stormed out of the room. I need a drink. Hyacinthos simply stared at the door as it clicked shut, and the moment it did, a snarl marred his face. Bel Cranel. He will pay. He too left the room. Their skirmish in the city had given him a rough idea what Bel could do. Regardless of how much training one could do in a week, there was still a limit to how strong one can grow in that short amount of time. No, it was an all-out familia war, and if Bel Cranel could get his own helpers, then surely it would be fair if Hyacinthos got his own. Line break. The next day, on the 19th floor, something could be seen flying through the dense forests, smashing through every tree in its path, until the object in question crashed into the wall of the floor, revealing Bel Cranel in a human-sized crater. The boy groaned, glad that he had overloaded both Heracles and Kentoki before making what was arguably the dumbest choice he'd made in a very long time. The mistake in question? Charging head-on at the Boaz by the name of Otter. Strength? The king was known as the strongest man in Oreo for a reason. Speed. Otter's strength made that inconsequential, but even then he was still faster. Needless to say, tactics and experience were things Bell severely lacked. Unlike the day before, despite having the same 100 opponents, with Otter replacing a random Loki Familia member, the captain of the Freya Familia had wasted no time going straight in for Bell. The man known as the king had literally taken and thrown every plan Finn had made up out of the window, and instead simply sent Bell crashing into the far end of the floor. That led Bell to where he currently was, inside a human-sized crater. The boy grunted as he plucked himself out of the wall, but before he could regain his footing, the glint of metal caught his eye, and he barely managed to jump out of the way before a giant sword smashed right into the crater he had been in mere moments ago. Bell cursed as he broke into a dash just in time to dodge Otter's feet crashing into the ground. Not missing a beat, the boy leaped and flipped into the air. Load, Orion. The legendary archer's bow appeared in his hand, and Bell quickly fired a dozen arrows, sending them at the Boaz. In response, Otter simply grabbed his sword and parried them skillfully. As soon as Bell was on the ground, the Boaz was almost immediately upon him again, and the boy managed to dodge the first slash, but that was all he managed before Otter's fist buried itself into his cheek. The boy was once again sent flying once more, but having overloaded 3 heroic spirits that were known for their strength, Bell was able to stay conscious of his surroundings this time. Throwing caution out of the window, Bell grunted as he repositioned in the air. Set. Artemis Hagnos. The blessings of Artemis filled his body, but the boy didn't stop there. Set. 9 lives. The boy's feet met the ground, and Bell managed to stop himself from skidding back any further. No, this was hopefully far enough for him to get ready. The white-haired rabbit took a deep breath and chanted, "No beast is beyond this arrow." Power swirled into the tip of the arrow, and Bell's eyes glowed with power as his aim trained on Otter's approaching figure. The moment Bell set his sights on the Boaz, the arrow glowed in recognition. Taking on the powers of Orion hadn't just been because of his strength. No, Bell chose him because he was a hunter. Otter was a Boaz, bearing the traits of a beast. The boy's pupils dilated as he fired. Set. Orion Horkos. The arrow shot out at the king, and for the first time in ages, Otter felt every instinct in him scream at him to dodge the arrow. But the fact that he was up against a level 2 made him question himself, and when Otter decided to follow his instincts, the arrow was already before him. The Boaz kicked at the ground in an attempt to send himself to his side, but he was a tad bit too late, and the arrow struck. Then, everything went white. Bell blinked when he saw the huge explosion, yet he still remained on guard. But in the heat of having to deal with Otter, the boy forgot about one crucial thing. He was up against 99 other adventurers. With Riveria leading the mage squad, the boy never saw the countless magic blasts coming from behind him. Later that evening, Bell sat with the group again, except this time, Otter had his arm wrapped in simple bandages. The boy looked at the Boaz. "Are you okay, Otter-san?" The strongest man in Oreo nodded. "I'm fine." He looked at the boy with curiosity and respect. That technique, it wasn't a normal arrow, was it? Finn piped in. "I'm curious as well. It's not every day you see the king wounded." Bell looked sheepish. That was the noble phantasm of the hunter Orion. Lafia was piqued by that. "Orion? Didn't Artemis-sama call you that before?" That caught everyone's attention, and Bell explained. "Yes, you can say Orion is a title, and it is also the name of a legendary hunter. Artemis-sama called me Orion because she deemed me worthy of that title." Riveria hummed. "And it is also the name of a hero whose powers you have inherited." Bell nodded. "And the noble phantasm I used, it's basically the representation of Orion's ability as a hunter. When I use it, anything considered demonic, animalistic, or bearing any traits resembling a beast will inevitably fall before it." Otter hummed. "I see." Tiona gushed. "That's an amazing ability." Tioni nodded. "To think you had something like this up your sleeve." Bet simply scoffed, but low-key glad that Bell hadn't used it when they fought before. Gareth laughed. "You wouldn't happen to have anything strong against elves or dwarves then, would you?" The boy chuckled. "That would be telling." The dwarf just laughed loudly, and Finn smiled before he cut in. "Now, that is good and all, but I'd say your performance today was not as good as yesterday, Bell." The white-haired rabbit blinked. Finn nodded. "You have done well against Otter. Not many level 2 adventurers can say they survived, much less wound him, in combat." Everyone listened as the prom continued. "But in the scheme of things, you also failed to consider you were fighting the rest of us, and Riveria and her squad took you out without a sweat." Bell's expression fell, but he quickly put on a determined expression. "Then I'll just have to do better tomorrow." The prom laughed softly. "I commend your spirit. We'll try again tomorrow with the same people here, but we'll be doing it on the 17th floor." Bell nodded. "Gotcha." Finn stood up. "Now, let's see what they have for dinner." Before they could do so, Ace spoke up. "Actually, I heard something about one of your spirits from your goddess. So I told the people cooking today to hold off." Bell blinked. "Huh." The The sword princess eyes glinted with hunger. You can cook, right? That night, the members of the Loki Familia and Otter were introduced to Belle's inheritance in the kitchen from Emiya's memories. Despite their differences and allegiances, everyone, even Otter to a smaller extent for Freya's sake, came to an unspoken agreement. Belle could not, must never fall into Apollo's hands. Line break. The rest of the week went by quickly. For every day they trained on a different floor, and much to Finn's astonishment, the boy improved at a frightening speed. The way Belle fought had just changed. No, to be more accurate, it had not changed, just became more refined, a lot more refined. He almost always used 2 heroic spirits at a time now, at least during their time training together. But Riveria had stressed about the risk of mind down, and Belle had promised the High Elf to take that into consideration. However, whenever he used 2 heroic spirits together, Belle was a monster. Anyone short of level 4 would find themselves greatly hard-pressed, if not instantly wiped out, when faced against the white-haired rabbit. That wasn't including the tactics Belle had picked up from Finn, and the prom couldn't decide whether to be proud or annoyed the boy had picked up his tactics and habits so easily. The captain of the Loki Familia had a habit of dividing and conquer, and if the enemy were small in numbers, surround and overwhelm. Throughout their short time together, Belle had picked that up and used it against him more often than not, or at least tried to. And not to mention, the one heroic spirit managed to contract during the 4th day they trained on the 20th floor. It was the first time Finn found himself so hard-pressed in a tactical fight, even with Otter on their side. Now, they were all on the 12th floor, the final day of their training. Again, Finn couldn't decide whether to be proud or annoyed. Around him, aside from Otter and the higher-ranked members of his familia, everyone else had been taken out, almost effortlessly. Standing some distance away, Belle walked into view, and he did a brief head count. The only ones left standing were Finn, Riveria, Gareth, Bet, Tiona and Tioni, Otter, Ace and Bet. Even Lafia, Raoul, and Alicia were taken out, much to the younger elf's chagrin. Finn chuckled and shook his head in disbelief. All right, I think that settles it. Belle blinked. Huh? But what about Dash? The prom looked at him. Let's not push you too far today. The war game is tomorrow, and I don't want Riveria to be mad again when you overload your body with all those heroic spirits again. On the 5th day, Belle had been forced into a direct fight against Ace, Bet, Tiona, and Tioni, along with Lafia. The White Rabbit had overloaded every heroic spirit he had, and after taking out the Amazonas sisters and the elf, fighting both Ace and Bet together had proved to be too hard of a task for him, and his body gave in. Needless to say, Riveria had given him a thorough lecture for being so reckless. The boy grimaced and refused to look at the high elf who gave him a raised eyebrow. Why yeah, let's not go there. Gareth laughed. Nobody can ever get past Mama Riveria, I see. The high elf glared at the dwarf. Gareth. Bet just smirked in amusement, a sentiment shared by everyone else except Otter. Finn looked at Otter. What do you think, Otter? You think Belle's ready? The Boaz nodded. I'm satisfied with the level he's reached. Tiona giggled. Argonaut Kuin is strong now. He'll definitely kick ass. Tioni nodded. I think he'll be fine. He's improved a lot. Bet snorted. If he can't beat the Apollo Familia, I'd lose every bit of respect for the rabbit. Finn snorted with a smile. At any rate, that brings us to the end of our training together. Belle blinked. Oh. He cleared his throat before bowing deeply. Thank you very much for the past week. That brought smiles to almost everyone, almost. And Riveria chuckled. No need to be so formal, Belle. It has been an interesting experience, and I'm sure most of our Familia members have learned a lot too. Gareth laughed as he patted Belle on the back, this time the boy not budging at all. We'll be watching you, all right? You better not lose. The boy grinned. I'll definitely win it. Bet scoffed. See that you do, rabbit. Belle smirked at the werewolf. After them will be you, Bet san. The werewolf smirked murderously. Is that a challenge I hear? The little rabbit wants to challenge me. Riveria went and stood between them. Enough. Stop goading each other into a fight. I thought you were better than that, Belle. The boy looked sheepish, whilst Bet just looked away with an annoyed click of his teeth. Surprisingly, despite not getting along with most of his Familia members, the werewolf had come to enjoy the boy's presence after seeing how Belle wounded Otter. His cooking also definitely did not play a part in that. Ace looked at him. Good luck. Belle smiled. Thank you, Ace-san. The blonde had come to accept the fact that his spirits were different and that she couldn't get stronger the same way he was doing. But she did find comfort knowing that Belle was similar to her, bearing traits similar to a half-spirit. Like Bet, Belle's ability in the kitchen had totally zero influence on how she felt about the boy. Absolutely none, even if his take on Jagamura-kun was absolutely divine. Finn looked around. All right, let's get everyone to safety and make for camp. We'll head up after everyone's rested. No one disagreed, and Belle spoke. Is everyone okay if I made lunch as well? Again, no one objected. Line break. Later that evening, Belle, the Loki Familia members, and Otter were at the entrance to the dungeon. The Boaz looked at Belle and Finn. I'll be heading back. The prom nodded. All right. Bell nodded with a small smile. Thanks for helping, Otter-san. Otter nodded. Freya-sama, and I will be watching your match. The boy giggled. Then I better not disappoint. The Boaz just nodded before heading up the tower, leaving them. Bell turned to Finn. Thanks again for this. I've learned a lot. The prom chuckled. No worries. I'm sure Loki will find a way to get even. The boy laughed softly. I'll let Hestia-sama worry about that. Bell looked at the rest of the group. Thanks again, everyone. A random lower-ranked Loki Familia member yelled. Just don't be strangers, little hero. Everyone laughed at that, and Bell chuckled along. I won't. The boy noticed the not-so-cheerful look on Lafia's face. Is there something wrong, Lafia-san? The elf jumped, yeah? Everyone turned their attention to her, and Riveria, Gareth and Finn almost immediately knew what was up. The dwarf, unlike his friends, was not so caring about saving Lafia from embarrassment and laughed aloud. The lass is feeling down 'cause you're already ahead of her. Lafia's face flushed. Gee, Gareth-san. Bell smiled kindly. I don't think I'm that ahead, though. I'm still a level 2. The elf blew up. That's the point. I'm a level 3, and you can already take down more than 50 members of our familia. Everyone watched with amusement when Lafia exploded, and the elf quickly realized where she was, her face doing a perfect imitation of a tomato. She visibly shrunk. I mean, Bet scoffed. You're dumb if you think you can compare yourself to him, you dumb elf. Riveria sighed. Not the way I would put it, but Bell's method of fighting is fundamentally different, even if your skills are similar in a sense. The boy nodded. You're a mage. If you want to be technical, I'm sort of a mix of everything. A jack of all trades. Tiona nodded. Besides, Lafia has like super strong magic. The elf sighed. But I still can't get past Row Ajax. And my Dio Grail is weaker, I can't even block Hrunting. Bell smiled dryly. I think using Row Ajax and Hrunting as benchmarks is a bit. Finn laughed. It's good that you're aiming high, Lafia. But it's also important not to put yourself down considering how little time we trained. The elf just sighed and nodded, sulking slightly. The prom looked at Bell. We won't keep you any longer. You still need to get your status updated for tomorrow, right? The boy nodded. Yes, thanks again, everyone, and look forward to tomorrow. He jogged away, yelling that last part as he disappeared into the streets. The captain of the Familia turned to his comrades. Now, I think that was a fruitful training session. Let's head home now, shall we? We need to be ready to witness our young friends battle tomorrow. No one objected, and as they walked, Gareth nudged Finn. Have you placed your bets? The prom grinned. Now just what are you talking about? Riveria snapped her head at them. Finn, you wouldn't happen to have taken a few million Valis out to place a bet, did you? The shorter man froze, and Gareth cackled. You're on your own on this one, my friend. The dwarf disappeared into the slowly retreating group behind them, as the high elf approached their captain. So? Finn chuckled nervously. Well, I have no idea what you're talking about. Riveria smiled, and the short man almost saw his life ending. Really now? The prom gulped. Why yes. The high elf smile didn't drop. Wrong answer. The others just watched as Riveria showed why she was called the Nine Hells once again, and all of them just felt sorry for their captain. Meanwhile, Bell was back in the hostess, and he was immediately pulled into a hug by Hestia. Oh, by the gods, I missed you so much. The boy chuckled as he returned the hug. I missed you too, Hestia-sama. So Hestia gets a hug, what about me? Bell turned to see Artemis with an amused look, and he chuckled. You can get a hug too if you want. Oh, and Ryunaya wants one Tanaya. Anya's voice reached his ears, and said elf yelled out quickly. NY. Bell just laughed softly, until Mia walked to them. Mamma Mia. The dwarf snorted with a smirk. I see you've gotten stronger, good. It means your week off wasn't wasted. The boy laughed sheepishly. Yeah, I guess. Mia nodded. Go get some rest, you have a big day tomorrow. Bell nodded. Thank you, I'll go to my room then. With that said, the boy went up with the two goddesses, but before he went up, he looked at Ryu. Oh, and you're joining me in the war game, right, Ryu-san? The elf nodded. Yes, I am. Bell smiled. Great, I learned a lot with Finn and the others. I can't wait to show you what I learned. Ryu blinked, before she smiled and nodded. I'll look forward to it. The boy closed the door behind him with Hestia and Artemis, and the moment they did, Hestia spoke. So, status update. The boy nodded. Yes, please. He got onto the bed, and Hestia quickly climbed on and pricked her finger, letting the fauna update itself before she printed it on a piece of paper. The goddess gasped. What in the world? Artemis looked at it. All of your abilities are SSS ranked. Hestia stared at her previously only child in shock. What did you do in the dungeon? Bell laughed awkwardly. I trained. Artemis laughed. I think Apollo's in for a pleasant surprise. The boy laughed again. I sure hope so. Hestia got off Bell's back. All right, go sleep. You have to meet everyone else early tomorrow. Bell nodded, and they went to prepare to crash for the night. As the boy got into bed, he took a deep breath. He was going to show Oreo just how far he had come. Author note. So that's the chapter. Now I'm hiding the heroic spirit he contracted during the training session. Try to guess who it is. Until then, read and review please. Until next time. Chapter 23. Author note. Hey, I'm back. The Last Kenpachi, Ghost Iced, Tempson, Neonomon 678. Read on and you'll find out. Sodkali 727. It would be interesting to summon the mini plushies. Anime fan 13579, considering Bell fought 99 members of the Loki Familia and Otter, of which also included a few level 3s, 4s, and SIXS. I'd say being at the top of his level would be reasonable. Now, obviously Bell won't be on their level. He will get a big boost in terms of combat tactics and so on, but that's all the tacticians will give him as a boost. The rest will come from NPs and personal skills. As for Anthin Gabla, it does seem interesting, so I might keep that in mind when I get him to load CU Chulin, which I have no idea when it will be. NGL, from Stay Night, I only have plans for half of the heroic spirits that shows up in that series. Ninjafong 1331. Thanks. Justin D. You'll have to read on, I guess. Cody White 162. Thanks, man. I guess you'll have to read on to find out. The quotable Patella, you do bring a good point. I will have to think on it. So yeah, here's the newest chapter. XXX. The next morning, Bell and Ryu stood in front of a cart that was meant to bring him to the wargame venue outside Oreo. Wealth, Lily and Makoto had a carriage for them separately that left the boy and the elf as they departed from the hostess. The pair looked at Hestia and Artemis, and the goddess of the hearth smiled. We'll be watching you, so go out there and show them what you got. Bell smiled back. Definitely. Artemis chuckled. You'll be using Atlanta again, aren't you? The boy laughed softly. You didn't have to call me out on that. The goddess of the moon shook her head in exasperation. You know what? I don't really care what Apollo thinks at this point. At least until after the game. Hestia snorted. Are you still going to give him a chance? Artemis smiled humorlessly. Maybe. I mean, I may not like him. And even if we don't share the same relationship as pan-human history, he is still my brother. The goddess of the hearth sighed. And you say I'm too kind. Hestia looked at Bell and Rio. Artemis and I will be heading to the Tower of Babel. Bell nodded. All right. I'll see you two later. The goddess nodded, and both of them left for the tower. That left Bell and the other members of the hostess. Mia sighed. Seriously, where's that girl? The dwarf shook her head and approached the cart. All right, I have nothing much to say. But we're watching, so give us a good show. You hear me? Ria nodded, and Bell chuckled. We'll try. Anya grinned. Good luck, Belnaya. Ria Naya. Lunwar nodded. I'm sure you'll do fine, but good luck anyway. Chloe smiled dryly. If a level 4 and Belnaya can't beat him, then I really don't know what to say, Naya. They all laughed at that, and Ria spoke. It'll all depend on Bell, I suppose. He's the leader. Bell grinned. I have a plan, so we'll be fine. Bell-san. Ryu. Mia sighed. Finally. They all turned to see the silver-haired girl running over, and she tried to catch her breath once she reached them. Anya yelled. Where were you, Naya? They're almost going, Naya. Syr panted. Sorry, I was trying to find something. A glint of recognition appeared in Ria's eyes, but she chose to stay silent. The silver-haired girl looked at Bell, and she pulled out a green pendant and held it out to Bell. Here. The boy blinked. What's this? Syr smiled. A good luck charm. Hopefully this will keep you safe. Bell smiled, and he nodded before accepting it. Thank you, Syr-san. I'll make sure to keep it with me. Chloe cackled. Oh, so Bell gets one. What about Ryu? The elf sighed. Chloe. Syr giggled. Don't worry, I have one for Ryu too. Ryu blinked. You do? The silver-haired girl took out another one, this one white in color. Here. The elf took it. Thank you. Syr smiled. You're welcome. Just stay safe. It's a war game, but anything can happen. And you'll be forfeiting the game if you don't wrap up now. My cart will only go so fast. The cart driver cut in, and Bell looked sheepish. Sorry. Just one SEC. He looked at the others. Thanks for seeing us off. We have to go. Mia nodded. Now go get him, kid. You too, you dumb elf. The pair nodded and boarded the cart before they headed for the war game venue. A short moment later, in the meeting room in the Tower of Babel, Hestia and Artemis sat down in the seats prepared. The goddess of the hearth looked around as almost every god in Oreo showed up. Everyone's looking forward to this, huh? Well, it is Belkuin's first war game. I'd be disappointed if only a small number of people showed up. The two virgin goddesses turned to see Freya walking to them, the silver-haired goddess sitting down next to Hestia. Hestia smiled dryly. I'd rather no one show up, really. Freya just giggled before she asked, have you decided what you'll do to Apollo once Bell wins? Artemis raised an eyebrow. Right? You never did specify what you wanted. Hestia smiled darkly. You'll find out later. From behind them, Takamikazuchi shivered. Hestia is getting scarier by the day. Mike nodded. Must be spending all that time with Artemis and Freya. If you speak any louder, they'll hear you, you know? The two turned to see Hephaestus sitting down next to them, with Loki following after. Takamikazuchi blinked. Hephaestus? Loki? This is a surprise. The goddess of the forge snorted. And why's that? One of my kids went over to help him. I have to see how they do. Loki nodded. And my kid spent a whole week training the rabbit. The goddess of mischief grinned. Finn told me he's a monster, so I have to see for myself. Loki looked at his side. where Apollo sat at the other end of the room. Now, I wonder how he will react when his entire familia gets wiped out? Line break. At the Twilight Manor, Finn and every other Loki familia member that had participated in the training session sat patiently. Until they heard Hermes' voice, Arenas, I request permission to use my powers. The primordial god of the sky responded, granted. Almost immediately, an oval of light formed above them, revealing the venue of the war game. Finn quickly noted that it was a forest with 2 strongholds on the opposing sides. Gareth laughed. A forest. This will be interesting. The prom nodded. We did train more on the forest-type floors more than the others. Bell will have a field advantage then. Lafia asked, so wait, who does he have on his side again? Riveria answered, I believe he has his regular party members and that elf we saw on the 18th floor that came to help him. The younger elf, I see. Tiona giggled. I can't wait to see what he has planned. Tioni chuckled. Agreed. Bet scoffed. He'll win. Flawlessly. Otherwise, I'll kick his sorry ass. Ace simply stayed silent as she watched the video playing, silently cheering for the boy. Line break. With Belle and Rio, they had met up with Welf, Makoto, and Lily, and they were now at their stronghold. Though they were referred to as strongholds, they were just bare buildings, little more than abandoned ruins. Makoto asked, so, do we have a plan? Lily opened her mouth to speak. We need to consider the battlefield. Belle nodded. I already had a look earlier. That surprised everyone, and the prom asked, wait, you did? The boy nodded, and he asked, do you have a pencil and paper? Lily nodded and grabbed it from her bag here. Belle smiled. Thanks. He then quickly drew a brief and simple map. Before circling the top and bottom ends, it's pretty straightforward. We have plenty of trees, but there's a lake and a few open areas too. Ria hummed. From the way you're speaking, you have a plan. The boy chuckled, sort of. He looked at Welf. I heard from Hestia-sama earlier. The blacksmith nodded and gestured to the huge sack behind him. I have a dozen of them ready to go. Belle nodded. I want everyone to take at least one with them. He looked at Ryu-san, they're magic swords, so if you don't want to dash. The elf cut him off. If it's a part of your plan, I'll follow. In the end, it's just some stupid hatred from my race. You're more important, Belle. As soon as those words left her lips, Ria's face turned red when she realized what she had said, and she was glad that she had her mask on. Belle blinked, before he smiled. Thank you, Ryu-san. He nodded. Then everyone will take at least 1 or 2 magic swords with them. The boy drew on the map. There's 5 of us. So we'll split up into 3 groups. Makoto blinked. 3. Belle nodded. You, Welf, and Lily will be in one. Ria will take one side, and I'll take the last. Ria hummed. I see. But the enemy number's 100. They'll definitely be taking advantage of that. Splitting up seems to be counterproductive. The boy smiled. Normally, it would be. But I have a plan. For that to work, though, we'll need to know roughly where the enemy is. Lily perked up. Then Lily can take care of that. Belle quickly caught on. You're magic, right? The prom nodded. Yes. I can fly up and scout out ahead. The boy nodded. That'll be good. Welf hummed. But even if we split up and use the magic swords, surely they would be ready for that. Belle smiled. That's why we need to have field advantage. Once everyone is where they need to be, we use the magic swords. As far as I remember, the Apollo Familia doesn't have much in terms of defense. Ria nodded. I see. Use Kratzo's magic swords and burn them down, just like how they did with the elves. Welf grimaced. Way to remind me. The elf shook her head. No, it is a viable strategy. We're fighting in the forests. In fact, it's probably a good way to win. The blacksmith side, if you're fine with it, then I'm good. Belle nodded. Thanks, Welf. Welf snorted, an exasperated smile on his face. Just make sure we win this. Before they could continue, Hermes' voice reached their ears. The time has come. Let the war games begin. Makoto noted. Looks like it has begun. Belle nodded. Lily. The prom saluted. I'll go out and have a quick look. She quickly jogged out and vanished into the trees, turning into a raven as she flew towards the enemy camp. As Lily flew over the forest, she sped towards the enemy base camp. She quickly passed the midpoint between both camps, and her eyes widened when she counted the number of men she saw, especially more when she recognized the emblems on the men that didn't wear the Apollo Familia uniform. After doing a quick count once more, Lily swerved back away. She needed to tell Belle and the others, and it didn't take her long to get back to their base. Belle spotted the raven as she turned back into Lily. That was quick. The prom looked worried. Belle-sama, it's not just the Apollo Familia. That caught everyone's attention. Welf asked, what do you mean, Lily? Lily furrowed her brows. Members of the Soma Familia are there as well. And at the rate they're moving, we'll be surrounded soon. Rio looked at Belle. What do you want to do, Belle? The boy folded his arms. How many are there in total? The prom reported, including the Apollo Familia, I counted 155 of them. Belle nodded. We know the Apollo Familia had a level 3 and mostly level 1 and 2 adventurers. Do you know about the Soma Familia? Lily nodded. Xanis. The captain is a level 2. Everyone else is either a level 1 or 2, mostly level 1. The white rabbit nodded as he closed his eyes. I see. The previous plan will still work, but well, we want to crush them flawlessly, as Finn likes to put it. Belle opened his eyes. Change of plans. We'll keep the same arrangements. Lily, Welf, and Makoto will go from the left, Rio from the right. I'll head straight on. He grabbed the paper and pencil and drew 3 circles. I want a circle around them. We have a small number, so it should be easier to make our way around. Makoto asked, but? The boy smiled. I want all of you to avoid confronting them. Stay hidden until you see my signal. Welf raised an eyebrow. What kind of signal? Bell's eyes glinted with a devious look, and his friends didn't know if they liked it. I'll just scream. Everyone blinked, a bit dumbfounded at how simple his signal was going to be. Lily furrowed her brows, but won't that be too obvious? Bell chuckled. That's the point. Rhea sighed. All right, we'll trust you. She approached Welf and his sack. The magic swords? The blacksmith nodded and took out a bunch of magic swords from his sack, 2 each, right? Rhea nodded and took 2 of them, a fire type and wind type, before turning to the exit. I'll be off then. With that said, the elf vanished in a burst of speed. Makoto grimaced. I still will never get used to how fast she can move. Bell laughed softly. Well, it is Rhea-san, after all. Welf sighed. All right, we should move too. Unfortunately, we're not as fast as she is. Lily and Makoto both nodded, and they grabbed their magic swords before they left the base. Welf was the last, and he looked at Bell. Aren't you going to take any? The boy shook his head. No, I'll be fine. The blacksmith smiled dryly. Right, of course. More for me then. Welf took the other 2 and slung it behind his back. I'll be waiting for your signal then. With that said, the man left to join the 2 girls, leaving Bell alone. The boy took a deep breath. All right, time to get started. Bell left the base and leaped up to the top of the building. Line break. The moment it was revealed that the Soma Familia was moving alongside Apollo's Familia, the sun god was panicking. Loki's voice reached his ears, cold amusement evident in her voice. Now, what is the meaning of this, Apollo? Everyone turned to her, and if the sun god were any lesser being, he would have pissed himself. The god tried to recompose himself. I have no idea what's going on either. I didn't know they'd be bringing others in. Hermes sighed. I guess that makes this game invalid then. Unfortunately, Dash. No, let them continue. Everyone blinked in surprise when Hestia spoke, and the god of messengers looked at her. Are you sure, Hestia? The goddess of the hearth nodded. Belkuin's been doing his best to prepare for this. I want to see it. Freya smiled. Me too. I want to see how well Bell does in this war game. Let it go on. Hermes sighed. All right. We'll leave it then. Artemis looked at Hestia and Freya, and she blinked when both goddesses showed nothing but confidence in the boy. The goddess of the moon held back a smile. At the same time, in the Loki Familia's home, everyone was in an uproar. Most of the lower-ranked members involved in the training were pissed, even more so when Hermes announced the game would go on. Lafia asked, shouldn't we go help him? Reveria shook her head. No. The gods aren't doing anything, most likely because it seems amusing. Jumping in will ruin things for them. Finn nodded, and nothing against them, but 50 more level 1 and level 2s won't mean much. Bell should be capable of doing more. Bet scoffed, if he loses, then that's all he's worth. Gareth chuckled. Well, you're not wrong. Tiona laughed. It's okay. Argonaut Kuin is way stronger than that. Tioni snorted. For once I agree. The younger elf looked at the video, and she nodded. Okay. Ace simply stayed silent as she kept her attention on the video. Back to Bell, the boy stood on top of the building. He took a deep breath. Load. Thanks to Finn, he had managed to forge a contract with a hero known, feared for his tactics. Zhuge Liang. The air around him gave way as a feathered fan appeared in his hand. Bell stared on ahead. He didn't need to know where the enemies exactly were. As long as they were within the area for the war game, they would be within range. The boy raised his hand, holding the fan up towards the sky, and he started to chant, physical attacks alone do not dictate a war. Magical energy welled up in his core, and Bell chanted, behold the ultimate formation of the great tactician. This was the manifestation of a formation that trapped and drove countless soldiers to death. Set, the unreturning formation, Stone Sentinel Mace. From the skies, 8 pillars came down, surrounding the area past the midpoint that would belong to the Apollo Familia. In the next instant, Bell felt the noble phantasm take effect. He knew exactly how many men were on the opposing side and where they were. Soon, the voices of the confused men reached his ears, as they all found themselves in a never-ending rock maze. The maze would lead the men to lose their minds, and more importantly, give Bell's friends time to get into position. After a few more minutes, and upon hearing the confused voices turn into frustrated screams, Bell moved on to the next part of his plan. The white rabbit raised his free hand and snapped his fingers. With Hyacinthos, the beautiful man was leading his forces forward. The plan was to have their combined forces span out over the area to overwhelm Bell and his friends. Hyacinthos would lead one section, Lissos would lead the other, and Xanus would lead the last party. At least, that had been the plan. No sooner after they left the base, those 8 pillars showed up, and they were stuck. Hyacinthos had tried to march forward using the pillars as a landmark, but they would quickly vanish and be replaced by stone walls, and he would quickly lose sense of direction before finding themselves back to their starting position. The same process repeated so many times the man had given up trying to make sense of where they were going. There was nothing wrong with simply going forward. Sooner or later they would see Bell. As they marched, Cassandra spoke from behind him. "Commander, please, we have to stop." The man scowled. "Quiet. We have more than enough men to take them. Have faith." The girl frowned. "We've been running in circles, and at this rate, the rabbit will dash." "Cassandra." Daphne's voice reached her ears, and the blue Annette found herself pulled back by her friend. Cassandra looked at Daphne, but Dash. The redhead sighed. "Enough. We're in a war game. We can't just back off now." The healer frowned, but Dash. Before she could continue, a loud explosion caught their attention, and Hyacinthos yelled. "What happened?" One of the men from behind yelled. "A mine. We're in a minefield." Hyacinthos' eyes widened. "What?" As if on cue, more explosions reached their ears, and the man could only stare in shock as he watched his men get caught in the explosions. Daphne was in a similar state of shock. How did they get the time to set up a minefield? None of us were told where the venue would be. Cassandra's face fell. "It's over. We're in the jaws of the monster." Hyacinthos growled. "Damn it. Grab the wounded and get back to base. We can't afford to lose more men." Daphne nodded, and she yelled, "Get moving. Go." She grabbed one of the fallen men, dragging them back as others followed suit. At one side, Welf, Makoto, and Lily were doing their best to get to their intended point. Then, the explosions and the screams reached their ears, and Welf looked confused. "What the hell is happening?" Lily shrugged. "Who knows? Probably Belsama did something." Makoto hummed. "We're still waiting for his signal, I suppose." Welf nodded. "Yeah, but we need to get into position first." The explosions and screams continued, and the blacksmith shivered. "Not gonna lie, this is a bit scary." Lily giggled. "I'm kinda enjoying it, really." He sighed. "Yeah, that's just you." It wasn't just Lily who was enjoying it. Rio had gotten into position a short while ago, and the moment Belle triggered the traps, the elf was given a front row seat of everything that was happening. How the boy managed to get all those traps in place, and then have the opposing side step right into them, the elf didn't know. From the top of the trees, Ria spotted mines, explosions, wind magic traps, and pitfalls. If the stakes weren't so high, the elf would have found it funny to see all those men get caught. The masked elf looked around, spotting the 8 pillars that surrounded them. Rio was vaguely aware of Belle's unique abilities, his noble phantasms. This must have been one of them. She took a mental note to ask Belle about it, and instead turned her focus onto the battlefield, waiting for her training partner's signal. At the same time, in the Twilight Manor, Finn watched with amusement when the traps started triggering. From around him, almost everyone was laughing at what was happening, simply because they too had been on the receiving end. Watching another familia, especially one that was on the borderline of being an enemy familia, being on that same receiving end, made things a lot funnier than it should have been. Gareth chuckled. "Feel proud, Finn?" The Prum snorted. "To be honest? Very." Reveria sighed. "Seriously." Lafia shivered as she watched another member of the Apollo familia step on a mine before getting blasted in the face with a burst of wind. "This is actually scary to watch." Bet laughed. "What do you mean scary? This is hilarious." Tiona nodded excitedly. "For once I agree." Tioni chuckled in exasperation but chose to stay silent, simply because it was hilarious to watch. Ace, on the other hand, kept quiet as she watched a random Soma Familia member fall into a pit, before a bunch of rocks fell onto him. In the Tower of Babel, most of the gods were all laughing as they watched the traps activated. Hermes smiled in amusement. "Can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm actually proud of the kid." Loki cackled. "I know, right? This is awesome." Freya smiled, secretly enjoying how her Belle was dominating the match, a sentiment shared by both Hestia and Artemis. The only one who didn't enjoy it was Apollo. The sun god exploded. How did he set up all those traps? He must have cheated. "Oh, shut up, Apollo. Your kids brought another 50 people in to help." A random god yelled out, and every other god roared in agreement. Apollo seethed. "Damn it." Back to Belle, the boy watched as the members of the Apollo and Soma Familia had the time of their lives with the traps. He could quite literally feel the sense of amusement and satisfaction on his back, but he pushed it down, not letting Zhuge Liang's personality seep into his own. Instead, he focused on directing the enemy towards a centralized location in the field. Zhuge Liang's noble phantasm was a conceptualization of the stone maze used against his enemies. It involved a huge amount of preparation in reality. But because Belle was using it as a noble phantasm, he was effectively bypassing the physical requirements. And because the stone sentinel maze was already in place, that also meant that other simpler traps would be in place too. That also included both harmful and harmless traps that would direct the enemy towards a specific position. Now, everything was ready, so Belle moved on to the third phase of his plan. Overload, Atlanta. The powers of the famed huntress filled his body, and Belle summoned Tauropolos in his hand. The boy then notched a pair of arrows on the bow, aiming it towards the sky. "I pray to the 2 great gods, Apollo and Artemis. I beseech thee to bless this bow and arrow." Energy flowed into the 2 arrows, one glowing significantly brighter than the other, a sign that Artemis was actively giving him her blessing. Chants for noble phantasms were generally quite lenient as compared to the magic in Gekai. The only one that would classify as such was his magic to contract heroes. That meant that, except for a select few, as long as it aligned with the hero or the legend of the hero, Belle could pretty much say anything. Praying to both Apollo and Artemis, whilst being a part of the chant Atlanta would use, was more of an act of spite for Bell towards Apollo. He was genuine in his prayer towards Artemis, of course, but for Apollo? It would be as if Bell was slapping him in the face. I devote this calamity to thee. Bell aimed the arrow straight at the sun, set, Phoebus catastrophe. He let the arrow loose, and in the next instant, an endless rain of arrows came down upon the Apollo and Soma Familia members. The barrage of arrows continued for a good 3 minutes, until it all ended. But Bell would be undeserving of Zhuge Liang if he thought that would be the end of it, and he dashed forward, making full use of the hunter's speed. The White Rabbit yelled loudly, now. On cue, 3 blasts of magical energy consisting of flames, wind, and lightning all shot out from different sides surrounding the enemy, creating a giant explosion that engulfed the enemy once more. Bell reached the area where the enemy forces were supposed to be, the area that was previously filled with lush greenery now reduced to a burning wasteland. Before him laid many members of the Apollo and Soma Familia, and the White Rabbit quickly took note of the ones still standing. There were only a handful of them left, quite literally. From the Soma Familia, only Chandra and Xanus were conscious, and even then the captain wasn't in the best state. For the Apollo Familia, Hyacinthos, Cassandra, Daphne, and Lissos were left standing. The captain of the Apollo Familia growled in pain. What happened? Lisso's eyes widened when he saw Bell, and his eyes darted around to spot the others surrounding them. The elf's eyes burned with rage when he saw what they were all holding, magic swords. Xanus growled, Hyacinthos. You never said they had magic swords. I thought we were only dealing with the little hero and level 1s. Welf scoffed, your information must be severely outdated if that's what you thought. Cassandra fell to her knees, it's over. Everything is over. Daphne growled, stand up, Cassandra. The enemy is just in front of us. The long-haired girl wouldn't listen, it's over. The rabbit has become a monster. Lissos glared at Cassandra, but decided to ignore her. We can still take them. We still have the advantage in numbers. Hyacinthos nodded as he drew his blade. That's right. I will take Bell Cranel. The rest of you take care of the others. Xanus nodded. Then I'll deal with our little traitor. Chandra just sighed, staying silent as he brandished his sword. Daphne glanced at Lissos. You want the elf, I presume? Lissos nodded, rage evident in his eyes. She will pay for tarnishing our race. Bell stepped forward. None of you will be facing them. You will all be against me. Hyacinthos' eyes widened. Before a look of rage marred his face, you dare look down on us? The boy took a deep breath, not deigning to answer that question. No, instead, he was focused on that same question Finn had asked him before their training session. The stature of a true hero. Bell opened his mouth. Load, Heracles. The powers of Greece's greatest hero filled his veins, and the boy shot forward in an explosion of speed and power. With the Hestia knife and Minotan in each hand, the White Rabbit swung at Hyacinthos, prompting the man to block the slashes with his sword. The captain of the Apollo Familia's eyes widened when he felt the force behind the swing, his knees almost buckling from the weight behind the attack. But Bell didn't stop there, and instead spun, landing a devastating kick to the man's head, sending him crashing into the ground. Xanus growled, damn it. Chandra. With me. The more muscular man sighed and followed his captain, the pair charging at the little hero. Bell's eyes darted to them, and he easily dodged the pitiful attempt from Xanus at trying to slash at him, before sinking his fist into the man's gut, sending him flying into the air. Not missing a beat, the young hero parried Chandra's sword, before kneeing him in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. My name is Love, the precious child of light. I hereby offer my all to the sun. A chant reached his ears, and Bell turned to see Hyacinthos with his hand up as the captain continued. My name is Sin, jealousy of the wind. I call a blade of wind to this body. Here I unleash a ring of flames. Come, O wind of the west. Arrow Zephyros. The man was quick to finish his chant, shooting out a circular blade made of wind and light. But by that time, Bell had prepared himself. Sheathing his daggers, the nameless axe sword appeared in his hands, set, 9 lives. The boy shot forward, brandishing the nameless sword axe. With next to zero effort, Bell dispersed the wind blade with a swing of his blade before dashing towards Hyacinthos. The man barely had time to yelp when Bell was suddenly in front of him. And unlike before, they weren't fighting on Hyacinthos' terms, not even on even grounds. No, the advantage was entirely on Bell's side this time, and the nameless sword axe smashed straight into Hyacinthos' face, sending him flying into a tree unconscious. The boy turned to Lissos, who had just watched 3 of the stronger members of their side get wiped out so easily. The elf spoke with disbelief. Chow? You should only a level 2. Rhea snorted. This man has already gone beyond the boundaries of levels. Even I do not know how strong he currently is. Lissos growled. You too. We're not going down like this. He barked at Daphne and Cassandra, and the redhead frowned. Don't tell us what to do. The long-haired girl, on the other hand, was more focused on their captain, silently chanting, heavenly light that was once rejected, merciful arms to save mine shallow self. As soon as she started chanting, both Daphne and Lissos shared a nod, and they charged at Bell. Lily looked at her companions. What are we waiting for? Makoto shook her head. No, this is Bell's fight. Welf nodded. Yeah. Rhea simply stayed silent as she watched, along with the many others back in Oreo. The pair didn't stand a chance against Belle, for he easily countered their attacks. Daphne growled in frustration as she swung her sword at the boy, but Belle proved to be the better fighter, for he easily dodged and parried every single one of her swings. The same was for Lissos, for despite all of them being level 2, despite it being a 2-on-1, Belle was easily repelling their attacks. Cassandra continued to chant, "In the place of my words unable to reach their ears, I plead thee to rescue my miserable companions. Oh, light of the sun, may you banish the blight of ruin." So light. The girl finished her magic, and the healing light surrounded Lissos, Daphne, and Hyacinthos, healing the wounds for the 3 of them. But that was all she could do, as she fell to her knees panting. Belle backed away to avoid a slash from Hyacinthos, now facing 3 instead of 2. The boy took a deep breath. "Let us end this." Hyacinthos growled, "You've become quite arrogant, I see." Belle let go of Heracles' powers. "No, just more confident." "Load. Emiy. I am the bone of my sword." The boy raised his hand, and over hundreds of swords formed above him, surrounding them. For the first time in so many years, Daphne felt fear, especially when she saw the drill-shaped sword in the middle of all the swords. Set, fake Calidbalk. The 100 swords came down, and the drill-shaped sword glowed, then everything went blank. Soon, the explosion died down, and Belle and his companion spotted the 3 on the ground, unconscious. He walked towards them, and the others quickly followed. Welf whistled. That was quite the show. Belle chuckled. "I hope I didn't disappoint." Rhea snorted, a bit too flashy, especially with that explosion at the end. The boy gave her an amused look. "And your luminous wind isn't flashy?" The elf's face turned red, fortunately unseen to everyone else, as shut up. Belle chuckled. "But well, at least it's over." Makoto sighed. "You pretty much went on your own. I feel dumb forever worrying so much." Lily grinned slyly. "So you were worried?" The swordswoman blushed. "Oh, of course I'd be worried. I mean, I left Takuma Kazuchi-sama, SS says familia." Everyone gave her a pointed look, and Makoto's blush intensified. Belle smiled. "I'm sure Hestia-sama wouldn't mind if you switch back." Makoto shook her head and took a deep breath. "No, I think I'll stick around." The boy blinked. But dash." The girl cut him off. "This will be a good way to make up for that time when we pass parade you. So for now, I'll be a part of your familia, Belldano." Belle sighed. "You're still hung up on that?" Makoto nodded. "If anything, just think of it as giving me a peace of mind." The boy nodded. "All right." Welf laughed. "Well, I'm not complaining. We spend most of the time together anyway." Lily nodded. "Agreed." Rhea snorted with a smile. "I see your familia is expanding, Belle. Not the conventional way, but good enough." Belle laughed. "I mean, you're welcome to join us too." The elf's smile fell slightly, not that anyone could see. "I think I'll pass." The boy chuckled. "That's a shame." He turned to the other 3. "All right, let's go home." Line break. Meanwhile, back in the Tower of Babel, Hestia stood in front of Apollo, and despite being the shorter one, the sun god shrunk as the goddess towered over him. Hestia spoke ominously. "I hope you've said your prayers, Apollo." The sun god smiled forcefully. "Wait a minute, Hestia. I got carried away. Your kid was just so cute." "Oh, I totally agree. Belle is very cute. But even I would never go so far to attack them in broad daylight." Freya piped in, standing behind Hestia, sporting a similarly cold expression. The fact that Artemis stood next to the love goddess with an expression that would freeze even hell itself didn't help matters. Hestia nodded, before a devious smile plastered her face. "Now, if my memory serves me correctly, you promise to agree to anything I want when I win." Apollo's face paled. "Why, yes." The goddess of the hearth nodded. "Then I shall name what I want." Her eyes gleamed with vengeance. "I will confiscate all of your property. Wealth? Land? Everything. Your familia is to be disbanded, and you will be banished from Orario." Apollo shrieked like a girl when he heard those terms. And oh. Everyone laughed at his reaction, and Hermes clapped his hands once. "All right, the terms have been decided." The messenger god did his best not to laugh. Unfortunately as it is, Apollo's familia is now non-existent. The guild will deal with the rest of the terms. He looked at Hestia, but on a brighter note. "We've just witnessed the little hero's first wargame victory." The goddess of the hearth nodded with a smile, before she glared at Apollo. "Now, let's go hash out the details. No time better than the present." Apollo panicked. "Wait. I need dash." The sun god was cut off when Takuma Kazuchi and Mayak both grabbed him from each side, and the Japanese god spoke. "Enough excuses, you made your bed, now time to sleep in it." Mayak nodded. "Indeed, now let's go." The 2 gods dragged Apollo off, and Hestia and Artemis both quickly followed after. Freya smiled. "Well, that was exciting. I think I'll head back to my own home." Loki snorted. "Not going with them? You've been pretty buddy-buddy with Hestia for the past few weeks." The goddess of love smiled at her. "I just want to let them have their rest and enjoy their spoils of victory." The goddess of mischief nodded with skepticism and sarcasm. "Sure. Go along then. I've had enough of these idiots anyways." With that said, Loki left the room, and Freya also went back to her chambers. As the goddess of love took the lift, she looked out of the windows towards where the war game had happened. "Congratulations, my dear Belle." She would have to think of a reward, probably through Syr. And as Hestia said, no time better than the present. Author note. That's the war game arc done. The next chapter will be the beginning of the Ishtar Familia and Heraheim arc. Until then, read and review please. Chapter 24. Author note. Hey, I'm back with a new chapter. Freddy 8712, no spoilers. The last Kenpachi, Cassandra will be fine. It is simply something she foresaw and tried to prevent, but basically her visions just came to pass. Justin D., glad you liked the trap scenes. Cody White 162, Roland Teeps, Ninjafong 1331, glad you liked the war game. As for the Ishtar and Heraheim arc, you'll just have to read on. Anime Fan 13579, now honestly, I'm not sure how I'll be doing the Reiki War arc, because it pretty much ended in 2 episodes in the anime, so I may or may not include it. But we'll see. Anyway, here's the new chapter. Triple X. That night, Belle and Rhea sat at the bar in the hostess, while the others cleaned the place. Hestia and Artemis were at the guild with Apollo to sort out the transfer for all of their winnings, and Mia had basically forced the pair to take a break. The dwarf laughed as she dropped 2 sacks of Valis on the countertop. Here, these are yours. Belle blinked as Rhea silently took them. What are these? Mia grinned. Our winnings, of course. The elf explained, I believe a bunch of adventurers started betting, and Mamma Mia obviously bet in our favor. The dwarf laughed. Exactly. Considering you wiped the floor against Apollo's Familia, I'd say you're deserving of some of that money. The boy wanted to refuse, but paused and chose to nod instead. Thank you. Mia chuckled as she went back to cleaning the kitchen. All good, kid. Syr walked to them as she mopped the floor, but that was amazing. Anya nodded. It was Naya. Chloe asked, how did Naya set up all those traps, Naya? Belle smiled. A new hero I contracted. He's a strategist, a tactician. Basically, through the materialization of his legends, I was able to set up those traps. Lonmar hummed. I see. That's interesting. The boy chuckled. It is. Mia snorted. So you're famous now. How's it feel? Belle smiled sheepishly. Honestly? This feels like when I leveled up the first time. Syr giggled as put the mop away. I think it's a good thing. At least now people know not to pick a fight with you. The boy chuckled. Maybe. Mia snorted again, before she gave the store a look over. Now, cleaning's done. Good. She walked into the kitchen and brought out a tray of food and drinks. All right. Mia placed it on the counter, a smirk on her face. Considering it's Belle's first victory in a war game, we can't let it end without a celebration, yeah? Belle smiled. Thanks, Mamma Mia. The dwarf laughed. I should thank you. Your win brought me a ton shit of Valis. Chloe smiled as she grabbed a glass of beer. You know, Naya, is it just me? Or have we been celebrating a lot since Belle Naya joined us? Lunwar chuckled. Oh, it's not just you. Syr giggled. I think that's a question we need to ask Mamma Mia. No? Mia snorted. Very funny. If you don't like it, you can give me back those glasses. The 3 waitresses backed away as they held their glasses away from the bar. The dwarf hummed. Thought so. Anya cackled. Y'all should have just kept quiet, Naya. Rhea just smiled as she took a sip from her glass of beer. Syr looked at Belle. So, Belle-san, now that you have a larger home, is your goddess planning to expand your familia? The boy shrugged as he sipped on his soda. No idea. Maybe? Mia hummed. Just make sure you get a good look at their background. Not everyone is a good kid like you. Belle smiled. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. The dwarf smirked. Now, a toast. Everyone cheered and raised their glasses, and the night quickly passed. Line break. 3 days later, Belle stood in front of the Apollo Familia mansion, or rather, former Apollo Familia mansion. Hestia smiled as she looked at everyone gathered with them. I present to you, our new home. Welf smiled. That quick, huh? I thought it'd take him a week, if not a month. The goddess of the hearth nodded. Rules are rules, and Apollo did agree to the terms of our war game. Artemis sighed. Well, that. And the guild helped facilitate Apollo's kids moving out and cleared the home for us. Hestia grinned, and thanks to Hephaestus and Goibniu, we also renovated some of the mansion. She looked at her 4 children, and yes, that includes everything everyone wanted. Hestia pointed to Welf, your forge. She then pointed to Makoto, your bath. Hestia pointed to Belle, your training room. And finally she pointed to Lily, your library and personal study. The Prum's eyes widened with excitement. Are you serious? The goddess folded her arms with a grin, as serious as a heart attack. Welf grinned with anticipation. Then what are we waiting for? Hestia laughed. Nothing. Let's go. A short while later, Welf stood in front of a small building next to the main mansion, and he pushed the door open. What laid inside immediately put a smile on his face. By the gods, they really do know their stuff. Welf walked in, running his hand over the forge, before looking at the hammers included. The equipment included in the forge were all top-notch, even by the standards of the Hephaestus Familia. The man walked around, until he spotted a small note beneath one of the hammers on the desk. Welf raised an eyebrow and plucked it off the desk. It was a note from Hephaestus. Welf? You may not be a part of my familia anymore, but I do look forward to that magic sword you will forge. Think of this forge as a gift from all of us. May the flames of the hearth burn brightly in you as much as the flames of the forge. Hephaestus. The redhead read the short note, and a smile formed on his face as he gave the forge another look over, looking after me even after all that. Huh. Thank you, Lady Hephaestus. Welf walked over to the forge. I guess I better get started soon. Meanwhile, Makoto stood in front of an Eastern-style bath. A happy expression was plastered on her face. Thank you, Hestia-sama. Ever since Takamikazuchi and his familia moved to Orio, Makoto never did find a chance to find an onsen-style bath. Whilst their familia home was modeled after the Eastern homes, it lacked the baths. Thanks to their winnings, Hestia had asked Hephaestus and Goibnia to take down a few of the storage rooms and build an onsen bath. Makoto was never so grateful for leaving her old familia. The swordswoman quickly took a quick shower, before dipping into the baths, letting out a sigh of pure bliss. My former comrades. I apologize for not sharing this with you. Makoto would then spend the rest of the afternoon in the baths, not to be seen until dinner. At the same time, Belle was walking with Hestia and Artemis. As they walked, Hestia asked, "So, what do you think, Belcoin?" The boy smiled as he looked around. It's wonderful, actually. I can't believe it only took them a few days to get everything and everyone out. Artemis snorted. Well, considering everything Apollo owned now belongs to Hestia, there's not much for them to take. Hestia nodded. We did allow the children to take their belongings. Anything they bought of their own money would be okay, but anything given to them by Apollo is now ours. Belle hummed, I see. The white-haired rabbit looked at his patron goddess. Speaking of which, are you planning to recruit more members now that we have more space? The goddess of the hearth shook her head. I did think about it, but probably not. Take has a small familia, and he's doing pretty good. I think I'll hold off for now. Artemis blinked. Really now? That's surprising. I'd have thought you'd be jumping to expand it. Hestia scoffed. And lose my Belle time? I think not. The goddess of the moon side, of course. Belle laughed lightly. I guess I should be happy to hear that. Hestia giggled. You should. The goddess of the hearth hummed. But obviously if people were to apply, I wouldn't say no. I just won't be actively advertising. Artemis nodded. Good idea, especially with your dash. Hestia shot her a glare, and the moon goddess quickly realized and stopped. Belle blinked. You're what? Hestia quickly shook her hands and head. It's nothing. Artemis nodded quickly. It's nothing. Just a slip of tongue. The boy raised an eyebrow in confusion, but decided to ignore it. Okay, I guess. The twin-tailed goddess smiled. Let's go check out your training room. It's behind the main building, and I've asked Hephaestus and Goibnia to include some pretty sturdy dummies. Belle grinned, sure. He pulled both Hestia and Artemis with him and ran off, pulling the two goddesses who tried to keep up with him. W8. Line break. Later that afternoon, Belle was walking around the front yard of their new familia home, until he spotted two familiar figures at the railings. One of them was hugging the railings, while the other was trying to pull her away. Belle approached them, and he recognized them quickly, Cassandra-san. Daphne-san? Unlike most of the other former Apollo familia members, the two young women were some of the few that were civil towards Belle. Daphne stopped pulling on Cassandra when she noticed the boy. Hello, Belle Cranel. Belle immediately felt awkward, considering they had effectively kicked them out of their home. What are you two doing? The redhead made a complicated face. It's not what it looks like. The boy scratched his cheek. I honestly have no idea what this is, honestly. Cassandra whined, my rabbit. Daphne sighed, all right. So Cassandra thinks she left her stuffed animal here, and well, I guess we are allowed to keep the things we bought ourselves. Belle blinked, your stuffed rabbit? Cassandra continued to whine, and the redhead sighed, see. Cassandra can't live without her stuffed rabbit. So, the boy hummed, okay, so you said you left it here. The long-haired girl hung her head. I don't remember. But my dream showed me it'd be here. Belle blinked again. Your dream? Cassandra nodded. Yes. The boy hummed. Before he nodded, all right, do you have a brief idea where it is? The girls blinked. A short while later, Cassandra was hugging a gray stuffed rabbit. You believed me. Belle smiled awkwardly. It probably fell off the stairs when you were moving out. It was behind one of the pillars near the wall. Daphne sighed. Thank you, though. At least this will help us sleep. The boy nodded. Before he asked, so, how are things going? The redhead raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Belle smiled awkwardly, scratching his cheek. I mean, you're essentially without a familia now thanks to my goddess. So, Daphne blinked. Before she nodded, we're still looking. Honestly, the only reason we were ever in a familia is because Apollo found us cute. Cassandra nodded wordlessly, and the redhead continued. Frankly speaking, being an adventurer was never really something either of us wanted to do. But as you can guess, it sort of stuck, and we're not keen on going back to our old homes anyway. The white-haired rabbit nodded. I see. An idea popped into his mind, and he looked at them. Actually, this might sound weird coming from me, but would both of you like to join my familia? Daphne blinked, and she furrowed her brows. But before she could respond, she felt Cassandra tug on her arm. The redhead looked at her friend, and blinked when Cassandra leaned in to whisper to her. Daphne sighed, before looking at Belle. All right, Cassandra is keen. So I guess we can have a go. Belle smiled. Great. Let's go find Hestia-sama. The redhead nodded. Sure. Cassandra hid a smile behind her stuffed rabbit, and they quickly went around to the main gate. As they entered the front door, Daphne commented, it feels weird not seeing all of those statues of Apollo now when we enter the front door. Bell scratched his cheek. Yeah, well, let's just say Lily, Hestia-sama, and Artemis-sama didn't quite like it. The redhead snorted. I can imagine. The boy nodded. Now if I remember correctly, Hestia-sama and Artemis-sama should be in the main office. Bell paused. Where was that again? Cassandra giggled silently while Daphne sighed. Do you want me to show you the way? The boy looked embarrassed. Yes, please. The redhead nodded and walked ahead of him, and soon the three reached a large door. Bell went on to knock on the door. Hestia-sama? Artemis-sama? Are you two free? Yes. Come in. Hestia's voice reached his ears, and he pushed open the door, before glancing back at the two. Come on. The two girls nodded and followed the boy in, and the moment they did, they saw Hestia with her head on the desk, while Artemis was trying to get her up. Hestia glanced at Bell. You need us, Belcoin? The boy nodded. Yeah, actually, we have two people looking to join our familia. The busted goddess sat up almost immediately. Really? Bell gestured to behind him. Yeah. Hestia's lips thinned. Oh. Aren't you too? Daphne nodded. Yes, we were in Apollo's familia before. Artemis hummed. I see. The twin-tailed goddess narrowed her eyes. Mumyamu. You're not here to try to steal the home away, are you? That caught the pair by surprise, and Daphne blinked. Huh. Hestia pointed at her accusingly. Apollo must have sent you. Right? Cassandra quickly spoke up. And no. We have no ties with Apollo anymore. Artemis pushed the twin-tailed goddess hand down. Relax. They should be fine. The moon goddess looked at Bell. Right, Bell? Bell nodded. Daphne-san and Cassandra-san are good people. I think they'll fit in just fine. Hestia hummed, her eyes still narrowed. The goddess then sat down. Okay, what can you two do? Daphne nodded. Cassandra is a healer. Her healing magic is better than most generic potions you can find. The busty goddess folded her arms. And you? The redhead answered, I have experience leading parties into the dungeon, and I am decent in combat. Daphne paused. Obviously our recent wargame says otherwise. Hestia hummed. Before she looked at Bell, what do you think? Bell smiled. I'm happy to have them in our familia. The goddess of the hearth nodded. Okay then. Done. Welcome to the Hestia familia. The two girls looked surprised, and Daphne gaped in disbelief. Just like that. Hestia nodded. Just like that. Artemis smiled. You were expecting some sort of test or a full interview, weren't you? Both Daphne and Cassandra nodded, and the latter spoke up. Yes, that was our impression with other familias aside from Apollo's. The moon goddess smile dropped. Apollo just took anyone in as long as they met his criteria, didn't he? The two girls nodded, and Hestia scoffed. Well, good thing he's out of Oreo then. She smiled at the two, but you don't have to worry. We're all family here. Even Artemis. And she's way better than Apollo. Artemis sighed. Hestia. Hestia looked at her. What? It's the truth. Daphne smiled in exasperation. You're not wrong, I suppose. Bell chuckled. Anyway, that's that, I guess. I'll get out of your way so you can deal with their fallness. Hestia nodded. Okay. The boy left the room, leaving the four women. Hestia stood up and gestured to the sofa and coffee table. All right, let's make it official then. Both girls nodded, and soon after, they both held Hestia's falna. As they got dressed, Daphne asked, and just while we're here, is it okay if we got our old rooms back? Hestia nodded. Of course. You can have any room you want. As long as it's not the one next to Belcoin. The two girls blinked, before they smiled and nodded. Understood. Daphne and Cassandra left the room, and they spotted Bell waiting outside. The redhead blinked. Bell Cranel, were you waiting for us? Bell smiled. Just Bell, please. We'll be in the same familia from now on. The two older girls blinked again, and Daphne sighed. All right, then do the same for us, okay? The boy grinned. Sure. He chuckled. Honestly, this feels kinda awkward. Daphne sighed, a small smile on her face. You think? Bell nodded. But anyway, we made some renovations, as you may have noticed. Cassandra nodded. Removing Apollo's statues was good. The redhead chuckled. Can't believe I'm saying this, but yes. The white-haired boy laughed. Glad to hear. He walked forward. Come on. We changed a few rooms into a training room, an Eastern-style bath, and we even got a forge for wealth. Daphne raised an eyebrow. A training room and an Eastern-style bath? Bell nodded. Yep. After a short trip around the newly renamed Hearth Mansion, the three were in a dining room that was previously a meeting room. Daphne hummed as she sipped from a cup of coffee. This will take some time to get used to, honestly. Cassandra smiled. I like this new change. Bell chuckled. Well, there were only 6 of us, now 8. So we changed some stuff here to accommodate the smaller number. The redhead nodded, and it's a good thing. In fact, it's better that it's different. Cassandra nodded, before Daphne looked at the boy. So, I assume we'll be heading into the dungeon soon? Bell blinked. Eh? The redhead raised an eyebrow. This familia is an exploration type, right? The boy blinked again. Oh. Yes, definitely. But well, things have just been a bit hectic, so dungeon diving honestly wasn't something on our minds. Daphne nodded. I suppose that makes sense. The door opened, and they heard Welf's voice. Bell. I hear we got new members. The three turned to see the blacksmith, and the man blinked when he saw both Cassandra and Daphne. Eh. Daphne stood up. Nice to meet you. We weren't properly introduced before. I'm Daphne Loros. Cassandra quickly stood up and bowed slightly. My name is Cassandra Ilian. Welf scratched his head and looked at Belle. Weren't they a part of the Apollo Familia? Belle nodded. They were. But well, one thing led to another, and they're here with us. Daphne looked at her fellow redhead. Look, I know we didn't start off on the right foot, but dash. Welf cut her off. That's good and all. I was just surprised. He cleared his throat and walked forward to extend a hand. Name's Welf Kratzo. Daphne shook his hand. I'll look forward to working with you then. Cassandra nodded. Why yes, me too. Welf hummed. Guess so. Belle smiled. Glad to see you all getting along. The man snorted. Speak for yourself. We better let Makoto and Lil Lily know too, especially the midget. We already know. And what was that about a midget? The four turned to see Lily and Makoto at the door, and Belle greeted. Makoto, Lily. Makoto looked at the two girls. I believe this is the first time we've met outside of battle. Daphne smiled dryly. If you mean aside from when we attacked Belle in that church and the war game, then yes. The swordswoman nodded. I'm Yamada Makoto. The red-haired girl responded. Daphne Loros, this is Cassandra. Lily nodded. We know, and well, I'll say this. I don't feel comfortable with former Apollo Familia members being in our Familia. Daphne's lips thinned, while Cassandra looked worried. But the prom continued. But Belle-sama trusts you, so I'll trust you too. The redhead hummed. Very well, I understand where you're coming from. So I suppose all we can do is live up to that trust. Belle sighed in relief. Phew. Daphne snorted, a small smile appearing on her face again. Anyway, I suppose that's all of us for now? Welf nodded. If you mean in the Familia, then yeah. The red-haired girl hummed. Back to what we were talking about, Belle. The boy nodded. The dungeon, right. Daphne nodded. Normally, I'd say the number of people we have here is barely enough to form a small party that can reach the end of the middle floors. She smiled. But considering you single-handedly wiped out the Apollo Familia, I'm comfortable to say we can hit even the lower floors. Belle blinked. Wait, really? Lily folded her arms. I can see where you're coming from. Belle-sama is essentially a one-man army, and with Makoto-sama, Welf-sama, and you, we have a pretty good team. Daphne nodded. Exactly, and as far as supporters go, I'd say you're at the top, not to mention Cassandra's healing abilities. Belle hummed, and just based on what we have, a three-line formation would be effective. Makoto's eyes widened. Oh, Belle Dano and I will be on the front. Then Daphne Dano and Welf Dano will be in the middle to protect Lily and Cassandra Dano. The red-haired girl smiled softly, something like that. Yes. Welf smirked, and we also have my magic swords. Lily grinned. That means we can easily go further down. Cassandra smiled, but kept silent and just listened. Belle laughed. Then if everyone is up to it, how about we head into the dungeon tomorrow? Makoto raised an eyebrow. Well, I'm okay. Lily nodded. Lily is good too. Welf shrugged. Why not? I have a bunch of magic swords to test out. Daphne glanced at Cassandra. I'm okay. What about you, Cassandra? The long-haired girl nodded. Yes, I'm okay too. Belle grinned. Then it settled. Daphne asked, but how far down do you want to go? The boy hummed. How about the 21st floor? Just as a test. The redhead nodded. That works. Welf chuckled. All right, then I'd better go prepare then. Lily nodded. Lily too. Belle nodded. Gotcha. Thanks, Welf. Lily. The pair just smiled as they left the room, and Makoto spoke. I'll go let Hestia-sama and Artemis-sama know then. Belle nodded. Before he looked at Daphne and Cassandra, all right, while they prepare, let's go over what everyone is capable of. Line break. The next day, Belle was in the guild with Ina. The half-elf hummed. I see. So you gained 2 more Familia members, and they're former Apollo Familia members? Belle nodded. Daphne-san and Cassandra-san. Yes. I think they're good people. Ina nodded. They are, but considering you pretty much caused the disbandment of their old Familia. The boy smiled. I think they're okay with it. Apollo isn't the best god apparently. The half-elf sighed, but he isn't. But just be careful anyway, okay? I know you defeated them easily, but anything can happen. Belle nodded. I will, thank you, Ina-san. Ina smiled. All right. Now, it feels like it has been ages since we last talked about which floor you'll be going to. The boy nodded. This time we'll be going to the 21st floor. The half-elf blinked. The 21st floor? Her lips thinned, and it was at that moment Belle knew he fucked up. W8 dash. Ina exploded. Did you forget we agreed that you'd keep to above the 18th floor until you grew stronger? I know you defeated the Apollo Familia, but the dungeon is still different. Belle raised both hands in a surrendering manner. Ina-san, to be fair, I've already visited the 21st floor with the Loki Familia when they trained me. And I've gotten a lot stronger. You can ask Fin-san if you want to. The half-elf blinked. Loki Famila? You didn't tell me that. The boy blinked. I didn't. Ina narrowed her eyes. What else have you been hiding from me? Belle smiled forcefully. I also trained with Otter-san and fought 100 members of the Loki Familia in the dungeon. The half-elf saw red, and she spent the next hour lecturing the boy about recklessness. Fortunately, Belle had somewhat expected this to happen, so he didn't end up being late to meeting his friends. Later that morning, Belle stood outside of the dungeon entrance, a blank expression on his face. Daphne asked with a raised eyebrow, What's wrong with him? Welf smirked amusedly. If I had to guess, he forgot to tell his overprotective advisor something and got grilled about it. Lily giggled. Oh, definitely. The red-haired woman blinked. An advisor? From the guild? Makoto nodded. Yes, Beldano meets his advisor, Ina-san, from the guild every morning before we go into the dungeon in case there's something we should know. Daphne hummed. That's not a bad thing, I suppose. Cassandra approached Bell and patted him on the head, but the boy didn't respond. The red-haired woman sighed. So this is our familia captain, huh? Everyone looked at her weirdly, even Bell, who looked more confused than anything, and Daphne felt uncomfortable. What? Bell asked. Did you just call me our familia captain? Daphne blinked. Yeah. Why? Aren't you the familia captain? The boy shook his head. No, actually we haven't even decided yet. The red-haired girl felt dumb. Oh. Welf laughed. But that's fine, isn't it? Personally, I think Bell'd be the perfect fit. Lily nodded. Bell-sama has been the party leader before anyway. I don't think there's any other good option. Makoto nodded. Agreed. Bell gaped. But Daphne cut him off, a smile on her face. And don't look at us. We're newcomers, remember? Even Cassandra had a smile on her face despite keeping quiet. The boy sighed. All right, fine. Let's go with that. Bell turned to the dungeon entrance. Now come on. The dungeon awaits. Daphne was once again reminded just how much of a monster Bell Cranel could be. Cassandra and Lily were at the back keeping an eye out, but even then they didn't need to do much. Hell, Daphne and Welf didn't do anything to begin with. Bell easily wiped out the monsters on the first 10 floors. Even Makoto had trouble keeping up. The redhead honestly had trouble believing the boy was still a level 2. In no time, the party found themselves on the 15th floor. As they walked through the dungeon, Daphne asked, So, I forgot to ask this before, but the Goliath is due to spawn later today. Are we going to go straight for the 18th floor, or do we want to wait for it to spawn? Everyone looked at Bell, who hummed. I don't see why not. I've been meaning to challenge the Goliath again. Cassandra blinked. Again? Daphne gaped. Wait, so that thing about you one-shotting an abnormal Goliath was real? Everyone looked at them as if they were dumb, and Lily spoke up. Of course it was real. The red-haired woman sighed. Hyacinthos, that idiot. A smile formed on Welf's face. What? Did everyone in your old familia think it was a scam? The two nodded, and Makoto smiled amusedly. Well, now you know. Bell chuckled. All right, that's enough. Let's get to the 16th floor and take a break, then we'll challenge the Goliath. Later, the group of 6 found themselves on the 17th floor, before the boss area. Welf looked around. Well, I guess this will be the first actual time we're challenging the boss. Lily nodded. The only time we faced it was on the 18th floor, and even then that wasn't the same. Makoto folded her arms. People said that one was much stronger, and we had an army of adventurers too. Daphne hummed. I see. From my experience, the Goliath should be pretty easy for us. Cassandra nodded. We'll be fine. Bell nodded. But before he could voice his thoughts, the floor shook. Here it comes. The walls cracked, revealing the face of the Goliath as it broke through. Welf asked, So, what do we do? The white-haired rabbit sheathed his knives. Welf, Makoto, Daphne, I want you 3 to hit it with your magic swords. Makoto nodded. Understood. Daphne smiled dryly. Okay, what will you do though? Bell smiled at her. I'll hit it with a big one while you 3 distract it. The Goliath roared, and Lily spoke. Here it comes. Makoto dashed forward, sheathing her normal sword and exchanging it for one of Welf's magic swords. Said Blacksmith and Daphne fanned out to flank the Goliath as Makoto circled around the boss. Then, all 3 swung their swords, unleashing blasts of flames and lightning that struck the giant head-on. The Goliath roared in pain as it stumbled, and Bell took the chance. Load. Sakata Kentoki. The Golden Eater appeared in his hands as Bell dashed forward. Set. Golden. He leaped up into the air, the axe crackling with power and lightning. Spark. Everyone watched as lightning struck the Goliath, before the boss was cleanly split in half before exploding into ash. Daphne gaped, silently glad that Bell hadn't used that during the war game. Welf laughed as he spotted the expression on his fellow redhead's face. Yep, that was my exact reaction when I saw it the first time. Daphne handed the magic sword in her hands back to Welf. Remind me never to get on his bad side. Ever. The blacksmith snorted as he took the magic sword. Noted. Welf then walked back towards Lily and Cassandra. Now we let Lily do her job. Daphne nodded, and she spared one last glance at Bell, who brandished his axe while Makoto approached him. The red-haired girl let out a breath. Perhaps joining the Hestia Familia wasn't a bad idea after all. Author note. Done. So that's the chapter, more of a chapter to finish up the war game arc. So the next chapter will officially be the start of the Ishtar arc. Read and review please. Until next time. Chapter 25. Author note. Hey, I'm back with a new chapter. Anime fan 13579. Yeep, Cassandra's visions are a thing I'll be using for a while. It'll be interesting how it pans out considering Cassandra will have a closer position to Bell and she'll see more visions related to Bell. As for the Reikia arc, not sure what you mean by temporary contract, but we'll see. It'll probably be sooner as the Ishtar arc might be ending sooner with how I have things planned. Ninjafong 1331. Thanks my friend. EVA Cyajin. I suppose the means of fighting I have here for EMY is mostly based on fanon, but I don't actually see a problem with it, as my understanding of EMY's fighting style is basically from FGO and the extra series as well as Chloe using EMY's class card. Cody White 162, glad you liked the chapter. Also hope you enjoy the Ishtar arc. Axel Allen, now Achilles is someone who will definitely show up. Hint hint. As for how you mentioned Ryder, if you have not realized by the time you read this chapter, I had Bell inherit Ushiwakamaru. So basically, I don't plan to have Bell being restrained by the 7 classes. He is literally the heir to every heroic spirit that can be considered a hero in any form or manner. As for what Bell did in Chapter 11, well, it's a joke on how every waitress at the hostess is close to Bell, and he brought Welf to that place where he gets along with all of the waitresses. So obviously Welf will not take that well, and Lily has been in the same position, just affected in a different way. Sodkali 727, I hope the next few chapters will live up to that peak. Anyway, here's the newest chapter. Triple X. At night, a single goddess watched over the red light district of Oreo, or more commonly known as the entertainment district. Ishtar let out a deep breath, blowing out a stream of smoke as she held a smoking pipe, the Hestia Familia. She stared over her kingdom. Years of hard work had led her to rule the entertainment district of Oreo. Everything that went around in those streets, every brothel, every pub or bar, belonged to her. And it also happened that many adventurers, especially men, tended to frequent this very district to relieve themselves of stress and the horrors of the dungeon. Naturally, information was not something she was lacking in. In fact, it was something she had in spades. The goddess took another deep puff from her pipe, the heir to the throne of heroes. Her lips curved upwards. Some, if not many of the less intelligent gods often reported to her, and with the recent war game, news that Freya had greatly supported the Hestia Familia also reached her ears. And that goddess had pretty much announced that she would back the Hestia Familia, or more specifically, Cranel. Ishtar spoke, Thomas. The man almost immediately appeared by her side. Yes? The goddess of beauty asked, tell me, do you think we have a chance to grab Cranel? Tammuz raised an eyebrow, but answered nonetheless, with Haraheim's level boost on Phryne, I believe we can. Why do you ask? Ishtar smiled darkly, I think I found a way to strengthen our familia and get back at Freya at the same time. The man hummed, but kept to himself. The goddess glanced at him, gather Phryne and the Berbera, tell them to capture Cranel, alive. Thomas nodded, understood. With that said, the man disappeared, and Ishtar smirked to herself as she watched the district. Now, I wonder what sort of face you'll make when your precious rabbit bears his fangs at you, Freya. The goddess could already see it, the anger and despair in Freya's eyes when Bell dealt the final blow. Line break. The next morning, Bell and his familia were having breakfast. Daphne and Cassandra were once again surprised by the white-haired rabbit, for he had been tasked to make breakfast. The red-haired girl robotically looked at their familia captain, Bell. The boy smiled, seconds. Daphne nodded, her face as red as her hair. Yes, please. She had never had Eastern style, or as Bell preferred to call it, Japanese style, breakfast before, and Makoto had insisted they have rice, fish, and miso soup for breakfast. The redhead could never have imagined how delicious, how divine simple rice and soup could be. Cassandra was of the same opinion, but she was less expressive compared to her friend. Welf and Lily were doing their best not to laugh as they watched the two devour the food, not that they weren't doing the same. Hestia grinned as she inhaled the rice. My Bell is simply the best. Artemis shook her head in exasperation as she drank her soup. Be careful, you'll get fat if you eat anymore. The goddess of the hearth scoffed, Pulia, see, I'm a goddess. I can control how my figure looks. Makoto sighed, must be nice. Lily nodded in agreement, I know, right? Daphne too nodded in agreement, the one thing I hate about gods and goddesses. Cassandra nodded silently, much to the amusement of the two goddesses present. Welf just chuckled as Bell returned with more food. Speaking of which, what are we doing today, Bell? The familia captain placed the food on the table, which the others wasted no time devouring, and he looked at his friend. I'm meeting Ryo-san and Lafia-san for training later. Lily blinked, both of them together? Bell nodded. Yeah, Lafia-san has been wanting to meet Ryo-san for a while now, I think. So I rescheduled today's training session with Ryo-san to be in the afternoon. Hestia hummed. The dwarf didn't object? The boy smiled sheepishly. Oh, she did. Ma, I mean Mia-san wasn't happy. So we'll have to make up for it. Artemis chuckled, as long as you clear it up with her. Bell nodded. Definitely. And speaking of which, you two are going to meet Freya-sama for tea later, right? Hestia nodded. Yep, Hephaestus and Loki are coming too. Welf raised an eyebrow. Loki I sort of get, but I never would have thought you'd be close to Freya-sama of all people. The goddess of the hearth snorted. Me neither. But well, considering she helped us during the war game, I think this is one friendship we want to keep. Lily nodded. Agreed. Daphne and Cassandra simply kept silent, content with simply devouring the food in front of them. Bell looked at Welf. What about you, Welf? The blacksmith shrugged. Dunno, maybe just tinker around and make more magic swords? We'll need more now that we're actually using them. Daphne looked at him, and speaking of that, I have to admit, those magic swords will definitely be a huge boon to our combat strength. Welf nodded neutrally. I know, But before you say anything, we're not selling them. His fellow redhead nodded, wasn't going to. Lily spoke up, I'll be going through our finances later, so I'll be in Hestia-sama's office for a while. What about you, Makoto-sama? Makoto smiled, I'm meeting Chigusa later for a shopping trip. Belle smiled, I guess we all have plans, huh? Cassandra spoke softly, not all of us. Daphne chuckled in exasperation, we still have to rearrange our rooms. You said you wanted new decorations now that we're in a new familia. The long-haired girl nodded, right? Lily grinned mischievously, you're going to buy more rabbits, aren't you? Cassandra's face flushed, and no. Daphne grinned in an equally mischievous manner, totally. Everyone just laughed as they continued to enjoy breakfast. Line break. Later, Belle was at the gates of the Hearth Mansion. Hey, Lafia-san. The elf smiled, good morning, Belle. Lafia looked at the mansion behind him. I know this was the Apollo Familia home before, but it's really big. Belle laughed softly, probably not as big as yours. And besides, it's only the 8 of us living here. The elf blinked. 8. The boy nodded. Yeah, we got 2 new members a few days ago. Lafia hummed. I see. That's good to hear, I guess. Belle smiled. Thank you. He then spotted Ryuu from a distance. All right, there's Ryuu-san. Lafia turned to see the older elf, and she took a deep breath. And nice to meet you, Ryuu-san. Ryuu smiled. We've met before at the hostess, Lafia Verdes. The younger elf's face turned red. All right. The older elf hummed, but I suppose this will be the first time we're training together. Lafia nodded. Why yes. Ryuu looked at the mansion. Before it, Belle. This is really an upgrade from your previous, shall we say, home. The boy smiled. Yeah, well, I guess. The elf smiled. I'm looking forward to seeing this training room of yours. Belle laughed softly. Then we shouldn't keep you waiting any longer then. He turned towards the mansion. Oh, and once we're done with training, we have a hot spring-style bath, so you two can wash up there later. Ryuu nodded. I'll take you up on that offer. Lafia blinked, before she too quickly nodded. And me too. But no peeping. Belle's face turned slightly red. Oh, of course not. The younger elf narrowed her eyes. That's not what I heard from the Hermes Familia. The boy's face blanked. Hermes Familia? Ryuu chuckled. Relax, Lafia-san. That was something Hermes-sama did. Belle had nothing to do with it. In fact, I believe he wasn't happy they were trying to peep. Lafia looked skeptical. Really now? I guess I'll have to take your word for it. Belle palmed his face. Why me? Ryuu just looked amused as they entered the mansion. Soon, the 3 reached the back of the compound, where 2 smaller buildings could be seen. Belle pointed at the smaller one of the 2. That's Welf's Forge, and just to let you know, you should be inside working on some magic sorts. Ryuu nodded, while Lafia looked uncomfortable. I see. The boy nodded, before gesturing at the slightly larger building, and that's our training area. The 3 entered the training room, or building, and the 2 elves were met with the sight of a large space with multiple training dummies. Lafia studied the training dummies. These are really well made. Belle smiled. Yeah, we had the Hephaestus Familia and the Goibnia Familia make them. We should be getting some autonomous ones sometime next week. Ryuu raised an eyebrow. Autonomous one? So dummies that can move. The boy nodded. Yeep. But for now these ones can be used for just about anything. The younger elf hummed. I see. Belle smiled. We can try them out later, for now. Ryuu chuckled, eager to begin. I see. The boy nodded. Of course. The older elf smiled. All right then, since Belle has shown to be able to take down the Apollo Familia on his own, how about we work together for now, Lafia-san? Lafia blinked. Oh, sure. Belle gaped. Wait, that's not fair. Ryuu smirked, says the one who can create traps instantly. Lafia nodded quickly in agreement. The boy sighed. All right, let's do it then. He went to stand at the other end of the training room, while Ryuu and Lafia stood opposite of him. Lafia looked at Ryuu. Ryuu-san, I know we said we'll team up, but dash. The older elf smiled as she drew Alv's Lumina. It's fine. I've heard a lot about you, Thousand Elf. I'll take him in close-ranged combat. The younger elf caught on, and I'll provide long-range support. Ryuu nodded. Exactly. Are you 2 done talking? The 2 elves noticed Belle's smile, and the green-haired elf snorted. Arrogance really does not suit you, Belle. The white rabbit simply drew his knives. Hey, I have to be confident when I'm up against the 2 of you. Lafia smiled. Perhaps. Belle just grinned, before he spoke up. Oh, and the walls have been enhanced with magic to be able to withstand a lot of attacks, so feel free to go all out. Ryuu snorted. Then we'll take you up on that. Without another word, the green-haired elf dashed forward, and Lafia blinked when the pair clashed blades. The younger elf quickly started chanting, Unleash a streak of light, O bough of the holy tree. Thou art an expert of the bough. Belle narrowed his eyes as he heard the chant, but Ryuu was adamant not to let him interrupt the younger elf. Shoot, oh, sniper of the fairies. Strike, oh, arrow that never misses. The boy clicked his teeth as he backed away from Ryuu in preparation. Arc's ray. Lafia unleashed a beam of energy from her staff, shooting straight for Belle. The white-haired boy dashed to his side, but to his annoyance, the beam curved and chased after him. Belle chanted, Load, Ushiwakamaru. Sheathing both Minotan and the Hestia knife, Yusimidori appeared in his hand as he continued dodging the blast. Does the sky of a now distant forest? Infinite stars scattered in the sky of the endless night. Bell slashed the beam of light with his sword, causing it to explode in his face, but the boy was more focused on the chanting elf. He dashed forward, only to meet Ryu's sword, much to Lafia's surprise, concurrent chanting. Respond to my foolish plea, grant me the divine protection of star and fire. Bell grunted as he tried to interrupt her chant, but the older woman easily matched his speed and slashes while chanting. Grant the mercy of light to those that abandon thee. Come, wandering wind, oh, wandering traveler, thee who traverses the sky and wilderness. The boy narrowed his eyes and kicked the woman away, but it did nothing to stop her chant. Imbue the light of stardust and strike down the enemy. No, Bell needed to do something else, and so he did. Set, Dan no Yura. Asotobi. Luminous wind. Countless orbs of wind formed around Ryo and shot out at Bell, but the boy was ready. As the orbs of wind honed in on him, Bell moved, and to the surprise of the two elves, jumped on the wind orbs. The boy easily weaved his way through the barrage of wind orbs, and before Ryo knew it, he was already before her. The elf cursed herself for letting down her guard, and she quickly tried to parry Bell's slash. Fortunately, she didn't need to. Become a shield, oh, holy staff of crushing evil. Deograil. A white magic barrier appeared between Ryo and Bell, blocking the slash. The two were surprised by the sudden appearance of the barrier, but it disappeared as soon as it appeared. Ryo took the advantage and pushed forward, swinging her sword at the boy. Bell parried it, only to have to back away to avoid a slash when the elf drew her shorter sword. The boy regained his footing, dual-wielding now. Ryo smiled softly. Well, when you're training with someone who uses two knives on a daily basis, you tend to pick up some things. Bell snorted. Really now? I feel like you're just mocking me. The boy drew Minotan in his left arm and dashed forward, locking blades with the older woman once more. Ryo smirked. No, just stalling for time. Elf ring. Wipe them out. Oh, holy staff of crushing evil. Diotharos. A torrent of white lightning shot out from Lafia's staff, and Ryo backed away as it closed in on them. Bell grunted. Set. Shano Ryuridan Sankei. Benkei. Fudo Riki. Magical energy swirled around the boy as he became an imitation of Musashiba Benkei's figure, and the blast struck. Both elves were surprised when Bell took the attack head-on, and even more so when they saw that he was only slightly bruised from the attack. The boy let out a deep breath once the blast ended, and Lafia exclaimed, why did you not dodge? Ryo and Bell blinked when the younger elf exploded, and Lafia stormed over to him. Are you an idiot? That was a full-powered blast. What if you died? The boy was slightly taken aback. See, calm down, Lafia-san. That only served to anger her more, and Ryo watched with mild amusement as Lafia ranted, calm down. How can I calm down when you just decide to take a magical blast head-on? And you jumped on wind magic. What the hell? Bell smiled awkwardly. I had my noble phantasm. It increases my physical endurance by a large margin. It didn't hurt much, I promise. And Ushiwakamaru's Dan no Yura Asotobi lets me jump on just about anything. The younger elf frowned. Nope. It may be training, but do not do that again. Or I'll tell Reveria-sama. The boy blanched. Please no. I can only take so much of her lectures. Ryo chuckled. I see Reveria-sama has struck fear in you. Bell? Bell snapped his head at her. You have not gone through her lectures. You would not know. The older elf simply folded her arms with an amused smile. All right, since Lafia-san is so worried, let's take a break, shall we? Lafia nodded, and the white rabbit couldn't help but sign in resignation. Soon, the three sat on a bench at the side of the training room, the boy having brought a jug of honey lemon and cakes from the kitchen. Lafia squealed with bliss as she bit into the cakes. Before she looked at the boy, did you make these, Bell? Bell smiled. Yes, I made them last night. Ryo chuckled as she enjoyed her slice of cake. Never thought we'd be eating cake after a small training session. But I see you have improved. Syr would do well to learn from you. The boy laughed softly. Yeah, I don't think that'll end well. The older elf laughed softly. Probably not. Lafia raised an eyebrow. Is Syr-san that bad? Bell and Ryo shared a look, and the boy spoke. If we ever get something Syr made, we'll save it for you. Ryo smiled with amusement. Syr will probably be heartbroken if she heard you. Bell? The boy just smiled, not saying another word on that matter. Speaking of which, would you two like to stay for dinner? I'm gonna try replicating Mamma Mia's special spaghetti. Lafia immediately agreed. Yes, please. Ryu, on the other hand, was more intrigued. Oh, now this should be interesting. Bell laughed. So is that a yes? The green-haired elf smiled. Sure. I have the entire day off anyway. The boy grinned. Great. Now let's get back to training. That's enough cake and honey for me today. Ryo nodded. Agreed. Lafia, on the other hand, looked devastated. What? Bell chuckled. You can take some home if you beat me one-on-one. The younger elf suddenly gained a fire. You're on. Line break. Meanwhile, Hestia, Artemis, Loki, Hephaestus, and Freya were at a dessert cafe. Freya smiled. Now to be honest, I never expected we'd gather such a large party. Artemis snorted. Well, you invited Hestia and myself, then I hear you invited Hephaestus. The goddess of archery glanced at Loki, not sure how that one came along. Loki looked offended. Hey, Hephi offered to bring me. Hestia looked at Hephaestus. Did she now? The goddess of the forge sighed, sort of. Freya laughed melodiously. but it's not a bad thing. In fact, I like it. Hestia snorted. Never thought there'd be a day I'd be having a tea party with all of us here. Loki grinned. Never thought I'd come to a tea party with you willingly. Hephaestus scoffed. Please, you'd go wherever Hestia goes as long as you get a chance to see her embarrass herself. The goddess of mischief gestured to her. Point. Freya giggled. But well, Hestia has come a long way, hasn't she? Artemis nodded. I suppose so. Hestia puffed her cheeks. Hey, I wasn't that bad. Hephaestus sighed. You were staying with me for a good few months since you descended to Gekai, unemployed. Loki cackled. Right? You did that, didn't you? The goddess of archery refused to look at her friend, and Hestia deflated. Everyone's a critic. Freya laughed softly. Now, that's enough teasing her. To be fair, I think Hestia has done a great job with her familia so far. Artemis smiled. More like Bel has. Loki laughed. Damn right he has. Hestia smiled. I won't deny that. It's honestly thanks to Belkuin that we are where we are, even Artemis. The goddess of the moon nodded. That it is. Freya smiled. Well, I honestly think at the rate things are going, Loki and I may have another competitor for Aurario's strongest familia. Loki raised an amused eyebrow. Oh, you seem to have high expectations, Freya. The goddess of love chuckled. And how can I not? My dear Bel has been nothing but amazing ever since he came to Aurio. Hestia narrowed her eyes. Your Bel. Freya laughed. Our Bel? Okay. But the point is, Bel has been performing outstandingly since he arrived. Otter even thinks he'll come to match him soon. Loki raised an eyebrow. Really now? I mean, it is definitely a given, considering who he is. Hephaestus hummed. Bel's abilities aside, you seem pretty invested in him, Freya. Are you planning to take him? The goddess of love shook her head with a smile. No, hardly. I swore by the sticks to Hestia I wouldn't charm him with my divine authority. If Bel does come to me, it will be genuine. That surprised everyone, and Artemis spoke. You're serious? Freya nodded, before she spoke up. Now, while I'd love to talk about Bel more, there's something I want to tell all of you, specifically Hestia. That caught their attention, and Loki smirked. I knew this wouldn't be a simple tea party. The goddess of love snorted. Quite. But anyway, Hestia, I received news someone else might be targeting Bel again. Hestia scowled. Who is it? Freya chuckled. Ishtar. That surprised everyone, and Hephaestus asked, why would Ishtar target Bel of all people? Aside from him being the heir to the throne of heroes. The goddess of love sighed. Unfortunately, that'll probably be because of me. Artemis raised an eyebrow. You? Loki immediately understood. Now I see. Freya nodded, as Loki probably guessed. It's because I supported him openly in front of so many gods. Ishtar has nothing but contempt for me, and has been determined to overthrow me for a long time. Hestia scowled. So that slut is targeting Bel to get back at you. The goddess of love nodded. That would be my guess. Yes. Artemis furrowed her brows. But where did you get that information from? Freya smiled. To put things simply, as a goddess of beauty, Ishtar holds a number of gods and men by their, shall we say, sorts. Loki cackled. That's one way of putting it. The silver-haired goddess nodded. So as Hestia puts it, she's a slut, and she makes full use of it. Men are putty in front of her charms. The goddess of mischief smirked. But that doesn't explain how you got the info. Freya chuckled. I am less, shall we say, generous when it comes to sharing a bed with other men. In fact, I haven't shared a bed with anyone since I saw Bel. She noticed the dark looks on both virgin goddesses, and she smiled. But I digress. Many gods and men seek my attention, and they willingly provide me with the information for a chance to warm my bed, whereas Ishtar actively seeks them out. Hephaestus folded her arms with a sigh to hide her reddening face. I see. Then what do you plan to do? Freya looked at her. If you're asking me, nothing. Ishtar may or may not actually target him. If she doesn't, good. If she does, well, I'll leave that decision to Bel himself. Hestia sighed. All right, I'll tell my kids to keep an eye out. But thanks for letting us know, Freya. The goddess of love smiled. You're welcome, Hestia. Freya looked out of the window, straight at the direction where the entertainment district was. But let me know if you need any help, okay? Hestia nodded. Definitely. Loki sighed loudly. All right, I know my kids love your brat, so just let us know too. It pains me to say it, but my brats will probably come running if you need help. Hephaestus blinked. Wow. She looked at Hestia. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think your child is the only one who can get these two and their familias to work together. Hestia grinned. My Bel is awesome like that. Freya laughed. That he is, but I doubt my children will actually work with Loki's, even under my orders for them to help Bel. Aside from Otter, of course. Loki sighed. And it's not like I myself want to help or anything, more my precious children than anything. The shorter red-haired goddess palmed her face, but I guess that is the point in it. All of them laughed, and Freya spoke again. I believe that's enough serious talk for now, please. The desserts will go bad if we don't eat any longer. Loki grinned, doing a 180. Don't need to tell me twice. Artemis sighed. Seriously, Loki. Hephaestus bit into a cookie, but on a side note, you really have good taste, Freya. The silver-haired goddess smiled. Why, thank you. This is one of the few dessert shops I frequent the most. Hestia hummed. Maybe I should get some to take away for my kids later. Freya smiled at her. I didn't order them this time, but the eclairs are very good. The twin-tailed goddess grinned. All right, I'll have to get some for them to try then. Line break. Meanwhile, Makoto and Chigusa were browsing boutiques and armor shops, and they ended up at a cafe for a break. Makoto smiled as she sipped on her tea. It's been a while since we went shopping. Chigusa nodded. Well, our shopping trips were usually for supplies and equipment. Now that you're with Belsan's Familia. The swordswoman nodded. I know, but it is what it is. The archer asked, speaking of, how are you faring over there? Makoto gained an excited expression. It is good. Chigusa blinked, surprised by her response. Oh, really? The swordswoman nodded frantically. Hestia-sama is actually a very generous goddess. She got Wealthdano a forge of his own and Beldano a dojo. The other girl blinked. Wait, what? Makoto grinned, and she gave me an onsen bath. Chigusa's eyes widened. She what? The swordswoman nodded excitedly. Yes. Chigusa pouted. And how long ago was this onsen bath finished? Makoto laughed. Maybe when we first moved in? The archer gaped. And you didn't tell us? You didn't tell me. The swordswoman looked away sheepishly. WL. It is a Hestia Familia home thing. So. Chigusa puffed her cheeks. Fine, be that way. Makoto giggled. Look, I'm sure Hestia-sama won't mind if I bring you over for the baths. I think. The archer looked at her friend skeptically. You sure? The swordswoman nodded. I'm sure. Hestia-sama is a kind and generous goddess, and I dare say even more than Takamikazuchi-sama. Especially when it comes to Beldano. Chigusa snorted. That's for sure. Makoto nodded, and we know Takamikazuchi-sama and Mayek-sama are close friends of hers, so it should be fine. The shorter girl sighed. All right, I'll hold you up to that. Chigusa took a sip from her cup of tea, but before they could continue chatting, they spotted a familiar face. Makoto blinked. Asuka Dano? I haven't seen you for a while. Asuka didn't look thrilled, and she looked at Chigusa. Before at Makoto, there's something I need to tell you, the both of you. Both girls blinked, and Chigusa asked, what is it? The supporter of the Takamikazuchi Familia furrowed her brows. It's about Haruheim. Their eyes widened, and Makoto stood up. What? Are you serious? Asuka nodded. I heard a rumor about a golden renard in the entertainment district, and from the description of her features, I'm confident it's her. That caught both of them by surprise, and Chigusa asked, do you know where she is? Like specifically? The supporter shook her head. No, not specifically, but I heard she may be a prostitute near the Ishtar Familia's area. Makoto's eyes widened as she whispered in disbelief. Haruheim Dano? A prostitute? Asuka nodded, but it's mostly just rumors. I haven't gone to check if it really is her. Chigusa considered her words. Before she looked at Makoto, Makoto, I'm going to the entertainment district. The swordswoman looked at her friend, and she nodded. Then I'll go too. The archer looked at her Familia member. Asuka, thanks for telling us, Makoto, and I will confirm if it really is Haruheim. Asuka nodded. Thank you. I'll be heading back then. With that said, the young woman left, leaving the two at the cafe. Makoto let out a breath. Guess that changes our plans for the day. Chigusa nodded. Yes. She looked at the bags with them. But let's put our stuff away first. If she really is in the entertainment district, then going during the night might give us a better chance. Makoto nodded. Before she smiled. Guess that also means we're skipping dinner. I was looking forward to Beldano's cooking today. I think he was going to make spaghetti tonight. Chigusa snorted. Must be nice. The swordswoman laughed softly. All right, I'll ask Beldano if he can make us something for supper when we're done tonight. The archer smiled softly. For Haruheim as well? Makoto nodded with a smile. If it really is Haruheim Dano, then yes, for her as well. Later that night, Makoto and Chigusa were walking through the entertainment district. They had let Belle and the others know that they had something to deal with before leaving. Both of them were surprised that Ryuu and Lafia of all people had stayed for dinner though. Now, the two girls walked along the red light district of Oreo, and Makoto couldn't help but feel out of place as they walked. It reeked of alcohol and cheap perfume, and if Makoto were to be honest, she felt like puking. But the swordswoman convinced herself it was for her dear friend, and they pushed on forward. Chigusa spoke as they walked. Asuka said it was somewhere near the Ishtar Familia's area. Makoto nodded. The center then. The Balit Babili. The Balit Babili was infamous for being the home of the Ishtar Familia and one of the most premium brothels of Oreo. But there was also another problem. The Balit Babili wasn't just a single home like the Twilight Manor or the Hearth Mansion. It was a collection of various buildings, mostly brothels, with the main building at the center of the entertainment district. The pair continued walking around, doing their best to avoid any drunk men and entrances to brothels, until they spotted a beautiful renard with golden hair and fur, dressed in traditional Eastern robes inside a building behind a set of fences. Despite not having seen her for years, both Makoto and Chigusa had no doubts that the lady before them was their friend. Makoto found herself rushing forward, right to outside the fence, Haruheim Dano. The renard's eyes widened when she saw both Makoto and Chigusa, but before she responded, Haruheim immediately remembered where she was. The blonde took a breath and looked away, but before she responded, Makoto continued, It's me, Yamado Makoto. Do you remember me? We used to sneak you out from the shrine and play in the fields. Chigusa also found herself outside the fence, Haruheim. You're Haruheim, right? I'm Chigusa Dash. Haruheim cut them off. I'm afraid I do not know either of you. You must have mistaken me for someone else. The blonde stood up and walked away further into the building, and Makoto spoke louder, Haruheim Dano. But before they could continue, a random adventurer dragged them back, and the swordswoman glared at him. What are you doing? The adventurer glared at her. What are you doing? You just ruined my chance. Do you know how hard it is to get a chance to see that golden renard? Makoto glowered. What did you just say? The adventurer growled. What? You want to fight? All right, that's enough. The three turned to see a beautiful Amazoness with long black hair that covered the right side of her face. The adventurer immediately recognized her, Auntie Anira. Aisha Belka stared at the man distastefully. If you stop making a scene, I can arrange for one of our girls for you. But if you refuse, then we'll ban you altogether. The adventurer blanched. Okay. No need to go that far. I was just annoyed, that's all. He backed away, and the Amazoness turned to the two Eastern girls. As for you two, if you're not here to have fun, then stop getting in the way of people who actually want to. Makoto glared at her, but before she could start, Chigusa pulled her back. Makoto, no. Let's just go home. The swordswoman looked at her friend, before at the building where Haruheim had gone in, and she took a deep breath. All right. Makoto looked at the Amazoness. I apologize for the trouble we've caused. With that said, both of them turned and left, leaving Aisha and the man. The adventurer immediately tried to speak up, about that dash. Aisha spared him a cold look. Shut up. I know what I promised. She shoved a ticket into his gut, the strength causing him to fall to his knees as he managed to grab the ticket. Go to the main building, you'll get what you want. The man nodded frantically and got to his feet, stumbling away. Aisha sighed. What a pain. She almost felt bad for the man, simply because the ticket that she'd given him? It was a special ticket to get him a night with Phryne. But Aisha was more focused on the two girls she'd just met, one of whom she recognized thanks to the recent war game, Namado Makoto. The Hestia Familia, huh? The woman took a deep breath before she ducked into the alleys and followed the pair. Makoto and Chigusa quickly reached the end of the entertainment district, and the archer asked, So, what do we do now? Makoto frowned. I don't know. That was definitely Haruheim Dano. Chigusa nodded. I know. But she claimed to not know us. The swordswoman shook her head. We'll have to think about it. I'll ask Beldano what he thinks later. Surely his tactician hero would have some idea. The archer nodded. Let me know if you have anything. Makoto nodded. I will. Now let's go home. The others plan to go into the dungeon tomorrow. Chigusa chuckled. Okay. I'll see you around then. With that said, the two parted ways, blissfully unaware of the Amazoness watching them from the shadows. Aisha took a deep breath as she watched them leave. I guess that settles it. Tomorrow, we hunt the rabbit. Author note. Done. That's it for this chapter, which also marks the official beginning of the Ishtar arc. With how things go, we might actually see all of the heroic spirits I have planned for this arc in the next chapter or two. But we'll see. For now, just as a recap, Belle has inherited the following heroic spirits. Heracles, still restricted. Imawai, Sakata Kentoki. Ushiwa Kamaru with Terra no Kagekiyo. David, Orion, Atlanta, Zhuge Liang. So until then, read and review please. Chapter 26. Author note. Hey, I'm back. And Happy New Year to everyone. Goonies 117. I already have the servants I want Belle to use planned out. So you'll just have to read to find out who they are. Anime fan 13579. Glad you liked the moment involving Belle with Lafia and Rio. Now I do agree with your point with temporary contracts. In fact, it's what happened with Heracles. Belle himself is not ready to take on all that power. So far the only things he has fully inherited in a true sense are their memories. In terms of powers, what Belle has inherited is the bare minimum of what can fit into his body, akin to how much power servant vessels can hold for one heroic spirit. That is also why we see Belle using limited noble phantasms for each hero. But of course Belle will be able to use them as he gets stronger. Remember, despite all he's done he still is a level 2. And also thanks for pointing how the Miss Dion. I knew there was someone I forgot. Guessed, Enkidu was someone I was considering too, but you'll have to read on to find out. Ghost Iced, now when I say figure, I meant as in fat or skinny. It's more of a joke than anything really. I don't pretend to understand boob physics, so I'm not sure if gaining fat from food would contribute or not. Ninjafong 1331, glad you liked the tea party between the goddesses. Guest and guest, you'll have to read on to find out. Axel Allen, here you go sir. Update is here. Cody White 162, glad you liked the previous chapter. Honestly, that was what I was trying to portray. Freya, for all her schemes and mannerisms, is simply her feeling lonely and wanting someone to confide with. At least that is my take in her character. But yeah, so here it is. It honestly did take me a while to get this done mainly because I was busy with family and work. But well, we got it done. So enjoy. XXX. The next day, Belle and his familia were at the entrance of the dungeon. The boy looked at his team. All right, today we'll aim for the 23rd floor. But the floor alone isn't our only objective. Welf grinned. Yep. This time we're going in for drop items. Belle nodded. We're not coming back until we get enough drop items to keep Welf busy for a month. The blacksmith cheered, definitely. Daphne smiled in exasperation, seriously. Lily laughed softly, at least they're excited. Makoto smiled, agreed. Cassandra, on the other hand, didn't look too happy, and she approached Belle. Belle, there's something I need to talk to you about. The boy blinked. Sure, what is it? The healer pursed her lips. The rabbit will be pinned by a knot of toads. I just want you to be careful. Belle blinked. Oh. Daphne frowned. Cassandra, is this another one of your dreams? Cassandra didn't look at her friend, but her silence all but confirmed it for the redhead. Daphne sighed. Belle, look, I can't tell you what to do, but dash. Belle cut her off, smiling at Cassandra. It might be just a dream. It might be just your mind. But Daphne, there's nothing wrong with being careful. You should know, you can never be too careful. The redhead blinked. Before she sighed, you are the Familia captain. It's your call. Belle shook his head. No, don't pin it down to the fact that I'm the Familia captain. We're not like the other larger Familias. For now, we're friends, family. He looked at everyone. So if there's something worrying you, tell me, and if not me, tell anyone else. We should help each other, as a Familia. His sudden speech surprised everyone, and after a moment of silence, Welf whistled. Dude, that was beautiful. Lily nodded. It was. Makoto, on the other hand, looked conflicted, as if she too wanted to speak up, but in the end, she chose not to. Daphne sighed. If that's how you're gonna put it. Damn it, you're making me look like the bad one here. Belle smiled. Don't worry about it. He looked at Cassandra. I'll keep it in mind, Cassandra. Thanks for telling me. The healer blinked and widened her eyes. Why you believe me? Belle grinned. Why wouldn't I? Cassandra furrowed her brows. But it's just a dream, a vision. The boy laughed. And? I think it's awesome if you can really see visions, like an oracle. He paused. Come to think of it, if you can see visions, and you were from the Apollo Familia, it's like you're the Oracle of Delphi. That caught everyone's attention, and Lily asked, the Oracle of Delphi? Belle nodded, an excited look on his face. The Oracle of Delphi, or her true name, Pythia, was a speaker of prophecies for the god of prophecies, Apollo. She would reveal prophecies for heroes and send them on quests. Lilo palmed her face. Of course it has something to do with heroes. Welf laughed. I knew it. Makoto, Cassandra, and Daphne, on the other hand, were just dumbfounded. The prum pinched on Belle's arm, earning a wince from the boy. What was that for? Lily frowned. You can talk about your heroes and stories later after we finish our dungeon run. The boy looked dejected. Okay. The prum grimaced, doing her best not to let Belle's expression affect her, and she quickly turned away. Anyway, let's get moving. Welf did his best not to laugh, something mirrored by Makoto, whilst Daphne and Cassandra looked more confused than anything. Regardless, the group descended into the dungeon, blissfully unaware of the ones watching them. Line break. A short while later, Welf was grinning happily as he counted the items they'd obtained, which included a bunch of horns from Minotaurs and Almirages, finger blades from War Shadows, and fangs from Hellhounds. The blacksmith looked at them. I think I might be able to make some pretty good equipment this time around. Daphne snorted in amusement. I'm sure you can, but those are still pretty common drop items, you know? Welf chuckled. I know. This is just the beginning. Don't worry, I'll get enough to keep me busy for a month. Lily snorted as she finished putting away all of their loot. You better. Now hand those drop items here. The blacksmith handed them to the prum as she quickly stashed them into her bag, and Belle asked, does anyone need any heals or potions? Cassandra spoke up. If anyone needs any healing, please let me know. Makoto smiled. I'm good, but thanks, Cassandra Dano. Daphne nodded. Me neither. The healer looked at Welf and Lily, and both shook their heads, while Belle chuckled. I'm good for now, so let's keep going. Cassandra looked down, and as they walked, Daphne patted her on the shoulder, and they continued walking. The group of 6 quickly got to the 17th floor, and they reached a room with a large amount of monsters and crystals before they realized it. Daphne gaped. I never knew there was a pantry on the 17th floor. Lily had a similar reaction. Me neither. Welf, on the other hand, was giddy. By the gods, so many crystal manuses, Lidgerfangs, Minotaurs, and Hellhounds. We even have more. I can probably even try melting the drop items together. Makoto chuckled. All right, calm down, Welf Dano. The monsters aren't going anywhere. Belle laughed softly. She's right, you know? The blacksmith scoffed. Can it? You don't know how bad it was for me when most of the drop items I got before were from buying shit from other familias. Everyone laughed, but still got prepared to fight. Cassandra, on the other hand, looked worried. Belle. The leader of the party glanced at her. Yes? The healer pursed her lips. I'm getting a bad feeling about this place, so. The white-haired rabbit considered her words. Before he nodded, okay, we'll have to be careful then. Belle turned to everyone. Got that? Everyone? Nobody disagreed, and Welf drew his sword. Now come on. I'll make sure to make everyone something when we get back. The group charged into battle, intent on slaughtering all of the monsters in the pantry. At least, that was the plan. But despite killing monsters for what felt like eternity, the numbers of the enemies just didn't feel like they were going down. Lily frowned as she fired arrows to keep the monsters away from her and Cassandra. What's going on? Cassandra looked at her. What do you mean? Daphne frowned as she stabbed a Ligerfang in the forehead, killing it immediately. The monsters just keep coming. I know it's a pantry, but this isn't normal. Welf grunted as he swung his sword, taking down a minotaur. Time to bring out the big guns then. The blacksmith unsheathed one of his magic swords, a lightning one. Bell. The boy turned to see the lightning crackling around the sword, and he grinned. Gotcha. The white-haired boy chanted. Load. Sakata Kentoki. The golden eater appeared in his hands, and he raised it, set, golden. Welf raised his sword, lightning crackling around it as he roared. Reiku. Spark. The pair brought their weapons down, unleashing massive lightning strike that easily took out dozens upon dozens of monsters. The magic sword in Welf's hands cracked, much to the blacksmith's chagrin. TCH. He looked at Bell. One more? The boy released his hold on the golden eater, scanning the monsters around him. Yeah, one more. Bell chanted. Load dash. Before he could fully swap heroic spirits, a huge axe came flying down out of nowhere. Lily's eyes widened. Bell-sama. The boy swung his own axe to parry it, only to grunt in surprise at how much strength was behind the flying axe. Regardless, Bell managed to redirect the axe away, sending it cutting through a horde of Ligerfangs. Welf furrowed his brows. Where the hell did that dash? He was cut off when a giant sword suddenly appeared in front of his face, almost cutting his face if it wasn't for the golden eater flying past between him and the sword. Only then did everyone manage to see who had attacked them. A group of Amazonesses led by a giant woman who had a face that strongly reminded Bell of a frog. That same woman also held the same axe that the boy had parried, one in each hand. Daphne easily recognized her. Androctonus. Phryne Jamil. Lily's eyes widened. Androctonus. Wait, then their dash. The red-haired woman nodded. That's right, the Ishtar familia. Mikoto furrowed her brows. But why would the Ishtar familia attack us? Cassandra gripped her staff tightly, a knot of frogs. Phryne cackled as a yellow aura surrounded her. You know, I did see you during the war game, but seeing you in person, you really are cute, aren't you, little hero? Bell narrowed his eyes, his hands crackling with lightning uncomfortably due to the lack of his axe. Why did you attack us? The giant woman laughed. Now what other reason would we have to go after cute little boys like you? She looked at the other women with her. Take care of the others, like we planned. All right? Aisha sighed. Fine. The leader of the Berbera brandished her sword. Samira, Lena, will take on those three. The rest should be able to handle those two supporters. The gray-haired Amazoness snorted. All right, I call dibs on the samurai. Lena whined. Eh? But I wanted to fight her. Samira scowled. You can take the man. I don't care. The youngest of the three sighed. All right. Guess I can't argue with that. Aisha scoffed. Enough talk. The three dashed forward, each spreading out to take on their designated opponents. Samira quickly closed in on Mikoto, and the samurai frowned as she parried the Amazoness punch. Why are you attacking us? The short-haired woman scoffed. You really think you have time to worry about that? Mikoto's eyes widened when a punch suddenly landed on her face, sending her skidding back a few meters. The younger girl grunted as she stabilized her footing, only to barely manage to raise her arms in time to block another punch, and she winced at the strength behind the punches. Samira smirked. Oh, not bad for a level 2. Mikoto grunted as she was suddenly bombarded with another barrage of punches, and she quickly lost hold of her sword amidst the punches. Punch after punch, there was only so much the swordswoman could do after losing her weapon. The Amazoness scoffed. I was hoping to see more. Guess not. The samurai struggled to stay on her feet, and Samira decided to end her suffering and punched her one more time in the face, knocking her out. At the same time, Welf was doing his best to keep up with Aisha. And just like his fellow familia member, he was failing horribly. The Amazoness was like a beast holding a sword. Every swing was overwhelmingly strong, and not to mention fast. The man would block or parry a slash, only to have Aisha land a devastating punch or backhand that sent him sprawling. The blacksmith growled as he was blown to the ground once more, barely getting to his feet. Why are you attacking us? We have no beef with the Ishtar familia. Aisha paused, a cold expression on her face. You're right. I suppose if you want a reason, then blame our goddess. Blame her for giving us orders on a whim. Welf's glare intensified despite his bloodied figure, but the Amazoness continued. Otherwise, blame your captain for garnering the attention of a goddess. Aisha dashed forward, brandishing her sword, but her small speech had given Welf all the time he needed, for the man managed to unsheath his magic sword. As the Amazoness leaped into the air for an overhead slash, Welf dropped his normal sword and swung his magic sword, Kazuki. The sword unleashed a huge wave of flames that easily engulfed Aisha, blasting her back into the air. The Amazoness growled as she got to her feet. Most of her body burned from the flames, a magic sword. We saw it during the war games, didn't think it'd be this strong. Welf held the flaming sword with both hands, praying hard for the sword to hold strong, and swung it again, Kazuki. The flames shot out of the sword, but this time, Aisha was prepared, and she dashed around the flames before landing a devastating kick to Welf's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. The blacksmith grunted as he got to his feet, and his expression strained when he heard a quiet cracking sound, quickly finding the crack on the tip of his sword. Welf steeled himself, tightening his grip on the sword once more and stood up, to the joy and amusement of the Amazoness. At the same time, Daphne was having the time of her life fighting Lena. The tactician narrowed her eyes as she dodged a slash from the Amazonas. Fortunately, unlike her fellow Familia members, Daphne was better equipped to fight Lena on even grounds. But that still didn't make it any easier, for the Amazonas was quick on her feet and was quite obviously one who fought at the front of the party. Daphne, on the other hand, was more used to giving directions and advice. The redhead narrowed her eyes, before catching a glimpse of Lily and Cassandra doing their best to fend off their own enemies, and she cursed herself silently. Follow blindly the sun in the sky. Blossom, O armor of laurel, so that all can flee from thee. Daphne chanted, and she dashed forward. Ramir. Lena's eyes widened when the redhead suddenly vanished, reappearing in front of her. The Amazonas barely managed to raise her blade to block the oncoming slash, and before she could react, Daphne sprinted around her, landing a kick to the younger Amazonas back. Lena was sent sprawling to the ground, allowing Daphne to dash back towards Lily and Cassandra, quickly forcing the other Amazonases away. Cassandra blinked. Daphne. The redhead furrowed her brows. Lily, do you have any of Welf's magic swords with you? Lily nodded. I do, but only one. Daphne nodded. Give it to me. The prum glanced around, and she nodded, pulling out a wind-type magic sword and gave it to Daphne. The redhead narrowed her eyes. Let's hope this works. Daphne raised the sword, prompting most of their enemies to back away, but before the woman could swing it, something shot past them and crashed into a wall. Kakik. For once, Ishtar-sama is right. Heavy footsteps reached their ears, and the three girls of the Hestia Familia watched as Phryne stomped her way towards the wall. Lily's eyes widened in shock when she saw Bell in the wall. Bell-sama. The boy groaned as he fell out of the wall, coughing as he tried to catch his breath. Bell glared weakly at Phryne. How are you so strong? Phryne cackled. Kiki, now wouldn't you like to know? Don't worry, you'll find out after you submit to me and join our Familia Kik. The white-haired rabbit narrowed his eyes. I'm not joining your Familia. The frog of a woman laughed. Oh, you will. Once you experience a night with me, you will wish you did. After all, my beauty surpasses even that of our goddess. Kik. The boy grunted as he got to his feet, his back feeling warm. Load dash. Before Bell could fully chant the name of the heroic spirit, Phryne was suddenly in front of him, her massive hands wrapped around his mouth. The Amazonas no magic. She raised him up and slammed him down to the ground, forcing the air out of him. Phryne cackled. Kakik, to think the infamous little hero is just like all those mages out there. How disappointing. But you were cute, so we can let that slide. Bell glared up defiantly as magic welled up in his back, but the Amazonas decided she'd had enough. Now, night-night. Kik. She raised her free hand, forming a fist, and she swung down hard, then Bell knew no more. Phryne cackled. All right. We're done. Kik. She held Bell in her hands and turned away, heading straight for the exit of the dungeon. Aisha cursed her luck as she kicked Welf back. Damn it, Phryne. What happened to leave no witnesses? Kazuki. The Amazonas growled as she leaped into the air. That idiot's gonna run straight out of the dungeon with him. Samira kicked Makoto away, who was now all bruised up and barely standing. Then what do you want to do? Aisha narrowed her eyes. Retreat. We have to let Ishtar-sama know what actually happened before that frog does anything. Lena whined. What? But it was just getting fun. The older Amazonas yelled. We're leaving. I won't say it again. The younger girl sighed. All right. Aisha turned and dashed for one of their hooded members nearby, Haraheim. Time to go. The hooded Renard nodded weakly, letting the Amazonas lift her before they all disappeared up the stairs. Welf gaped. What the fuck? Lily spoke in shock. They took Bell-sama. Daphne growled. Damn it. Cassandra looked down. The rabbit has been pinned by the toads. The prum scowled. We have to go after them. The blacksmith nodded. Definitely. Let's go. But before they could move, a loud thump reached their ears, and Daphne's eyes widened when they saw Makoto on the ground. Makoto. The redhead quickly rushed to her side, checking her over before yelling, Cassandra. The healer quickly chanted, Soul Light. The light engulfed Makoto's figure, quickly healing the girl's more serious wounds. Welf scowled. Take care of her. Lily. We'll go after them. Lily nodded. Okay. Stop. Wait. Daphne's voice reached their ears, and the pair looked at her. Welf frowned. Why? They got Bell. We can't just let them dash. The woman looked her fellow redhead in the eye. Their captain took our Bell with such ease. Do you think you stand a chance? Welf froze. That's... He glared at her. I can't just stand aside and let our friend get taken away. Daphne nodded calmly. And I'm not telling you not to. But your magic sword is almost broken, and even with the one I have, there's no way you can beat all of them. She looked at both Lily and Welf. We need backup, and we know where the Ishtar Familia is based. Lily hummed. I can see your logic. But are you saying you want to bring the fight to Orio? Daphne nodded. Yes, and considering our relationship with the Loki Familia, I'm hoping to bring some big guns for backup. Welf sighed. Fine, we'll have to let Hestia-sama know first too. The female redhead nodded. Then let's get going. Line break. A short while later, Aisha stood in a small room with a small group of Amazonases. Fuck me. That damn toad. She looked at the other women in the room. Find him. Fast. If that bitch breaks him, I don't want to think about what Ishtar-sama will do to us. They all scrambled off to find Belle, and soon, Aisha was left alone in the room with Haruhan. The Renard spoke softly, Aisha. The Amazoness looked at her little sister figure. What is it? Haruhan looked down. I think I know where he is. Aisha's eyes widened. What? The blonde nodded. But I have a request. Aisha furrowed her eyebrows. Fine. We can talk as we walk. The pair vanished down the corridors. Meanwhile, Belle found himself in shackles and chains. What the hell? The boy grunted as he tried to pull himself free, only to struggle weakly against them. The white-haired boy frowned. What? He took a deep breath. Load. Heracles. His back grew warm, if only a bit, but the powers of Heracles didn't come out. Belle growled. Damn it. Load. Orion. Again, his powers did not respond. Load. Ushiwakamaru. Amiya. Sakata Kentoki. Despite trying to pull on the powers he had inherited, none of them answered his call. But regardless, Belle knew they were still there. Shout all you want. Those chains stop you from using any bit of magic. Belle's eyes widened when he saw Aisha at the door with Haruhan. You. Aisha stepped in, looking around in distaste, to think that Toad really had a place like this. What a joke. Her eyes landed on the chains and shackles, and to think she even had those. Belle followed her line of sight. You mean these chains? Aisha sighed. They're forbidden items here in Oreo. It basically stops you from using magic. The boy nodded slowly, before looking at them again. Where am I? What did you do to my friends? The woman studied his face. Before she answered, you're in a hidden room that belongs to our dear captain inside our familia home. And your friends should be fine. You should worry about yourself first. Belle took that in, and he asked, what do you want from me? The Amazoness stared at him. Me? Not much, but Haruheim here convinced me to come here with her. Belle blinked. Haru? Heim? The boy turned his gaze to the blonde Renard, who had quickly unlocked the chains and shackles, letting him fall to the ground. Haruheim asked, are you okay? Belle quickly felt his strength return. Why, yeah. He looked at them warily. Why? The Renard looked down. Because you're Makoto's friend, aren't you? Belle blinked. Why, yes, I guess. Wait, you know her? The blonde nodded with a sad smile. Yes, I knew her when we were children. But unfortunately, I cannot see her anymore. Haruheim looked at Belle. That's why I can't just let you suffer. Aisha sighed at her little sister figure. You're too soft. The Renard looked back at her. And you promised me to let me be selfish one last time. She sighed and looked at Belle impatiently. Get your ass out of here. I'll tell Ishtar-sama it's Phryne's fault for taking you away for herself. Aisha narrowed her eyes. But once you're out, we'll come for you again. The boy stood up, meeting her gaze firmly. I see. Thanks anyway. The three turned to the exit, only to see the giant face of Phryne glowering at them. The toad of a woman growled, and just what do you think you're doing? Aisha cursed her luck. Damn it. The captain of the Ishtar familia leered at them, so it would seem that there are two little traitors here. Haruheim backed away to behind Aisha, gripping her yukata tightly. Phryne cackled. Whatever, this works out just fine, Kikik. I never did like you, Aisha, and especially not you, Haruheim. She brandished her axes. Once I'm done with all of you, we'll have some fun. Boy. The huge Amazoness leered at Belle, and Aisha growled. The way you're putting it. Sounds like you want to fight. Phryne cackled. Fight? No, I'm putting down traitors who released my prey. She sneered at the Renard. Of course, I'll leave the fox alive, Kikik. We still need to sacrifice her tonight. Belle furrowed his brows. Sacrifice, Al. What are you talking about? The toad of a woman laughed loudly. That ugly bitch holds power. Power that can only be obtained by sacrificing her ugly face. Power we're going to use to take down the Freya familia. The boy frowned, but before he could speak, Phryne cackled. But don't you worry, all you need to worry about is how you're going to satisfy me later. Belle was about to retort, only for time to freeze. So this is how the Amazons of this world are. A voice rang in his head, and it was filled with disgust, anger, and frustration. More importantly, disappointment. Belle quickly knew who it was. You are a man, but regardless, you are our heir. So it'll have to do. Show them how a true Amazon should act. Belle's mouth started to move. I am thou. Thou art I. Thou hast acquired a new vow. Phryne scowled. Oh no you don't. She swung her axe down, but Belle easily dodged it. Thy body shall serve under mine will. And mine fate shall be thy sword. The boy ducked under her and slipped out of the room into the corridor. Let an oath be sworn here. I shall attain all virtues of all of heaven. Phryne growled and chased after him. You're not getting away. Belle simply weaved his way through the swings. I shall dispose of all evil of hell. Aisha and Haruheim both quickly got out of the room to follow them, and the Renard looked at Aisha. Can you help him? The Amazoness bit her lip. Fine. This will be the last time anyway. Aisha dashed forward. Just stay away. Back with Belle and Phryne, the boy had almost finished chanting, come forth from the rings of restraint, O protector of the balances. The toad of a woman yelled as she swung her axe again, but Belle was done. Load. Penthesilea. A burst of power shot out from Belle's body, pushing Phryne back a few feet. A pair of spiked iron balls appeared on the ground, connected to chains that now laid in Belle's hands. Before Phryne could react, the boy swung them at her, forcing her to block them. But that wasn't what caught their attention. No. It was the aura the presence Bell was exuding. Fierce, strong, noble, and proud. Just looking at him, they knew on an instinctual level that the heroic spirit Bell had inherited was an Amazoness, or more accurately, an Amazon. Phryne growled, "You." Bell moved, power filling his veins, and he swung the chain-spiked balls at the giant woman. Phryne's eyes widened when she felt the strength behind the swing. This level boost. The toad was greedy, but she wasn't stupid. Heraheim had yet to chant her magic, so that must have meant that Bell had his own form of level boosting. The boy continued his attacks, and the more he swung at her, the more ferocious his attacks became. Until the spike balls pushed through the axe, the spikes landing a long gash on Phryne's face. The toad of a woman blinked when she felt her cheek grow warm, and she touched it, only to see blood. Phryne seethed, "You dare scar my beautiful face?" She raised her axes and swung them down, "You will pay." But to her surprise, her axes were stopped quite easily, a shockwave shooting through the area from how fast the axes were stopped. The Amazoness' eyes widened when she saw Bell's glowing eyes and the thickening aura around him. No longer was the aura semi-transparent. It was now fiery orange, as if Bell was enveloped in flames. The boy felt annoyed, angry, and frustrated as Penthesileus will seep through. Beautiful. Despite being a level 5, the Amazoness felt fear for the first time in so many years. Bell let loose a roar, unleashing a burst of pure power that pushed Phryne back, and he growled, "Die. Die by my rage." A set of claws appeared on his gauntlets, and Bell dashed forward. Set, outrage. He landed a barrage of kicks and punches on the woman, and for each punch he landed, the claws would rip into Phryne's flesh. For each kick, Bell would send the toad crashing through a wall. Until they reached the main hallway of the building, and Bell roared, "Amazon." The boy swung his fists, earning a devastating crunch as he punched Phryne's face one last time, sending her crashing through yet another wall. Aisha and Heraheim both watched in shock and awe as Bell breathed heavily, the aura slowly vanishing as the boy released his hold on the power of the queen. The Amazoness gained a dangerous idea, and she hoped the boy would be the answer to her problems. The fact that Bell was strong enough to defeat Phryne was definitely another plus. But before the woman could speak, a familiar voice reached their ears. "To think you were able to defeat Phryne of all people. But then again, you were using the power of a queen of the Amazons, so I suppose that should be expected." The three turned to see Ishtar walking towards the boy, Tammuz following behind closely. Aisha blinked, "Ishtar-sama." The goddess looked at her. "You may leave, Aisha, and bring Heraheim to the altar. Once I'm done with him, we'll be sacrificing her shortly." Heraheim looked down, and the Amazoness bit her lips, easily understanding what Ishtar planned to do. That was it. There was no hope left, and Aisha turned away. "I understand." Bell spared them a glance, before looking at Ishtar. "You're Ishtar." The goddess smiled. "Indeed I am, child of Hestia." The boy took a deep breath. "What do your familia bring me here?" Ishtar chuckled. "Why, to have you help me defeat Freya, of course." Bell blinked. "Defeat Freya-sama." The goddess smirked. "Indeed, you are the heir of the throne of heroes. Once we sacrifice Heraheim using the Sessho Seiki, we'll be able to give everyone in my familia a permanent level boost, including you. Then we will tear that bitch down from her throne." The boy took in that information, the Sessho Seiki. "A killing stone." "Wait, you mean dash?" Ishtar chuckled. "I see you're not called the heir to the throne of heroes for nothing." "Yes, the killing stone. But of course, the ones we have here are more akin to an Azoth sword. You stick the stone to the pommel of a sword and kill a Renard with it." Bell narrowed his eyes, so that's what she meant by sacrificing her. He glared at the goddess. "I won't let you. If she's Makoto's friend, then I won't let you kill her." The goddess smiled in amusement. "How touching, but you don't have a choice." Ishtar took off her robes, and her eyes glowed with divine power. Bell immediately felt as if something was reaching into his mind and soul, and he was prepared to fight back. But then, everything turned blank. The goddess watched as the boy's whole body slumped forward, and she blinked in surprise. "What?" Ishtar frowned, but before she could do anything else, a chuckle reached her ears. "Heh, hoo. The goddess furrowed her eyebrows in confusion, as Bell palmed his face whilst chuckling. Ishtar asked, "What's so funny?" "Wait, why are you not charmed?" "Hoo. What ha 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 ha." Bell's chuckle turned into full-blown laughter, and all of a sudden, it wasn't Bell's voice anymore. "To think, you of all people would try to use divine powers to charm people." Bell ran his hand up his forehead, before pushing his hair up as he stared at the goddess coldly. "Ishtar." Ishtar's eyes widened in shock when she saw his eyes. They were still red, but instead of Bell's normal amber red eyes, they were bloody red. And now that she could fully see his eyes and hear his voice, Ishtar recognized his presence. The goddess gasped. "Why you?" "No, this is impossible." The boy smirked. "And who are you to say what is impossible and what is not? Young and immature as he is still the heir to the throne of heroes." Ishtar backed away as she whispered in shock, "Gee Gilgamesh." Bell chuckled. "And who else would I be, fool?" The goddess glared at him. "Tammuz." The level 4 leaped into the air, prepared to attack the boy, but Bell simply spared him a glance. "Mongrels like you should stay put." With a golden flash, a spear pierced through the man's chest, impaling him into the wall. Ishtar watched as the life left the man's eyes. What? Bell chuckled again. That really isn't something to be surprised at, Ishtar. Oh, and just in case. The boy spared a glance at the wall where Phryne was, and with another golden flash, 3 swords pierced through the toad's chest. The goddess backed up again in fear. What do you want? The boy smirked. Why the rush? We have a lot to catch up on. Bell snapped his fingers, and with a golden flash, the roof was blown away, revealing the night sky. Ishtar gasped when she saw the sky. What are you doing? The king in the boy's body chuckled. The boy has done nothing to you, yet you went after him and tried to charm him with your divine powers. The boy is still a child, but he is still my heir nonetheless. Bell's smile dropped. I am a generous king, and I can overlook your children beating him up. I can even ignore what that toad of yours tried to do. But you? What you attempted moments ago. Over hundreds of golden portals appeared above them, and Ishtar quickly knew what was to follow. Wait. Bell raised a finger. Wait. He smirked. You would plead for mercy, goddess? You would put yourself beneath the boy and beg for me to spare you and your kingdom. Ishtar gritted her teeth. I dash. Bell cut her off. Unfortunately for you, Ishtar, my patience has just about run out. As such, Ishtar yelled, Gate of Babylon. Countless weapons rained down upon the entertainment district, destroying almost everything. Bell smirked as he watched the goddess sink to her knees in despair. Ah. The boy took a deep breath as he tried to hold back his laughter. To think even you can show that kind of expression. What a joke. Ishtar glared at him. I'll remember this. You will pay for this one day. She tried to turn away, only to find herself unable to move. The goddess looked down at her feet to see chains wrapped around her ankles, with said chains connected to 2 golden portals. Dash. These are dash. The chains of heaven? One day? Did I say you can leave, Ishtar? Ishtar gasped when more chains appeared from the golden treasury, effectively restraining her arms, legs, and waist. The goddess looked at Bell fearfully as the boy slowly stalked around her. If I let you be in this world, I would be doing it a disservice. For attempting to sacrifice an innocent soul to try to charm my heir. You deserve 1,000 deaths. The goddess panicked. Wait. Killing gods is a taboo in this world. Your heir will be dash. Will be what? No one will know, and frankly, I do not care. If the boy falls just because the people shun him, then that is all he amounted to. Ishtar paled at his words. What? Bell reached out. Now, it is an insult to use EA for this. But for you, I will make an exception. For I must use no less than my everything to purge this world of your wretched existence. A golden portal appeared before him, and a large key appeared in his hands. The King of Heroes held it upright and twisted. Ishtar could only watch in despair as a large red labyrinth-like pattern streaked up into the night sky, before shrinking down back to Bell's hands. Another golden portal appeared before the boy, as a golden hilt appeared before him. Bell reached out to grab it, but the moment he wrapped his hands around the hilt, he froze. Gilgamesh's eyes widened, for he quickly knew what was happening, and anger filled his eyes. You fool. What do you think you're doing? Ishtar could only watch in shock and confusion as the king raged at the space before him. But from the king's point of view, he was staring at an ethereal figure of Bell Cranel before him, holding Gilgamesh from further drawing EA. Bell stared back at the King of Heroes firmly. You cannot draw that sword. Gilgamesh seethed. And you would stop me from ridding the world of her filth, you mongrel. Have you lost your mind? The boy met his glare firmly. You plan to use Enuma Elish, that will destroy the city. The king glared back. A small price to pay for salvation. Bell held firm. No, I will not involve innocence just to kill her. If we do, we will be no better than her trying to sacrifice Haraheim to defeat Freya-sama. Gilgamesh seethed and tried to overpower the boy with his own presence, only to widen his eyes when Bell met it head-on without budging. The boy spoke again. I will take her down, but on my terms. The king almost forgot his anger when he realized Bell had used none of the heroic spirits he had inherited. No, Bell had matched Gilgamesh's own presence with his own sheer will. Gilgamesh took a deep breath as he took the moment to understand Bell's intentions. Very well. I concede, involving innocence is unbecoming of a king. The blonde looked at his heir. Then you shall save the Renard first, and we will bring judgment upon the useless goddess once everything is done and dealt with. Bell nodded. Thank you, King Gilgamesh. The ancient king scoffed as he let go of EA, a figurative act to show that he was giving control back to Bell. Normally the act of rebelling against a king is punishable by death, but I will overlook it in light of your strong will. Gilgamesh turned away. I was going to hold off giving you access to my treasury, but I suppose I can allow a small fraction of it. Try to use the originals rather than the fakers, would you? With that said, the king vanished, and Bell found himself back in his body, staring at Ishtar who was still bound by Enkidu's chains. The goddess quickly noticed the sudden change in the boy's demeanor. Hey, are you back? Bell Cranel? The boy turned and walked away, not bothering to respond, and the goddess called out, Wait. Where are you going? Bell glanced back at her. To save Haraheim, then we'll decide what to do with you. With that said, the boy vanished down the corridors, leaving the goddess hanging from the chains. Author note. So that's the chapter done. I was hoping to finish it in one huge chapter, but I realized it was going to take more than that. So I decided to post this one first. The next one will come soon. Hopefully. The next one will end the Ishtar arc, and we'll see how I can do the Reiki War arc, which was only 2 episodes in the anime. But yeah, read and review please. Until the next one. Chapter 27. Author note. Hey, I'm back with a new chapter. Now, considering most if not all of the reviews were about Gilgamesh and Penthesilea, just for this chapter one won't tag everyone's usernames whose reviews were about them like I usually would, simply because there's just too much overlap. But I have read each and every one of your reviews, and I'm glad everyone mostly liked how I brought in both Penthesilea and Gilgamesh. To be honest, I did consider whether I should bring in Enkidu, but figured Gilgamesh would be more fitting. And considering how Gilgamesh is, I figured it would be in character for him to take over Bel's body to remove Ishtar from the world. As Anime Fan 13579 mentioned, the Gilgamesh that appeared is more akin to a combination of every version that existed. With Ishtar involved, he would let his tyrant personality take over more, but faced with Bel, he would be more akin to his caster version. Bel's access to the Gate of Babylon is also limited, but basically it's more of a supplies vault at this point. For Ghost Heist, we're all having fun, that's the important thing. Hopefully. And you're right, I'll try to put in more diversity with my description of close quarters combat. Goonies 117, I want to know who's your first favorite author Hiki. Garb 74, now I did consider whether we could see potential heroic spirits from the DanMachi universe in the beginning, but I decided against doing that simply because I don't know a whole lot about them. I guess I could watch the Memoria Freeze events to find out, but at this point Bel can only inherit heroic spirits from pan-human history. Cody White 162, Ishtaran was someone I considered too, but held off simply because she is more of a divine spirit in the form of a pseudo-servant than heroic spirit. Toilet God, your review was for the 10th chapter, but I'll reply here anyway if you ever read this. I'm glad that you like the development between Bel and Wealth, and I mainly watched the anime only. I only read bits of the 14th volume onwards to the 17th. So most of what I write is based off of the anime rather than the game or LNs. Timpson, honestly, I never expected this arc to last more than 2 chapters, simply because the way I wanted this to go didn't involve Bel and his familia trying to save Haraheim by buying her. Conan.212, not sure what you mean by the plot being too easy and fast. If you mean the pacing is fast and that I'm pretty much just basing most things off of canon, this story was always meant to be just, what if Bel had access to powers of heroic spirits? And I'm not sure what you mean by spoiler warning for facts after season 4. As far as I remember, there is only that part with Freya. Anyway, here's the chapter. XXX. Earlier, Lily and the rest of the Hestia Familia had managed to make their way up to the surface. Considering Makoto's condition, it had taken them longer than expected to reach the entrance of the dungeon. Now, Lily looked at Cassandra, take Makoto-sama back to the home. We'll have to find Hestia-sama or Artemis-sama. Daphne nodded. I'll follow them back, in case either of them are in the mansion. Well, fast. Do we even know where they are? Can't we just go look for the Loki Familia or something? The Prum nodded. We can. In fact, it might be easier if we split up. I'll go look for our goddesses. Welf-sama go get help from the Loki Familia. The blacksmith nodded. Gotcha. Daphne spoke up. Once Makoto and Daphne are back at the home, I'll join you guys in finding help. Lily nodded. That'll be good. Welf asked, should we ask for help from the guild? His fellow redhead shook her head. It's not a bad idea, but the guild tends to only get involved if Oreo is put at risk. At this stage, it's unlikely they'll do anything. The blacksmith frowned. I see, then I'll head straight for the Loki Familia's home. Hopefully someone we know is there. Lily turned. We're short on time, so I'm gonna start looking for our goddesses. With that said, the Prum jogged away, and Welf sighed. What a mess. All right, get home safe, yeah? The blacksmith too started to make his way to the Twilight Manor. Knowing where the Familia home of the Loki Familia, Welf quickly found his way in front of the entrance. Before, the blacksmith would have stood in awe at how big the mansion was, even if he was living in the Familia home of the Hephaestus Familia. But now that the Hestia Familia had their own place to call their hearth and home, the man no longer felt that impressed. Welf took a deep breath as he approached the mansion. 2 guards were standing before the entrance, and they immediately stopped him. One of them asked, Halt, what business do you have here? Welf took a breath. I'm from the Hestia Familia. We need help. Please. The 2 guards looked at each other, and the second one spoke, the Hestia Familia. The blacksmith nodded. Please, Bel? Bel Cranel has been captured by the Ishtar Familia. The first guard blinked. Bel Cranel, the little hero? Welf nodded. Yes, that's why I'm here. The guard nodded. Wait here. I'll go find someone. Hopefully the captain is available. The second guard frowned and held his friend back. Hold up. You believe him? And why would we want to help them? I know the boss and some of you helped train him, but dash. The first guard shook him off. That's exactly why. And besides, I know Bel Cranel is friends with the executives. I even heard bit of all people respects him. Do you want to be there when they find out we refuse to help him? The second guard's face paled and let go. Gotcha. The first guard quickly ran into the mansion, and Welf let out a breath. That was easier than I thought. The second guard chuckled. Yeah, well. We've seen so many different people try to sneak and using so many different ways, it's not even funny. The blacksmith nodded. I can imagine. Soon, the first guard came out with Finn, and Welf blinked in surprise. Finn Dame. The prum spoke seriously. Come on in. Tell me what happened. The pair quickly found themselves in Finn's office, and the blacksmith explained what had happened in the dungeon. The prum folded his arms. I see. I understand. Unfortunately, whatever happens in the dungeon won't matter. The guild won't act just based on that. Finn looked at Welf. And you said this happened earlier this afternoon? The blacksmith nodded. We only just got back from the dungeon. I came here straight away while Lily went to find our goddesses. The prum nodded. Then we shouldn't waste any more time. I am curious how Androctonus managed to beat Belle though. You said she looked like she was glowing. Welf nodded. Yeah, but I was more focused on my own fight. Which ended well. Finn chuckled. Well, you managed to hold back Andy and Ira. I'd say you did well. The prum's smile fell, but I think that's enough talk. Wait for me at the entrance. I'll gather a team and head for the Ishtar Familia's home. Welf nodded. Thank you. We owe you big time. Finn nodded. Don't worry about it. Belle is our friend and comrade, and I'm sure Lafia is fond of him too. Most of us are. We won't let Ishtar have her way with him. Line break. Meanwhile, Lily was losing her mind as she dashed through the rooftops of Oreo in the form of a cat. The prum in disguise prayed as she leaped onto another roof. Come on, where are you? Hestia-sama, Artemis-sama. Lily, and most likely every other member of their familia, had only heard that Hestia and Artemis were meeting Freya for tea. Unfortunately, the prum had no clue where the three goddesses would be having tea somewhere in the city. That meant she had to do it the good old-fashioned way. Lily leaped to another roof once more, until she noticed a familiar elf on the road carrying a bag of groceries. She quickly found a secluded alley nearby and undid her transformation, sprinting out towards the elf. Ria-sama. The elf perked up upon hearing her name, and she turned to see Lily. You're... Lily, what did you want? The prum took a deep breath. Have you seen our goddesses? Ria blinked. Hestia-sama and Artemis-sama? Yes, I actually did. Why? Lily felt like a huge weight was taken off of her. I need to see them. Belle-sama was taken by the Ishtar Familia. The elf froze. What did you just say? The prum repeated. Belle-sama. He was taken by the Ishtar Familia. They ambushed us in the dungeon. We couldn't do anything. Ria's face steeled. Wait here. I'll be back. Then we'll find your goddesses and go rescue Belle. Lily blinked as the elf turned and dashed away at frightening speeds. Before she knew it, Ria was back, and now wearing her usual green cloak and mask. The prum blinked. Wait, you're coming? The elf nodded. I cannot allow Belle's chastity to be violated, not until he and... Ria trailed off, realizing she was about to say herself when she had intended to mention Syr. The green-haired elf took a deep breath, noticing Lily's weird look. Come, time is of the essence. The pair quickly walked off, and as they walked, Lily made a mental note to tell Hestia about Rio. Soon, the pair arrived at the cafe where the goddesses were. Ria spoke. They should be inside. Lily nodded. Let's go in. The two walked in, taking note of all the people seated at the tables, and a waiter approached them. Excuse me, do you need any help? The prum nodded. I'm Lilaruka Arde from the Hestia Familia. I'm looking for my goddess. I believe she should be here. The waiter nodded. I see. Wait here for a moment. He quickly walked to the counter and whispered to his manager, who then walked upstairs. Shortly after, the man came down. Follow me. The pair nodded and followed the manager upstairs, where he led them to a relatively spacious room. Inside sat the five goddesses, and Hestia asked when she saw the two, Lily and Ryukuin. What brings you two here? Lily spoke quickly. Belle-sama was taken by the Ishtar Familia. That caught the attention of all of the goddesses. Loki immediately burst out laughing. By the gods, that kid of yours must have E-ranked luck or something. Hephaestus sighed. Loki. Hestia looked at them seriously. When did this happen? Lily answered. Just early today. We were ambushed and taken by surprise. The goddess of the hearth nodded. Before she looked at Freya, I really hate to ask you this, but Freya. The goddess of love nodded. Say no more. I'll gather my children, and we will make sure Ishtar pays for this. The goddess of mischief grinned. Me too. I can't miss out on this. Hephaestus looked at Lily. What about Welf? The prum nodded. Welf-sama is fine. He's probably at Loki-sama's home asking for help. Loki hummed. Really now? Lily nodded. Yes. Artemis asked. And are the others okay? The prum answered. Makoto-sama was injured, but she should be fine. Daphne-sama and Cassandra-sama are looking after her. Freya spoke up. If that is all, then let us get moving. Who knows what Ishtar has done to our dear Belle already? Would you agree, Ria? No one disagreed, and the elf blinked in surprise when the goddess looked at her. Ria nodded. Yes, Freya-sama. No one disagreed, and they all left the cafe. Line break. Meanwhile, Aisha and Haraheim were on their way to the site for the ritual. As they walked, the Amazoness asked, Haraheim, do you hate me? The Renard blinked at the question. Hate you? Why would I hate you? Aisha stopped. I couldn't help you before. And now, even when someone like Belle Cranel has shown up, I still can't. Haraheim smiled. Aisha-san, you have been kind to me, more than anyone else in this familia. The Amazoness looked down. Being kind to you is the best I could do. Even then I can't say I did a very good job. The blonde giggled, but still, I am grateful. Aisha clenched her fists, Haraheim. I know this is despicable, but I was betting on the fact that Bel Cranel will come save you. Haraheim blinked. What? The Amazoness nodded, that boy. No, that man is a hero at heart, or at least, someone who tries to be one. Aisha's face scrunched up. At best he is a man who always delivers on his promises. At worst he is a hypocrite. The worst kind. He's the kind of person I like and hate the most. The Renard looked down. Even if you're right, why would he save someone like me? Someone like me. I'm not worthy. I'm not. The Amazoness sighed. He will. He has to, because if he doesn't. She trailed off, not wanting to show weakness to the girl she saw as her little sister. But deep down, Aisha wanted a man, a hero who could save Haraheim, and a hero who could also save Aisha herself. And there was only one way to do both at the same time. Aisha took a deep breath. Haraheim, I want to trust in Bel Cranel, but if he does show up, I want to fight him. The blonde blinked. Fight him. The Amazoness nodded. I need it. I'm not sure if you saw, but he inherited the power of an Amazoness queen. Haraheim nodded. He did. Aisha looked at her sword. That has to mean something, and I don't know if he'll use it, but... The Renard understood. All right, I won't stop you then. The Amazoness chuckled. But if he doesn't show up, I'll take you out of here. We'll run away, out of Oreo if we need to. She looked at Haraheim. We can go to the Far East. The Renard smiled, and she shook her head. You don't have to do that, Aisha-san. You've done more than enough, and I've accepted my fate. Aisha bit her lip. I haven't. Haraheim just smiled, and I'll be eternally grateful for that. With that said, the pair reached the hanging gardens of their familia home. As soon as they did, the pair spotted Samira and the rest of their familia waiting. Samira asked, what happened? We were told Ishtar-sama wanted us to get ready, but dash. Aisha considered her words. Before she spoke, Bel Cranel has defeated Phryne. That surprised everyone, and Lena asked, then how are you here? The older Amazoness looked at her. Ishtar-sama took over. She's probably charming him at this very moment. Samira sighed. Well, I guess we're getting a new familia member then. Or a new slave or something. Haraheim looked down, and Aisha nodded, perhaps. The white-haired Amazoness studied her friend. Before she turned to the altar, at any rate, we should get ready. No one disagreed, but before anyone could do anything else, a golden light caught their attention. Then before they could react, the entertainment district exploded into flames. Samira watched in shock, something mirrored by everyone else. What? What is this? Lena gaped. The streets. Shirei asked, are we under attack? No, that was me. A familiar voice reached their ears, and the members of the Ishtar familia turned to see Bel walking towards them on the bridge linked to the main building. Aisha gaped in shock. Bel Cranel. How? The white-haired boy stared at her firmly. I've taken down both Phryne and Tammuz, and I've also captured your goddess. That surprised the group of women, and Bel continued, stop the ritual, and let Haraheim-san go. The women all looked conflicted, unsure what to do. Samira glared at him, and you think we believe your bluff? You're one person. We have 10 of us here. Bel met her glare with a firm gaze, and didn't you hear me earlier? Look around. Shirei stood beside the white-haired Amazoness. You expect us to believe you did this? The boy let out a breath. Load, Gilgamesh. The women all watched in surprise as a golden aura appeared around Bel. It was oppressive, strong, royal, and noble. It even felt divine. What little power the ancient king allowed him filled his body, but it was more than enough, and Bel pulled on the small fraction of the treasure he had. A handful of golden portals appeared behind him, and the women all recognized the golden light. Lena gaped. Impossible. It was him. Bel took a deep breath, doing his best not to let the king's overpowering presence take over his own. I won't say it again. Samira gritted her teeth. Get him. 6 of the women before him charged, but to Bel, who now had Gilgamesh's powers flowing through his body, they were slow. Bel tightened his jaw as Gilgamesh's presence and personality seeped through. 2 slow mongrels. Before any of them could react, swords and spears shot out of the portals, piercing through the 6 women who had tried to rush him. Fortunately, Bel had managed to aim at their limbs, avoiding any fatal strikes. The white-haired rabbit's eyes landed on the sword in Shirei's hands, a crystal ball that had an ominous aura around it. It looked like an Azoth sword, and Bel could guess it was the Killing Stone. With another mental command, a sword shot out of his treasury, destroying the crystal in an instant. Bel stared at the remaining women before him. I've destroyed the stone. You can't do the ritual anymore. Samira cursed. Do you think destroying the stone will end it? All we need to do is get another one. And once we take you down, we can release her goddess too. The boy took a deep breath to clear his mind. I see. Aisha stepped forward. Why are you even going so far to help her? You've never met her before. You don't even know her. Bel stared at her. Because she's Makoto's friend, and no, both you and her helped me earlier. I won't let her die just like that. I'm sure you don't want her to die too. Lena blinked. Wow. He's serious, isn't he? The leader of the Berber's lips curved upwards. So just like that? The way I see it, you just want to play the hero. Bel chuckled. Maybe, I am the heir to the throne of heroes, after all. Samira growled. Enough. You're going down today. Bel Cranel. Both her and Lena dashed at him, and Aisha started to chant, "Come, champion of the savages. Manly warrior, oh strong, greedy, and unjust hero." Samira and Lena spread out to flank Bell, the former throwing a barrage of punches at him while Lena swung her sword. Bell's eyes darted around to follow the pair as they closed in, his eyes glowing as Nakba did its work. Even when restrained at its bare minimum, it allowed the boy to read their attacks. Samira and Lena dashed in once more, the former throwing a left hook, while the latter swung her sword for an overhead slash. Bell easily saw it coming, mongrels. Two golden portals appeared between Bell and the two Amazonesses each, as a staff and an axe respectively appeared to block the strikes. Without missing a beat, the boy summoned a pair of wands and blasted the two with pure magical energy, sending them off the bridge. Satisfy my body, penetrate my body, kill my body, and prove thy worth. The name of this starving blade is Hippolyta. Bell turned his attention to Aisha, who had finished chanting, her blade glowing bloody red. Helkios. The woman swung her blade at the white-haired rabbit, sending a wave of red energy at him. A golden portal appeared before him yet again, but instead of a weapon, a stone slab shaped like a book appeared in his hand. Letting the memories of the king guide him, Bell waved his hand over the slab and summoned a wall of flames that easily blocked the blast. Letting the slab disappear, the boy let out a gasp as he released his hold on Gilgamesh's powers. So this is Gilgamesh's power. Bell took a deep breath as he steadied his footing. Using Gilgamesh's powers had taken more of a toll than he expected. Unlike every other hero, his presence was overwhelming, and it had taken a fair bit of effort to not let the king's personality seep through. Aisha evidently noticed the change, and she furrowed her brows in confusion. Just now, you said I didn't want Haraheim to die. Despite receiving no response, Bell's look told the prostitute she had his attention. Haraheim blinked in surprise, Aisha-san. The Amazoness looked Bell in the eye. You're not wrong. Haraheim is dear to me. That's why I was planning to save her even if I had to fight everyone else. Bell frowned, already knowing why, for Nakba had already revealed the truth to him, and yet you still fight, even now after I've taken out Dash. Aisha cut him off. That's exactly why. The boy simply listened as the woman stared at him. Call it my pride, or call it foolishness. But you coming in to save her, to me, is equal to taking her away from this familia, from me. Aisha brandished her sword, and if you're going to save her, you're going to have to protect her from all that comes after her. When her ability gets known by the world, there will be people coming for her, including myself. Bell's eyes softened. And what about you? The Amazoness narrowed her eyes. What? The boy let out a short breath. You're hurting, suffering, just as much as she is. You love her, but Haraheim is not the only one Ishtar. This familia has hurt. Or am I wrong? Aisha fell silent, her grip on her sword tightening, before she spoke again. And what do you know? Her gaze was cold. You speak as if you know what you're talking about. As if you know what Ishtar has done to me, to us. Aisha glared at him. I was hoping I could entrust her to you, to let her be among friends who can protect her. If you can't do that. The woman dashed forward, swinging her sword in a downward slash. Bell grunted, instinctively reaching for his knives now that he didn't have a heroic spirit load, but he quickly realized they were missing. Cursing himself for being careless, the boy quickly swung his arms forward, barely managing to catch the blade with his palms in a Shirahadori grasp. Bell grunted as he did his best to push back against Aisha, who in turn growled as she pushed down. Until time stopped for the boy. Fighting against an Amazon, or well, in your case an Amazoness. This does bring back memories. Bell frowned, still stuck in his struggle against the woman. I can't just leave them alone. That's right. You can't. Even if you end up becoming a hypocrite, we can't leave them to their fate. The voice continued, but you shouldn't hold back, not when she's giving it her all. The way she wants to be saved, it can only be achieved through one way. Bell nodded, having seen the truth when he had Gilgamesh's powers. I know. The voice seemed to smirk. Then let us begin. You've already inherited Penthesilea, so it's only right you get me as well. You won't make the same mistake I made for. Both Bell and the voice spoke together, as time continued for the young adventurer. I am thou, and thou art I. Aisha's eyes widened when the boy started to chant, Thou hast acquired a new vow. Thy body shall serve under mine will, and mine fate shall be thy sword. The Amazoness growled, Oh no you don't. She tried to kick at the boy, only for Bell to block it with his own kick. Let an oath be sworn here. I shall attain all virtues of all of heaven. I shall dispose of all evil of hell. Aisha managed to pull her sword back, before spinning for a horizontal slash. But to her frustration, Bell simply flipped back. If thou dost accede to this will and reason, answer my call. Come forth from the rings of restraint, O protector of the balances. The boy stared at Aisha firmly, as Haraheim watched them from afar. Load. Achilles. To the surprise of both women, the air around Bell gave way, as a visible aura formed around him. Unlike before, the aura wasn't oppressive like Gilgamesh's, nor was it fierce and proud like Penthesilea. The aura that they felt from Bell could only be described with one word. Heroic. And for some reason, Aisha knew that this was better than facing Bell with Penthesilea's powers. Diatricon Aster Lank appeared in his hands, and he sprinted forward with frightening speeds. Aisha's eyes widened as she barely managed to raise her blade in time to block the attack. The Amazoness grimaced at how much power was behind the thrust, and her legs nearly buckled from the impact. Regardless, Aisha found herself smiling with crazed glee. That's it. That's it. Give me more. Bell grunted as he kicked at Aisha, leaping away before he dashed back at her with another thrust with his spear. The woman growled as she barely managed to dodge the thrust, the spear nicking her cheek. Not wanting to miss the chance, Aisha thrust her own blade forward, only for Bell to lean out of the way swiftly. The boy backed away, and to the confusion of both women, crouched down slightly, set. Dromius comets. Aisha's eyes widened when Bell vanished, and then the pain came. To Haraheim, it was as if Bell had become a streak of white and silver, zooming back and forth towards Aisha at different angles constantly. The Amazoness grunted as she barely managed to block the strikes, but the boy was simply too fast. Aisha growled and started chanting again, "Come, champion of the savages. Manly warrior, oh strong, greedy, and unjust hero." To Bell's surprise, despite his onslaught, the Amazoness continued to chant, "If you desire the girdle of the Empress, prove thy worth." Bell skidded to a stop as he watched Aisha chant, and he started his own, Xanthos, Balios, Petasos. To the surprise of both women yet again, a shooting star streaked across the skies, before revealing a chariot pulled by 3 horses. Aisha narrowed her eyes and finished her chant, "Satisfy my body, penetrate my body, kill my body, and prove thy worth." The name of this starving blade is Hippolyta. Bell leaped on the chariot as he too finished his chant, "My life runs like a shooting star." Set. Helchaos. Troy's Tragoidia. Aisha swung her sword, as Bell charged forward with his chariot, and the Amazoness' eyes widened as her magic blast did absolutely nothing in the face of the rampaging chariot. And before she knew it, the 3 horses were right before her, the aura of the noble phantasm blasting her away easily. Haraheim watched in horror as her sister figure was blown off the hanging gardens. As Aisha fell, the Amazoness watched as the chariot flew in the air, and she closed her eyes. That's it. That's how it should be. But before she could fall further, Aisha felt someone catching her, and the winds on her face grew stronger. The Amazoness snapped her eyes open to see Bell's face. What? Anger welled up in her chest. "Why didn't you let me fall?" Bell glanced down at her as he let the 3 horses pull the chariot back to the hanging gardens. "You wanted a hero to defeat you and save Haraheim. That was the sort of salvation you sought, wasn't it?" The Amazoness gaped. How? The boy smiled. "Gilgamesh's noble phantasm, or well, one of them. It lets me see the truth." The chariot came to a halt, and Bell spoke. "If I defeated you and saved Haraheim alone, maybe you would have recovered and got back up on your own, but that's not the kind of hero I'm trying to be." Aisha sighed. "You're a fool and a terrifying man." The boy chuckled as he led her down from the chariot. "I swore this when I first contracted EMY. I won't try to save everyone, but those within my reach, I will do everything I can to help them." "Aisha-san, you're one of them." Aisha sighed, but before she could say anything, she found herself pulled into a hug by Haraheim. The Renard scolded for the first time since Aisha knew her. "You idiot. I never asked for you to sacrifice yourself just so I could be saved." Bell nodded as he let go of Achilles' powers. "And if you just listened, we could have avoided all of this." Haraheim nodded as she tightened her hug. "Exactly." The Amazoness sighed again. Before she stared at Bell, "I'll get you back for this. Remember that." The boy just laughed. "I'll look forward to it." Aisha smiled in exasperation. "But fine, I lose." She looked around at the flaming buildings, and in hindsight, "I guess I should have seen this coming." Bell chuckled. "But hey, you needed it, didn't you?" Aisha nodded. "I did. Thank you, Bell Cranel." She looked down at the slave collar around Haraheim's neck. "But we still have no way of freeing Haraheim. Ishtar-sama will still know where she is." Bell's lips curved upwards. "I have that handled." A short walk later, Bell, Aisha, and Haraheim were back in the hallway that led to where Ishtar was left chained. But to their surprise, they were met with a group of goddesses, followed by Otter, Ryuu, and Lily. Hestia immediately leaped at him. "Bell Kayin." Bell yelped when his patron goddess pulled him into a hug, smothering his face in her chest. Hestia-sama. "She can't breathe." The goddess gasped and quickly let go. "I'm sorry." Artemis smiled in amusement as the others walked over. "Are you okay, Bell?" The boy nodded. "Yes, I'm okay now." Lily narrowed her eyes when she saw Aisha and Haraheim. "Who are they?" Bell followed her gaze and smiled. "This is Aisha-san and Haraheim-san. They actually helped me get out." Freya hummed. "Is that so?" The 2 younger women felt nervous when the goddess looked at them, her eyes gleaming with divine power, even more so with Otter behind her. Bell nodded. "Yes, it's thanks to them I managed to escape." Rhea spoke up. "Do you know what happened?" There was a golden light and everything went into flames. The boy looked sheepish. "Why yeah. That was me." Lily gaped. "What?" Hestia nodded. "I guess we were right. You contracted the King of Heroes, didn't you?" Bell nodded. "I did." Freya giggled. "That's wonderful news. I'm happy for you, Bell." The boy smiled. "Thank you, Freya-sama." The goddess of love smile dropped. "Now that we know that you're okay, we'll need to make sure Ishtar pays for what she did to you. Loki and her children are already seizing the streets, so all that's left is Ishtar herself." Bell immediately recognized the murderous intent from her eyes. "About that, Do you mind if I handle this? That caught their attention, including Otters, and Hestia asked, Are you sure, Belkuin? The boy nodded. Yes, we were actually going to settle things with her. He glanced back at Haraheim and Aisha. This involves them too. Artemis nodded. All right, but we'll watch to make sure she doesn't try anything. Bel smiled. Thank you. The group made their way to where Ishtar was, and the chained goddess widened her eyes when she saw them. Freya smiled in amusement. Oh my, you've outdone yourself, Bel. To think you'd use the chains of heaven on her. Hestia looked conflicted. I don't know how to feel about this, but I'll just take it that she deserves this. Ryuu, Aisha, Haraheim, and Lily all looked shocked that Bel had actually chained her up, while Otter simply looked indifferent. Ishtar gritted her teeth when she saw Aisha and Haraheim. From the looks of it, I see you've made your decision, Aisha. The Amazoness simply nodded, but before they could continue, Bel spoke. Load, Gilgamesh. The divine and oppressive aura appeared around the boy as he stepped forward. Ishtar, I said we'd decide what to do with you after I saved Haraheim, didn't I? The goddess nodded fearfully. Why yes, you did. Bel nodded, a golden portal appearing beside him. First of all, I want you to release Haraheim from her slave contract and swear that you will never try to harm her or Aisha-san again. Ishtar nodded. Oh, of course. The boy nodded. Second, you will never harm innocents again, no matter what. The goddess nodded. Definitely. From the golden portal, Bel pulled out a piece of paper. We will place these conditions under a hayas, and if you ever break them, not only will you suffer the consequences of the hayas, but I will also use this. To the surprise of the goddesses, Bel pulled out a scythe. This is harp, or well, the original I have in my treasury. I don't think I need to explain more. Ishtar's face paled. Oh, of course. We'll do it your way. I promise I'll leave you alone from now on. Now we did say we'd leave it to you, but I think this isn't enough. The group turned to Freya, who looked amused yet slightly displeased. Bel blinked. Freya-sama. The silver-haired goddess hummed. I think using a Haya scroll is a great idea, but I wouldn't underestimate Ishtar. There are loopholes to everything, and I'm sure she'll find one eventually. Hestia nodded in agreement. That is true. Artemis hummed. I can see the logic. She looked at Bel. But it's up to you, Bel. The boy nodded. What do you propose, Freya-sama? The goddess of love smiled in amusement when she saw the look on Ishtar's face. Simple. We make the Ishtar Familia subservient to the Hestia Familia. Everything Ishtar owns will belong to Hestia and Bel, and everything they do has to go through Hestia, Bel, and Artemis. Lily oat. That is a good idea. Freya giggled. Glad you approve. Ryuu, on the other hand, didn't look too comfortable, but she was just glad that justice was to be delivered. Hestia looked at Bel. What do you think? The boy hummed. Before he nodded, I suppose, as long as we can keep Ishtar from harming innocents, I'm all for it. The white rabbit turned to Ishtar. Then in addition to the conditions I've mentioned before, you will be completely subservient to Hestia-sama and our familia. Everything you own will belong to my goddess, and everything you do will have to go through us. Ishtar seethed, but she quickly remembered the chains on her. Fine. It's not like I can refuse. Bel nodded. Good. Then we'll make it official. The boy started to channel his magical energy into the Haya scroll, letting the conditions be inscribed on it. But before he finished, Gilgamesh's personality pushed through once more, and Bel paused, considering the idea that had come from the king, right? And one more thing. The boy reached into a golden portal, and before they realized it, a set of command spells appeared before Hestia and Artemis. Artemis blinked. Wait, are these? Bel nodded. Command spells. I want to bind Ishtar to the both of you. That will seal the deal. The two virgin goddesses shared a look, and they nodded. Very well. The boy finished inscribing the Haya scroll, and both Hestia and Artemis let the command spells bind to their hands, before forming a contract with Ishtar as the servant. Ishtar seethed as she felt the Hayas and the command spells take effect, but the goddess did her best to not show it lest she risked Gilgamesh appearing again. The goddess of fertility fell to the ground as Bel dispelled Enkidu's chains, and she cursed her luck, chuckling darkly. To think I would lose everything just like that. Are you happy now, Freya? Her fellow goddess of beauty simply raised an eyebrow. And why would I be happy? I should be furious. Matter of fact, I am. You have targeted our dear Bel, captured him. Had he not already done so, I would have razed your little street to ashes. Freya stormed up to Ishtar. That is not including the amount of worry you have brought upon my dear friends. Had it been truly up to me, you would have been sent back to Tenkai immediately. The goddess backed down, but I also respect Bel's wishes, and all I've suggested is to make sure you don't harm him again. Bel nodded. Thank you, Freya-sama. He looked at the others. Let's go home. It's been a long day. We can hash out the details tomorrow. Hestia nodded. All right, we should tell Loki we're done too. Bel looked at Aisha and Haraheim. You're both welcome to stay at our place too, well, considering. The Amazoness blinked, before she sighed with a smile, if your goddess is okay with it. Bel looked at Hestia. That's fine, right? The goddess of the hearth sighed. Fine. I am the goddess of the hearth, but only this once. The boy smiled. Thank you. Freya smiled mischievously. How about I join you too? I think dash. Hestia cut her off. Not you. It's not like your home was destroyed. The silver-haired goddess smiled. I think we can rectify that quite easily, right, Otter? The Boaz nodded, if it is your will. The twin-tailed goddess panicked. Fine. You can stay the night. Just don't destroy the tower. Freya laughed softly. I was joking, you know? Artemis smiled. I think those jokes are a bit too much for her. The silver-haired goddess looked at Rhea. How about you, Rhea? Would you like to join us? The elf looked surprised when Freya suddenly involved her in the conversation. I mean. Freya smiled. We have 2 prostitutes staying at their home, one of whom is an Amazoness. We will need all the help we can get to protect Belle's purity tonight. Rhea's eyes snapped into focus. I understand. I shall do my best to help. Belle's face flushed. Nothing will happen. Okay. Aisha smiled in amusement. Well, that's a shame. I was hoping for some make-up sex after all we went through. Hestia snapped. Wait, what? The boy's face fell. Aisha-san. No. Lily looked at him with mock anger. You better explain yourself, Belle-sama. Belle panicked. Nothing happened. I did nothing wrong. Everyone just laughed as they left the entertainment district. Author note. Done. I guess that's the end of the Ishtar Familia arc. The next chapter will probably take a bit, simply because I'm still deciding if I should include the Reiki War or just jump straight into Season 3. But until then, read and review please.